Welcome into the NACE Starleague studio. Thank you so much for joining us tonight for our coverage of some Overwatch 2 action. I'm going to be your host, Artemis Duran, and joining me is Colin Majunkin. And Overwatch just got a little bit of an overhaul, so to speak, as some of the overpowered heroes got some nerfs, and a recent hero got a complete, I think we could call it a wardrobe change, so to speak, Sombra. But she's out of play for 2 weeks here in NACE, so people get adjusted and used to her, whereas the other map that also got introduced, Samoa, is out for 4 weeks. Now, regarding these other changes, though, especially like, Zarya, she got really powerful for a bit there.
Oh, yeah.
She's kind of stabilized a little bit out. What are your thoughts on the meta now that we've had these patches come through?
I mean, when we talk about, when you mention Zarya as well, I also like to think and compare that character to another highly sustainable character that also got slightly nerfed as well. But in terms of that Zarya shift and change, it's not until I think I see these players and a little bit higher tier level players really get their hands on it and try out something to really, before I make any critical judgments. But obviously, a statistical nerf is gonna probably not see Zarya in a meta comp for a while. Maybe situationally, like some other characters, but I would like to see the age gone of these overly sustainable characters that just kind of live and breathe on their own and five-man an entire team.
I could hear the pain in the back of your voice when you're discussing these overly sustained heavy characters. Speaking of those heavy sustained characters, Orisa got a slight nerf, Ramattra got a change to his cooldowns, so now you can actually alternate between your shield usage and then go into your Nemesis form, and there isn't so much of a time gap. Usually it was about 1 to 2 seconds. That is now shrunk. If you use it properly, you can actually alternate almost indefinitely, but that means you have to play perfectly. However, speaking of the counter plays that we've seen before, what I'm going to refer to as the London Spitfire composition, that Bastion Reinhardt Symmetra comp, hardly got touched. So with that in mind, we'll probably see a resurgence of that composition come out, but we'll have to wait and see what these players are going to choose to go with. And speaking of those players, these players all belong to teams that we're going to be able to see today in our schedule for tonight. It's going to start out with Shenandoah taking on Fisher College, followed up by Blinn College going against UT Dallas.
Then after that, we got Boise State and Oakland University. And for the last game of the night, we got Stony Brook versus Wichita State. Pretty late into the night, but gonna end it off well.
And so we can take a closer look at these team lineups that we have going in for Shenandoah as well as Fisher College. For Shenandoah, it's going to be Dragon Blade or Ben, Voidex, Daiichi, Ender, and King Kong Poppy.
For the side of Fisher College, we got Ab5, Momentum, Love, Sammy, and I believe the last one was
Sacred End?
Sacred?
Yes, Sacred End.
Probably butchered it. I apologize. Oh, well, or perhaps, yeah, I'm just gonna stick with that. I'm not gonna try to correct my mispronunciation.
And for our map lineups today, we'll be starting out, of course, traditionally on Control. The map selected. It's very ceremonious considering the changes that we have seen is going to be Lijiang Tower. That Symmetra Reinhardt composition definitely works great on Night Market. We've seen some variations with Zarya. However, I'm interested to see if we have more Wrecking Ball Pharmacy gameplay coming out for the Garden submap. However, I feel like once we get to Control, it's going to be Brawl meta all the way. We'll have to see who's most powerful and sets themselves up to be the victor in Control, because it definitely sets the stage for going into Flashpoint as we're about to load into Lijiang Tower.
Which, already, as a former player and a pretty veteran caster as well, you've seen these teams play a lot, I imagine, especially Fisher. What composition, at least, we'll stick to Fisher first. What composition are you expecting them to bring out first point here, Lijiang Tower?
Well, it's really going to depend on the submap, honestly. But I feel like if we start out in Control, we can almost guarantee that they're going to be pulling out some Reinhardt Brawl composition. They definitely are capable of running the Reinhardt Symmetra comp. I've also seen them favor JQ, so if they're somehow getting rolled over, they'll likely swap to a JQ sustain composition, which is also sometimes referred to as Jotes, but you get the Moira Lucio variant in there. And the name of the game is play for picks, but play for time. And it's a grotesque comp if you don't pick it apart and take care of people individually as a whole group going into them. They just live. And people keep trickling back, and that drip-style gameplay comes in very strong because no one seems to get control of the point, especially when JQ's just running circles around you and Lucio is hopping in and out of windows and out of line of sight.
especially in this matchup, nonetheless. I do got to say, though, you mentioned it before, the Rhine Symmetra Bastion comp didn't really get touched at all, but is there any real way for Shenandoah to pick that apart? Because you mentioned if they start getting rolled, they might make that switch to the JQ. What is your ideal composition that might pick that first one apart?
Well, if you're going to go with the Rhine Symmetra composition, but you're looking to counter that because we're anticipating that that's what Fisher may roll out on, and we're going from the Shenandoah perspective here, honestly, play a spam composition. Play to take angles, make sure your rotations are good, and that you are 1-2-3ing when you're swinging out to take a look at the enemy team, because the way that Bastion Sim comp works is you are able to play as a Brawl comp, but then you're able to claim space using TPs, and on occasion when you are stagnating, you can off-angle with your Bastion player and a Baptiste player to create pressure. But if you effectively surround them, you lock down their ability to pick one person and be like, you, get blown up, because the slowest person in your comp, the one that's typically stuck out in rotations, is gonna get TP'd on, and that's what you really need to avoid. So you have strong rotations, you swing together, and you make sure you're sending out damage as a unit, especially if you're willing to go the spam comp. On Control Center, not as easy, but on other maps, especially if you can pull out that Zenyatta with a Discord Orb, it's going to prevent the opportunity for a lot of damage to come out. Or you can just go with the Mirror and have a Genji as opposed to a Sojourn, which some teams do, or just run the flat Genji. That one also works well. You can pull out the War of Attrition Battle Cattle because of her recent nerfs due to her Fortify. Not as positive how strong that's going to work out.
5%. Honestly, when I saw it, I was questioning a little bit just how much change that's going to bring forward. I can understand 5% will make a little bit of a difference, right? It's a reduction nonetheless, but with just how well these players know how to control cooldowns, like you said with sort of Ramatra, if you know how to time these, that sustainability just sort of grows to an insatiable amount, I don't see how that Ramantra player or that Orisa player can vice versa that play style and continue living for quite some time.
Well, the last option that I have failed to mention, because you really got to be someone who despises people in ladder to be very good at this hero, and of course I'm joking, it's Mei. She got some changes.
Yeah.
Deep freezes is gone, but damage went up significantly. So if you get an icicle to the face, odds are you are likely to end up being eliminated very early on. And it does look like we're finally loading into Lijiang Tower, and we'll be able to get ready to see what compositions these teams have decided to roll out on. Still don't know the sub-map, but if we were to start on one, which one would you like to see first?
I think I'm going to stick with control tower just to see first. Just sort of every bit of evidence that you presented beforehand was just, I feel like they just automatically, maybe being trained, but automatically just sort of points that I feel like, I don't know who picked, but I feel like either of these teams would feel comfortable on control tower.
Personally, I would like to see probably Gardens, because I feel like it allows for the most versatility. If you want to go just a straight sim rush composition, you can pull that out on control to try and counter the brawl comp, but that comes down to really a lot of smart rotations. And it could just end up being frontline versus frontline for an extended period of time if people don't start off angling. And I feel like Gardens allows people to get a little sneaky, allows you to change things up, possibly get more of a strong flank going and have a DPS, you know, go pull attention. You don't have to get kills, but you just got to be an annoying gnat in the back line and make everybody turn around and look at you.
With the bit of a buff to ball, with that spread over time being decreased, which inevitably just translates to more bullets being put on target, therefore more damage being put on target. Could we see a ball perhaps on Night Market?
You can see a ball composition on Night Market if people aren't careful. Sometimes their team will say, hey, don't stand by the ledge, and then somehow you turn around, you look, and everyone's standing by the doorway, and there's the play of the game within the first 5 seconds. And speaking of Night Market, we are actually starting on Night Market itself, and we'll be able to see here during the fly-through over towards the left of our camera is one of the many ledges that people tend to take a dip off of if there's a, looks like that Sin Bastion composition coming out for one side, and that looks as though it is going to be the side of Shenandoah deciding to go with the Symmetra Bastion Reinhardt comp, whereas the other side is going with the spam composition of a Sigma, but still going with Bastion variation of a Sojourn.
5.
Which I don't believe, were there any changes to, I don't believe there were any changes to Sojourn over the patch. None that were immediately recognizable.
As teams are getting ready to jump in, we do see the TP has gone off to the side of Shenandoah. They've managed to lock down the point, but now it comes down to watching the left and right lanes and ensuring that no one's able to swing a wide angle onto your team. Sigma's going to use Rock, and Avian for the side of Fisher is gone. Frontline gets deleted, but the ability to just stay outside the point and not allow the side of Shenandoah to egress and claim the space is huge for them. They just have to wait for their Reinhardt as long as no one gets, well, their Sigma as long as no one else gets deleted for inside of Fisher College.
The Bastion, they are going to aggress a little bit. Perhaps for early pick. There goes out the transformation side of Bastion is going to pick up Love on the side of Fisher, but there's going to be a bit of a trade for support. There goes on Immortality as well. See a bit of fight in open. Shenandoah's tank is going to go down as well. Fisher might have her opening into point here.
Ben is dangerously low for the side of Shenandoah, goes down to Avian. Voidex almost has Symmetra Photon Barrier, but also goes down, so it's both DPS eliminated. It is just Lucio, staggering touches on point. Immortality is forced out. They're going to maintain this. Never mind, I thought they were going to try and maintain space, but there is just 2 in. They're going to back off, disengage. Point is flipped over to Fisher. However, 32% in favor of Shenandoah is nothing to sneeze at. They do have Photon Barrier, which can allow them an opportunity to engage. You just need to be wary of the fact that lots of ults are going to be online for the side of Fisher, and they may end up into a Bastion ultimate here very soon.
Particle Barrier is also available as well, and just as I say that it's going to go up, Beat is going to go out as well on the side of Fisher, though. They have 2 pretty game-changing ults. There goes out both of them as well. We could see what kind of impact this does play. It is going to pick up 3 for the side of Shenandoah. In terms of ult economy, I think Shenandoah kind of won that fight.
We saw artillery strike from Grapha get committed on the side of Fisher. They used window as well as beat. They will have graphitic flux as well as overclock from Love coming online. However, Enders is still going to have this beat, which can help overcome both of those. But as I'm speaking, I caster curse Enders into the Shadow Realm. Down there, Lucio. Main support being eliminated, as we discussed in the past, is a death sentence for a lot of teams. And I have to play for time and coin an ultimate, which means Dragon Blade, you need a huge shatter, but before that can go off or lift it into the air, Dragon and Ben both go down to Grapha in the graphitic flux. 3 are gone for Shenandoah. Enders is likely staying by the spawn. That means another reset. Shenandoah now at 64%, putting us roughly at about a fight and a half away from closing out Night Market in their favor. However, let's see if they can conquer Love's overclock coming in. That's the only ult that Fisher will have. They need to be careful as Avian gets very low early on.
I love there goes out overclock, trying to find something. That shield wasn't giving any opportunity though. They're going to TP onto point, completely uncontested. Going to take back the point as well. Now to the Fisher College to make the opening. B3 is going to be the one to do it though. Get the pig on Grapha. Now just playing around natural cover. College going to take a step back. If they rush this, they can easily get another fight in though, but they might just go in now as Love's going to get the opening pick. And we're just going to see a Fisher College charge right in.
Voidex goes down, so Symmetra is gone from the side of Shenandoah. Can use Photon Barrier from spawn to help their team out. We have both windows committed from each Baptiste. Enders is about 50 on beat, but Avian is leading the charge, 80% on another graphitic flux, which can spell death sentence for the side of Shenandoah. We do almost have shatter. They need to take care of this Sigma, who has a fight-turning ultimate, but as I'm saying that, they delete everyone in the backline. Sig is the last one standing. Momentum goes down as well, and that is going to be 100% to 57%. Shenandoah taking Night Market.
Just the pure ability for a Bastion to just pop off like that in the most unnoticed ways. Like if you leave the Bastion unmarked for 10 seconds, whatever that cooldown is, you're gonna find it in your face an entire Gatling gun, just taking out your entire health bar in a second. And I mean, that was just B3 finding so much value throughout the entirety of that fight. Honestly, both Bastions were pretty instrumental for both their teams.
And we're about to launch into Gardens for map number 2. Will Shenandoah 2-0 on Li Jiang as we move to the flashpoint after this map. Looks like we've got a Sigma rolling out for one team, but the side of Shenandoah is saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sticking with the Reinhardt composition, we do have Bastion versus Bastion again. As Ben will find Grapha early on. There is a lot of forward pressure and damage taken care of. They do have an Echo on the side of Fisher College, but the off angle did not pull attention as it was intended. And that means Abs is going to go down to Dragon, and it looks like Momentum will quickly follow after.
1 by 1. Went down to DPS, then both supports. It's a full disengage to the side of Fisher College. Not entirely though. We do see Love playing out something a bit different here. Seeing the Echo swap. Not a swap, but started out the map on it.
Abs is also swapped over the Ana. These anti-nades can be very powerful, but one was already popped, only landed on Voidex, which means another 6 seconds before the full engage can occur for the side of Fisher College. We do see 3 get low on Shenandoah, but are quickly healed up. There's the anti, lands on Ben and Dragon. Immortality is not proc. Voidex goes down, Dragon goes down. And with 2 gone for the side of Shenandoah, once again, this is going to turn into Scrappy stay alive as long as possible. They find Avian, they can stabilize and possibly win this and flip it in their favor, but they lose King Kong, and that spells a death sentence. Grapha will go down to Ben, but Love will find Ben there after. Enders is just going to get the final touch. No, never mind. Sim tries to, but is booped off and into the drink by Momentum.
Unfortunate, read the play a bit. For side of Fisher College, we also got about 4 ults going to the next fight though, but Shenandoah also going to have 3 ults going into this one as well. They're at 42% on the point as well, so it's not the entire the Scott bet. Fire Strike is going to be nullified. They're going to TP on the point there. There goes the contest. Copy's going to come out as well, and an absolutely massive purple. Might find a lot of value. Not yet, though. Wasn't going to get any eliminations off of it. It's going to be Shenandoah to find a support. Now find Love. There goes down the tank as well, and it looks like Shenandoah is going to win this fight and the point back.
Lucio tries to wall ride to freedom. will not have the opportunity to do so, instead gets slightly staggered. We do have Ben online with this artillery strike, another photon barrier shatter coming up, as well as Beat. And on the side of Fisher College, Avani is going to be coming up with the graphitic flex. They'll have Beat, and Grappa will have artillery strike. If they have a combo here with both of them, as we hear both get engaged, a follow-up with photon barrier as well as artillery strike from the side of Shenandoah will equalize the fight, but Beat is being spent by Fisher to guarantee that they can get in. In response is going to be Shatter. Avani and Abs both go down, as does Grappa.
Great bit of counter ult there. The Beat did come out a bit early, and this is just a lot of time wasted for the side of Fisher, as Shenandoah now encroaches at 90%. Now over it, a desperate touch onto point here. The Doomfist swap also looking for a bit more mobility, as well as a Reaper coming out as well, looking to drain a lot more health bars, a lot quicker. Overtime bar does come out. Enders is going to get a diff pick right there. Dragon's also going to pick up another support. That's both supports down. This could be the sustain for Fisher College gone, but Love is going to pick up one though, and get the point back too.
We hear window get popped. Love is gone, and it looks as though. Oh, Reinhardt with the sacrificial charge onto Graphy. Still at 99 and 36, 2 fall for the side of Fisher. Echo's gonna try and get a desperate touch, will not make it in. And with that, that is 2-0. Shenandoah walking away with Li Jiang Tower.
I love the sacrificial play by the Reinhardt there. If that's not play of the game, then I don't know what could be. Yeah, of course it wasn't. I was kidding.
Well, it's Void X coming in with the play of the game.
Of course they never get my way.
We can take a quick look. It's the TP onto point when we were at almost 99% for Shenandoah. And then comes in left and right, clicks, takes out, ooh, 4-piece combo.
Wow.
That was spicy.
Yeah, that last shot was kind of nasty, kind of insane. Entirely deserved. I take back everything I said about the Ryan play.
Okay, so now we're moving on to Flashpoint, and I've said it in the past, that Flashpoint is like Control on steroids, and definitely Shenandoah showed that they're very strong, but now the choice, oh, never mind, I'm wrong, we're going to Hybrid, I'm crazy. Do you think we'll see King's Row?
Do I think we'll see King's Row? No, I don't. I'm gonna pull the rug out from underneath y'all, and I'm gonna say no, you don't. I think it's gonna be Eichenwald again. We have seen too much variance between these teams in terms of what they pick. It just, yes, King Row, it has been the favorite forever, but just as new as I am on this desk in terms of casting Overwatch, Eichenwald is just about as new as I am. So I'm gonna stick with Eichenwald.
I think it's gonna be Nimbani.
Wow.
I say that because Sig is very powerful in Nimbani, and that is the tank that the side of Fisher has been pulling out consistently, minus the Doomfist, which when you're going for touch on point, it's different. You go for the Doom for speed, Doom or Wrecking Ball typically, and with the nerf on Wrecking Ball's grappling hook out of spawn, Doomfist makes sense if you know how to do the rollouts. So if we're looking at it as though we know that there is a Sigma player, then you're definitely looking to play Nimbani. That is my opinion. However, that means they also have to attack first because they'll pick Nimbani, unless Shenandoah decides to do the, well, we anticipate this and we're actually going to, you know, be fully prepared to run our own Sigma on Nimbani defense as well.
It could entirely. We only saw the Rhine come out from the side of Shenandoah as well, so. You know, if you're going for that counter pick as well, which technically it is supposed to be that Bastion that kind of chews through a Rhine shield and almost nullifies it, but we didn't see that happen a lot of times. It was almost a bit of the Bastion on Bastion violence for a lot of times. I don't think Fisher's DPS really got the value they're looking for. When
you're playing as the Bastion, your goal is not really. It seems like you're wanting to actually eviscerate and chew apart a Reinhardt shield. Really what you're looking to do is take an angle where you have a small field of view and you're able to look at one person at a time and pepper them down, turn them into Swiss cheese, and then move on to the next target. You are in a 1v1 even if there's a full team fight happening. That is how Bastion players want to operate. And then if they get a little bit low and they start to back off while your team's also doing damage from other directions, you're able to throw in your grenade, and odds are you get a multi-kill. But Bastion players, if you're spending your time looking at a Reinhardt shield, you're not maximizing your value, your uptime versus downtime. Your uptime is being spent looking at a shield, you're not doing damage, you're blowing your entire cooldown on a shield, and then you're just walked on. Whereas if you turret form second, and you're not looking at Rein's shield, you're looking at someone who's trying to take an off angle, you're oppressing their ability to swing a corner. that is finding value, and that is using your uptime to your utmost value. Alive as long
I
as
should also mention that's where the Lucio comes into it as well in terms of getting that Bastion in and out of fights a lot quicker. Yeah, just right here we see that target swap and then eventually finds the pick. Yeah, there's that boop that just sends completely off. This was a pretty sick play, and then we also see Shenandoah follow it up as well with their own little bit of counter onto point.
This
Here's
was
the
pure
shatter.
chaos.
Yeah, this was crazy.
We had Beat get expelled, also followed up with Graphitic Flux, Artillery Strike, all from Fisher, and then Shenandoah, Photon Barrier, Artillery Strike, and Shatter. I mean, they equalized as far as ult spent, but the value gained by Space, because that Beat was spent like at the archway, just outside of spawn. Whereas Reinhardt's like, come to this bridge, I own this space, your shield goes down, and all of you are on the ground.
Who stands on the top but me?
Reinhardt.
Pretty much that entire map had a lot of control compared to what that Sigma could do. And as far as my understanding is that Lucio Beat realistically only just counters sort of one ultimate, if not maybe two, depending on your timing. And when you get shattered, then fire strike, then artillery strike, how much can you save your team from? And there we go.
I mean, I am in no way, shape, or form like disappointed with the Eichenwald choice here. I like it. Personally, I feel as though this Shenandoah has the opportunity to be very successful here, though, as we talked about in the past, a lot of teams struggle with that second point after you get through the gateway, controlling high grounds. That is where the Symmetra Reinhardt TP comes in very strong. And you're able to TP onto the high ground, take it away very quickly. Now you pull out some natter rotations if you're on defense, and you rotate and you flip it and you go all the way to the, as though you're the attacking team, and you play Ring Around the Rosie like that. It is possible to overcome it. However, once a attacking team posts up on high ground and forces the defenders off the high ground, things start to get really hairy for defenders. Which,
correct me if I'm wrong, but I also believe Sigma's also kind of strong on Eichenwald as well. Maybe not as much as, like you said, Numbani might be, is a little more heavily sided towards that play style, but Fisher still might be able to see some value, and they obviously picked this map for a reason, so they obviously have a strategy going into this. They know what they want to do in this map. It's just merely a question of which team will be able to execute that first.
And most likely we will see Fisher starting out on attack first, because they are the ones who selected the map. We'll have to wait and see what they decide to go with. Yes, you can run Sigma on attack here. It's just you have to keep in mind you're coming through a tiny archway. Sig can deal with spam. You just have to make sure your team rotates properly and gets through quickly. It does look as though we will be seeing the Sigma from the attacking team, possibly a Torbjorn as well, if I'm looking at these silhouettes properly. I know my short people, because I too am short. Yes.
Definitely Lucio as well. I think that one's very obvious.
Oh.
Chaotic jumping around.
Ben is choosing to go with the Mei pick, allowing for the opportunity to wall off the archway. People don't rotate as a whole unit. That is wall and maul. You have Lucio speed if you want to egress into that space and get in their faces. However, when you have Bastion, you don't even need to put yourself in the brink of danger in that perspective. You can wall them off, have Bastion eliminate them from long range, and your Reinhardt doesn't even have to charge in and stay safe the entire time.
They have to go purely to you. Both the fire strikes are going to be negated, I believe, by hands was used there. That's playing around this corner, an attempt. Section off. Trying to stop a bit of the aggression here by Fisher College. They are going to take some space, go for a bit of rotation here. Actually, Psych, they're not going to go for that. They're going to have to take this fight up front. The wheel's going to go out. Oh, and both of them went out. But Voidex is going to be the one to win it and then get a second to boot. And that is Shenandoah, as far as I believe, holding on for the first attack.
Typically, that Mei wall is going to be immediately burned. Forgotten is on the Bastion once again, so Bastion, you know, your wall goes up and you expect it to fall. It provides the opportunity for your team to rotate, get cover, but this Bastion is ignoring it. Happened last time, but this time they outsmart the side of Shenandoah. Shenandoah already used turret form. They're also dedicating wall. The off angle's on the left for the attackers, and they're going to start gaining space after that amplification matrix goes down. There's another wall, but it's not walling anybody off, and a response matrix comes out from Abs. We see Voidex go down, Bastion's gone, Ender's gone, Ben is gone. That is Forgotten. Abs picking up a two-piece, and Love finding one for themselves. It is just Dragon alive, and I'm pretty sure Dragon is gone too.
Dipped out of there real quick after Dragon saw what happened to his team. That was tough, but here's, and this is what I see a lot of teams doing a lot more, is you get the point and you just take as much ground as you possibly can, which makes a lot of sense instead of just take what you can. And the Flux is going to come out, not going to find anyone immediately though, but Forgotten's going to pick up 2 on the back end of it. Point, just keep moving along.
It's important to keep in mind that for right now, Fisher College is pressing forward with only 4 of their 5 members, as Lucio is on permanent shopper duty with the cart, and that means you have to spend ultimates early, catch them in rotation, because that ult allows you for the equalization when you're down 1. We hear the Bastion from Shenandoah use that artillery strike. Does end up finding Abs, so flex support gone for Fisher College. Momentum almost has beat to equalize this out, but Voidex will find Love shortly thereafter. Dragonblade goes down to Avani. However, with the supports down, this is a rough situation for Fisher College.
There's that freeze. Snow Globe is available if B3 so chooses to use it. Nope, it's just with that massive tick rate of damage. Isn't even needing it. Isn't able to get the finishing shot though. And
oh, Baptiste.
Ooh. Shenandoah taking control. Payload once again.
Blizzard is online, as well as Earthshatter for Shenandoah. Fisher College coming up on artillery strike and Molten Core, but Avani is going to get walled and mauled thanks to Ben on the May. That's basically a reset lost fight for the side of Fisher. Just back off, and hopefully no one else finds themselves getting staggered. We do seem very close, however. And Shenandoah is taking space, unforgiving. Molten Core is spent, followed up by Shatter from Dragonblade. Molten Core didn't find anybody, but the Shatter found Love.
The pure personal attack I almost felt, well, that Shatter just rained down on Love's head. Not able to find anybody at the wall, but it's going to serve. Slow them down a bit, and the shield is not able to protect B3. Also going to pick up the line as well. There goes down 2 more for the side of Shenandoah, and this is Fisher College taking back the space they fought so hard for at the beginning of the point unlock, and they're going to go a little farther. And I've heard some mixed results from players in terms of which part they hate more Viking walls, of whether the initial getting through the gate or getting past this bridge part.
Artillery strike spent early, allowing Shenandoah to claim back space, lift in the back line. May goes into cryo, as well as Immortality is spent. King will go down. Enders finds Love. Momentum goes down as well. So equalize, but Forgotten falls shortly thereafter for Fisher, followed by Avani. Abs is the final one left standing, and as everyone is staggering Abs out, forcing Abs to just go off the side of the map to his own doom. After eliminating Voidex, though.
Positive value. You know, if you're going to go down, take somebody down with you. Shenandoah does have Snow Globe, which they've been holding on for quite some time, so Fisher College is definitely aware of that. But they're also going to have Beat here, but Fisher won't have anything for these probably next fight or 2, depending exactly how well it goes for them. Shenandoah's going to take a bit of high ground, dive down, attempt to find a pick. They are going to find one on support. There it goes down to their DPS. Snow Globe was used. Gonna find a second. B3 is cleaning up when it comes to using this May.
Now Momentum can choose to use Beat at an opportunity they see fit. That is what changes now that Ben has committed the Blizzard. It did seem as though it was possibly Ben waiting to make sure the Momentum didn't have Beat online, as it was expunged the previous fight. See how big the Shatter is coming out from Reinhardt on Dragonblade. Going in, finds 2. We're gonna pick up the Bastion.
Oh, no.
Does not successfully send him off the map. Cancels the Shatter too soon. People are getting spread out, And this is how the spam composition overcomes the brawl comp. You get inside them and explode them from the inside out, which is what you never want to see if you are a brawl comp. Yes, I see that smile on your face, but spam comps, if they basically spear line themselves to the middle, separate your team, a brawl is borderline useless.
About a couple meters away.
Hang
Here
on.
comes the
What?
Ryan charge from
What?
behind, looking
What?
to get a stag or stall. Is able to do it. Snuglow goes out though. 1.79 meters is all they need. Ab's gonna pick up the tank. Love's gonna trade out for the D, or not gonna trade at all. Just get the DPS in general. There goes out the melee, and what was a last-second kind of light at the end of the tunnel touch. It was valiant effort. It was a valiant effort.
I do commend it.
Push through as the payload automatically is just going to move through here. It doesn't need anybody to move it. They're going to take what space they can. Going to backtrack a little bit to pick it up. Going to go back, and now Shenandoah is getting real aggressive with this window, knowing exactly what space they can take. But a massive flux is going to get 4. Going to pick up Voidex, but the trade on the support as well. In terms of that wall actually just ruins Dragons, but now the trade, and Fisher's got a lot of momentum right now.
These aren't trades, these are full-blown eliminations. If for Shenandoah, it's getting to desperate times. The only person with speed is going to be Enders. Ryan gets a first touch on point. Wall is used to give Ryan extra breathing room. Looking to claim the corner now. Shenandoah has to be careful not to get overly zealous. And it's going to be Ryan charging in, attempting to get Shatter online, but in response, it'll be Blizzard.
Rolling up for point right here. Shenandoah is able to get a last-second touch. Here comes our artillery strike, trying to find somebody. Isn't able to get it though, but Love's able to find Dragon. Now Forgotten gets Void X, trying to find the counter picks to keep this fight level here. Love might be going down. Snow Globe was used, as well as Ice Block's gonna pick up Ben. King also went down as well. The trade out for the Doomfist wasn't needed, as Fisher College is going to pick up point 3. But they had about sub-minute left there. Yeah, actually, yeah, that was
no
OT.
time
They
left
have
on the
no
clock.
time left.
The win condition here for Shenandoah is get all 3 points and finish with time. If they finish with time, they're capable to then just claim a single check mark on the first control point and walk away with a Eichenwald victory, setting themselves up at series point. Eichenwald is quickly turning into our Kings Road 2.0. It's an all or nothing map. We either go all 3 points or full held at the initial control point. Excited to see if Shenandoah can return the favor and do it slightly faster than Fisher. But if they don't, that means we're tied 1 aside. We're going to go to a best of 3.
Then it gets real complicated. Then we see Quinn. And that is a dogfight.
I challenge your wording. Then it gets painful.
Then it gets painful, and I agree with that statement as well. It is a painful dogfight.
Good to see you.
We'll go with that.
And you can see Shenandoah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But the variation is going no Bastion this time. Going with the Symmetra. Fisher sticking with what they've been doing, but again, Love now on May, which we did see the swap over to after they started claiming the area of Castle on their attack.
3, 2,
Wall and Maul,
1.
strong competition for Fisher. To see if it comes to fruition. There is no Bastion to circumvent any May walls for Shenandoah. They gotta move as a unit. Be careful. Well, there's both walls.
But yeah, the rotation goes out completely. Now they got high ground. Now they're opting to go all the way around, though. Fisher not exactly looking in the right direction. I don't think they are.
What is this silliness I see happening?
Oh, the charge could find something.
Oh,
It does.
oh!
There's no way the charge from a blind side is going to find out the tank here. But now a very aggressive May is going to find a Rhine alone, but it doesn't matter. Immortality gets out. It gets taken down. Love goes down as well. And it just seems like the Fisher team is going to fall to bits here, which exactly happens. And now they get the full allotted time for the first point. That is the definition of knowing exactly what you're going to do out the gate.
That was crazy. I got a little confused. but I should have realized with the Reinhardt and Lucio both rotating around, keeping the core by themselves, something funny was going to start happening. Dragon, you have my full support in this play. However, now I'm concerned how your team's planning to get to high ground. Yes, you have the Sim TP, but they are posted on 2 different levels of elevation. Maywall is going to be committed from Fisher. We see Sojourn off-ailing there. No, that's... Yes. Forgotten has swapped to the Soj, but Love goes down. Ab's immortality is spent. Right now, Shenandoah is looking quite healthy.
Given a lot of space right now, also going to find Forgotten. Shatter's also available as well. While Flux is not. There's actually no ultimates currently available inside of Fisher, but Snow Globe will be available pretty shortly here. They now have high ground as they're going to push through the initial tunnel here. The charge was stopped. Love is going to pick up Ben. The headshot there. The shield there goes out. Shatter is going to find quite a bit of value. Immortality use as well. Gets the Snow Globe freeze. And yep, there goes down the pretty much the entirety of the Shenandoah team. Yep, now it is the entirety of the Shenandoah team. But they pushed it pretty far in about a minute 40.
Forgotten has once again swapped over. We've seen Forgotten on Bastion, then Sojourn, now on Ashe. All after point 1 was capped by Shenandoah.
Sometimes you just got to find one that fits. And I honestly kind of like the Ashe pick here too as well.
Ashe Dynamites can be oppressive, but we have a TP going underneath towards the Mega Pack. Shenandoah planning on taking over this high ground space. Wall in response to the other wall, as well as the window, but Prophetic Flux will be used. Love goes down. Beat from Ender is still available. They use the Amor first, follow up with Beat, push through the window. Sigma is forced to use Accretion. Ivani goes down. Photon Barrier is spent. Possibly not necessary, but to secure the fight, it'll have to do. They're engaging on the right side, looking to pick up these staggers. This is why when no one lost fight is very important. Momentum goes down, but Love will pick up Voidex. There's no one who's going to be able to touch this point in time. Possibly they see Doomfist come through the window, gets booped back. Reinhardt goes to charge Doomfist away. That is point locked down. No, we are 1.5 meters away from the point. Beat is used for Shenandoah. That is an opportunity to stabilize Lucio as well as Kiriko, desperately clinging onto life. Lucio wall riding all onto this back wall in the doorway. Momentum goes down, Forgotten goes down, Doomfist punches out, uses the slam to get back in. Unfortunately, Payload was already at the checkpoint.
Very scrappy fight, and Dragon Blade got their redemption from last time missing the charge kill on the Bastion on Forgotten. It was exactly Forgotten. There was not a blind charge, but a charge towards the edge, didn't directly collide with Forgotten, but got the sort of force boop and threw them off the edge. Got a bit of redemption here. Now we see Battle Cattle coming out of here. Trying to find some value here. Shatter is available. I'm pretty sure they're aware. The spear absolutely cancels out the charge to try and get away. Beautifully played. The immortality goes down. That doesn't allow Dragon Blade to stay alive. And now Fisher's College. They got control, but they definitely don't have time on their side right now. They got 3 minutes and 20 seconds here to hold out against the Shenandoah team that has probably roughly going to have their ults up in this fight. They're gonna have Blade, they're gonna have Photon. While Shenandoah might not have anything to answer immediately besides the window. Probably a Terror Surge here. Shenandoah's finally back into the castle here. They've reclaimed the corner. There goes that Photon Barrier.
Window beat, Blizzard, Shatter, all ready to go. Windows used, Maywall in response, enemy window used. Fisher has immortality burn, Forgotten gets sent to the Shadow Realm, Beat to engage and take space, Shatter used in the backline, response Beat from Momentum, Blizzard then to lock down point, Lucio wall rides to attempt to live a little longer, Terra Surge, but no one's gonna live. You can't stay in the animation too long when you're Orisa in a 5-man brawl, and it looks like all or nothing map is delivering. Is Shenandoah, 2 minutes, 23 seconds, just to claim 33% of the first checkpoint.
Like you said, that win condition is now in place with Fisher College having no time on the clock here. They're going to get the base minimum minute to try and get things done.
Nope. They don't get a minute.
How long is it again?
If both teams finish sub 1 minute, then both teams will have a minute.
Yeah.
If a team finishes with time on the clock, but it is sub 1 minute, it is boosted up to the 1 minute mark if the enemy team also finishes with time left on the clock. However, Fisher finished with no time remaining, whereas there is a surplus of 1 minute on the clock for our attacking team of Shenandoah. So Shenandoah, with their time bank, now has 2.5 minutes to attack. Because there was more than a minute on their clock and nothing in the bank for Fisher, Fisher does not get a second opportunity to attack.
That makes a lot of sense.
So either
And
both
now I
teams
know.
finish with over a minute or under a minute. But if one team, or it's either both teams hit 0, both teams finish with under a minute or over a minute. But if only one team has time in the bank, only one team gets to attack.
Do or die, essentially, for Fisher College here.
4, 3,
It is looking desperate here because 2 minutes and 23 seconds. We saw how just
defend
effective
objective A.
Shenandoah was when they took that first point. I believe we're going to have a tech pause on the digital field here, but that gives us a moment to.
This is a strategic pause. It's not a tech pause. It's allowed.
Oh yeah, because the round didn't start.
If,
but, yeah.
if doors have not dropped,
Yep.
you are allowed to call for a pause, and this gives the coach up to 5 minutes here to talk,
Wow.
which is totally fine, but we can't actually see it's a network problem. Does happen. Nonetheless, this is 5 minutes now that is guaranteed for the side of Fisher to lay down the law and demonstrate you need to play this perfectly. We saw how quickly Shenandoah managed to claim space. Also waiting. That is so essential. A lot of people feel like it's, guns blazing, you hit the pedal to the floor, and you keep going. Like, it's all gas, no brakes. It's not how it works. You need to play for the sine wave. You use your cooldowns, you wait. You can't be waiting in a space where you can be easily engaged on. So with that in mind, they were able to, rotate into cabin, and then their Reinhardt and Lucio snuck away during this lull period, the lower part, which also the side of Fisher had expunged a bunch of cooldowns. So they had to be in a lull period as well. If we both engage, someone's going to go down, and odds are the team with more firepower, just solely due to that, even without cooldowns, is going to be more successful. So with that in mind, they were able to wait it out and go in and engage properly. Whereas Fisher, we had them stagnate in a spot. There was no, where are they going? What are they looking to do? They just waited. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Yes, you're in your lull period, but you need to be scouting. You need to be gathering information. If you are doing nothing, even if it's lulling, you're doing something wrong. They ended up going off the cliff, as we saw. But now they have to play this perfectly.
Which, I guess then, what is the best opportunity for Fisher to regroup there? Is that something where they give up some space voluntarily, knowing we don't know where this attack is coming from? So let's swap here, or do you just hard defense the point?
What they should have done is flipped it, because they were so deep. We had Shenandoah so deep in the back line. They were basically the defending team at that point. And Fisher was also attempting to be the defending team. If you're both fighting to be the same side, that's the problem. Flip it, rotate, come around. You're a spam comp, which is what Fisher started with. If you are a spam comp, do not wait to lose all of this space. Flip the point. Play to your composition's actual win condition, which is play for spam, play for time. You can give up a tick. You can give up 2 ticks. You just have to wait for the gas for the enemy team to go all the way down. Brawl comps, their gas gauge, 60 to nothing, almost instantaneously. It's a very explosive style comp. Thus is why if they don't confirm kills fast, they're punished. Spam compositions, you're lulling through the neighborhood at 25 miles per hour. That's it. You get to your destination, just not quite as fast.
Yeah, and I mean, going on to a separate point as well, seeing that May being so punishing, of where I've heard the conversation before of this May change won't affect a whole lot, but it is going to make the lives of slower characters, particularly tanks, a lot more difficult. And I think that's what we saw with the Sigma of hands couldn't do anything because I can eat your right click because that's a projectile, but I can't eat your primary fire because that's not what the game counts it as. And now that it does 100 damage instead of that 70, not only am I slowed, I'm taking a lot of damage, and I'm just a sit-in duck now for the entire team to collapse on me.
It's 2 shots if you're a squishy, so it's painful. Literally getting speared with icicles. Shenandoah, same rotation as last time. What is opposed to doing something funny? They're just sticking with the bread and butter. Avani goes down, Momentum's gone, Love is gone. Symmetra's still alive, is able to get beam charge, but is unable to touch, and that is Eichenwald going over to Shenandoah.
And that was Fisher's pick. That was Fisher's pick that goes down again. They do get it again. Voidex, I was predicting Voidex gets the play here, but I wasn't predicting the Bastion. I was predicting that.
Ooh!
Yeah.
Deadly. See, 1v1s, taking 1v1s. You're not using your tank for cover, you're applying pressure for your tank. Well, there's two options here, and I love how Jacob has phrased this. New Junk City or Shrivasa? Are you going to bet it all on black again?
I just now got that. I'm surprised that took me a second to get there. Yeah, it's just the teams. This is the one where I think the teams are a little too predictable. I think it's turned into the new Kings Row for the time in terms of Flashpoint. Now the options are very limited, right?
Of course.
It's this or that. There is no hybrid has quite a few map picks that go on that you can sort of pick your preferences. But yeah, this one I think it's just going to go with what teams have been doing so often, and I think it's the one they're most comfortable with. And I think we all know what I'm talking about without having to directly
I
reference it.
know. I don't get to see New Junk City. I don't get to see it. It's going to be Shrivasa. I'm not betting it on red. I'm betting it all on black again. You were right with the Eichenwald pick, but likely we're right with this one. Shrivasa just allows for so much more natural cover, whereas New Junk City is just so out in the open. All of a sudden, you're going for the chase, and then, oh my gosh, there is the enemy spawn door, and your team gets completely eviscerated. Whereas if you go for Shrivasa, yeah, you can be that same distance to the spawn door, but magically there's a wall in front of you, so you're safe. You don't get punished for overcommitting or chasing. So probably Shrivasa. I think you're in agreement with me.
Yeah, I understand it. It's almost like I wish I could. I wish I could really believe that New Junk City was going to be a thing, but it's not likely. It's not likely at all.
In addition to the lack of natural cover that point provides, Arena, the first flashpoint, is in a pit. What is like the biggest thing when it comes to Overwatch? High grounds. You want to be the Obi-Wan Kenobi, not the Anakin.
Yep.
So point one just is horrible. It stinks. I'm sorry, Blizzard. I love you guys, but I hate the fact that in order to claim a point, we have to completely win the team fight first, or someone, not saying that these teams are going to do it, is like, oh, the objective, we have to get the objective, and my Lucio and Bastion are inside the pit, and I'm crying because the enemy is either going to walk over the three that are still on high ground or walk on the two that are on low ground. And then at that point, if all five commit to the low ground play and you're three on high ground, your Lucio's gone, you just sit there and you start crying. That's just your only option, because you're going to get rolled over.
And on the other flip side of that, on the other map, Shrivasa, it's kind of the different, right? There's a pit section, but you're not going to spend any time in it unless you're taking a fight there with several other teammates or a 1v1. But at the end of the day, I think I completely 100% agree with you. It probably feels unnatural to seasoned and experienced and very good Overwatch players to I don't like how I'm forced into this low ground position automatically to take the point. I don't love that. And
this is case in point why high ground's so important. You can see May catching a team in rotation. This was Ben, drops down Blizzard, and then after Wall picks everybody off. Flat ground, not neutral fights, a little bit different. Graphitic Flux coming out from Avani. Massive taking out Voidex, major point of pressure and damage if you are the frontliner. That Bastion is your Achilles heel if left unchecked. Also, Ben went down as well. But again, this map, especially Eichenwald, is why teams struggle, because the default high ground technically goes to defense first. On offense, you need to play very well and understand rotations, getting to the high ground, taking it over, not letting defense take it back from you. But when you're in a fight where the point I want to go is on low ground, lots of people start to make mistakes. And there is that Let's get silly with it. Reinhardt, Lucio rotation
perfect
charged
play.
off the map. May tries to come in with Lucio. After the cryo freeze, Lucio was easy pickings. May was left standing. They committed immortality. And then, unfortunately, May also fell. That was a very fast cap for Shenandoah on Eichenwald, just demonstrating how comfortable they are with their comp, their ability to take their time. Flashpoint is not about taking your time, though.
Nope. Not one thing at all. I think the last conversation we had last week when it came to Flashpoint was just how important it is to have a certain character that happens to have green colors. And there it is. We won't even, I will acknowledge it. It's Servasa going to Flashpoint here. It is match point for Shenandoah, which we did not cover this. We did not mention this at the beginning of the broadcast. But both these teams are currently undefeated.
Someone has to walk away sad, just a little sad. It's how it works. You can't remain undefeated the entire season unless you're the champions.
Yeah, unless you're the champions, which I believe, I could be entirely mistaken. I believe it's Shenandoah that has the 6-0 record, and Fisher might have the 5-0 record.
Indeed, you are correct.
Okay, then yeah. So if what we're looking at is true, if we're taking everything that we've seen based on this map pool pick, that Shenandoah's won the past two, they win this, they go 7-0. They're on top of the world. They're on top of their div. They go undefeated for the season then. No, they don't. No, they have several other games to go.
We have
They have three more weeks to go.
And then they can deal with Samoa when we get to finals and grand finals. But yes, Shenandoah has showed up. And they are showing us why they're undefeated thus far. More than likely, they've been forced to play Servasa plenty of times. They're undeterred by this pick. Most likely scouted it, anticipated it. Heaven forbid they did end up on New Junk City. I'm sure it would be fine for both sides. It's just literally it's the suboptimal map pick just due to the lack of natural cover. It's way easier to get punished on that map, and I think that is kind of why a lot of people tend to avoid it.
Which I guess even more reinforcing my point that it's turning into the scrim row, King's row of Flashpoint, because it's the more optimal, more efficient, better choice than every other map.
I think King's Row got grandfathered, so to speak, into Overwatch 2 as being the dominant hybrid map pick for such an extended period of time because we are so used to the variations of what we could see, the flexibility. In days of Overwatch 1, before 2-2-2, you could run 3 different compositions for all 3 points. With 2-2-2 coming in, you could still do similar things, but you could also hard run one singular composition just so long as you kept your tempo control in check. Now, with the current state of the game, it really comes down to frontline your tank playing the rock, paper, scissors game on King's Row a bit more. I think that's why it's more unfriendly, why we don't see it as often, why we're choosing Eichenwald, because that second point is more forgiving if your team does lose first point quickly.
I love you bringing up the rock, paper, scissors because there was a post that I saw that related to Season 6 where it was these tanks, what countered what as rock, paper, scissors, and then Orisa was a gun, which makes a lot of sense. But we haven't seen Orisa, we've seen Orisa, but honestly it hasn't had that much influence in the map they were in Eichenwald, but we are straight into it where Shenandoah has so much map control. They have somehow pushed Fisher College completely out of it and forced them into a awkward rotation onto low ground. But nobody's captured point yet, and it looks like Fisher College might get it. Where it's no, they're not gonna get it. There might be a contest. No, I stand completely correct. They're gonna get it, which is kind of big right now because of considering how fast these points develop. It's so crucial if you get first map or first point.
I mentioned it earlier, these brawl comps, even if you have the Symmetra Bastion, Reinhardt, you are still an explosive style composition. If you don't stagger your cooldowns properly, you stagnate for too long, and that's what happened. They found Avani, but they dedicated a lot of resources in order to do so, allowing Fisher College to swing back in full force. We do see Dragon Blade shortly after Ben was sent to the Shadow Realm will find love. Now Fisher is pushing forward, claiming back the space. 43% of the point is in their favor. It's only 14 to Shenandoah. Remember, each percentage point is not a second like it is in Control. I believe it's 1.8% per second, almost double.
You got double the time to try and succeed here. Rocket's gonna find the teleporter pad though. Quick rotation onto low ground. They're gonna find 2 picks right off the bat. Now with charge, might try and find something. Not gonna get it though, as the boop is going to save the Lucio. But now Shenandoah is on the point here, looking to claim it. They are contested, however. Voidex is gonna get a tank here. Now it's just a desperation, try and stall it out. They are able to get to 99, which is very, very important, because that absolutely guarantees you that if you probably have a fight and a half going forward from this point on, and if you get even the slightest bit of control, you claim first point.
Tragedy in that point cap, that unfortunately, is momentum and love were last killed, and momentum stayed on the point a lot longer after it already swapped. So they have successfully lost 15 to 20% already because it was not all lost by die. The point is already swapped over. If point flips and you are staggering, you just need to, unfortunately, make sure you get eliminated and do it quickly. We see Rock committed. Avani's also going to commit Kinetic Grasp. Photon Barrier is procced by Voided. Voidex, Dragon Blade goes down to the Graphitic Flux from Avani. Absence Immortality is committed. Forgotten still has his Artillery Strike. Avani goes down. King pops the Amplification Matrix. Artillery Strike is being used to make sure King cannot get any value from that Amp Matrix. Lucio's trying to get a foothold on point. Bastion rounding corner in tank formation, trying to pepper damage down, but that is point and lock. First one to Shenandoah.
Doesn't really matter. Both the tanks are attempting to get here as quick as they can. Bladex was the one to get there first. They can do the ult charge here. Fisher's still engaged in this fight right now. Not entirely backing down. The point is a little bit closer. This side of Shenandoah, they're going to be able to backstep it just a bit here. I think both the teams, Fisher will be able to get to the point first, but the point still only unlocks in 5 seconds. Actually, no, I'm entirely wrong there. Shenandoah's the one that gets there first. It's on the backside of it. And now they're going to get point cap first.
100 plus meters to walk is deadly for everybody involved. Speaking of deadly, we see Dragon go down, followed shortly thereafter by their Baptiste. Ben goes down as well. I think it's Voidex left standing. Void needs time to reset with your team.
29%. When it comes to Flashpoint, that's definitely something I think to scoff at just a bit because of how fast Fisher College will catch up to that. I think, honestly, before even Shenandoah gets to the fight here, Fisher College will be approaching that number. And yeah, just like that, they immediately pass it up, and they now hold the majority in terms of what it is. The point cap, you see Shenandoah trying to rotate over. Here comes our Artillery Strike as well, trying to find some people off guard in a choke point. Here comes out Amp, now trying to find Love completely out of position. They're not going to be able to do it. Abs is going to turn into the hero of this fight right now and take out 3 there. And Shenandoah might not be able to contest the point in time.
It's going to come down to the final 3 flashpoints. Shenandoah racing back. Maybe called, they may not be able to cut. However, they have Ant Speed Plus, Teleportation, Forgotten commits Artillery Strike. There's the TP. They're going to make it on, but Voidex, TP's late. Dragon Blade went through first, ends up getting eliminated. Ben goes down, Enders goes down. They make it to point, but they're not going to survive.
Not one bit. Depending upon where point ends up next as well, I believe it's going to be the one it's just going to be the one directly in front of this point as well, which means Fisher College is going to get to it first. 20-ish seconds here to unlock as we are now sitting 1-1. Just like you said already, it is going to go all the way here to get the final 3. Honestly, I could see this going 2-2 to the 5th point here with the way, but honestly, Fisher College is strong in first point and second point.
Fisher College has 2 angles locked down, able to spam hard from the left angle and maintain the front. Amp Matrix used Graphitic Flux in response. Momentum also dropped the beat, which can mean Shenandoah is able to start gaining space once those extra shields goes down for the sound barrier. It's down. Dragon Blade looking for an opportunity to get this Earth Shatter off. Has 3, 4 in front of them. managed to get 2 down. Avani goes down. Abs was actually thrown off the map by the slight boot that comes from said Earth Shatter. Love slides in, gets themselves eliminated. TP into the back to get rid of this Bastion. Lucio should be able to make it out alive.
Yep.
No need to chase that one. However, that Earth Shatter was absolutely deadly. There was no immortality to save your squad as the bat piece was also on the ground.
The immortality was able to save Forgotten, but only Forgotten. Was not able to save 2 other very important figures when it comes to your composition. EP behind them as well might find them by surprise. Avani is completely cut off here. Might not be able to get the LOS. And an amazing grenade gets stuck, but it simply doesn't matter as Love's going to find 2. There goes down the rest of Shenandoah. Voidex attempting to get away. It's just going to go ahead and commit to dying on point there. Is now Fisher College catching up to the 72% that Shenandoah has. Shenandoah has 1 ult to commit to this fight, coming up on 2, whereas Fisher College is still sitting on 2 for themselves. Actually, mirror matchup when it comes to the ultimates.
I'm just blown away by Love's overclock. That was gorgeous. Fake TP onto point, forces window early at a suboptimal angle. I mean, you just gotta make do with it and just wait it out currently for Shenandoah. Response with artillery strike, trying to force that immort. They do get immortality down, but King will follow suit from Shenandoah.
Got your touch.
Losing your Baptiste while trying to get a foothold on point is rough, and we see the side effects of this by Void, Enders, Ben, Dragon, all falling. That's the 3rd point going in favor of Fisher College. 1 more flashpoint, and they will take away
Flashpoint. Palace.
Cervasa. But that means they still have a steep hill to walk up for the remainder of this series.
You got to flip the entire series around. Both these teams will be getting to point roughly about the same time here, considering it was on the other side of the map. It's a bit of a nice stroll. The nature's environment that Blizzard has created for the players right here. Shenandoah does have high ground right here. Point unlocked in about 3 seconds. Shatter will be available, so will Flush, so will Overclock. Quite a bit of ults. Might be looking for the early pick on Love. They are going to find it. Flux is committed as well. Is it going to be able to find it? But somebody, it is going to be able to find Voidex here. Immortality gets taken out as well. That's a cooldown gone. It's going to take quite a minute. Windows up. Beat gets committed to this as well. Dragon might be looking for a good place to shatter. It is going to shatter, but it doesn't find anybody. That might have just been Avani jumping and levitating at the same time to completely counter that. That is heartbreaking for the side of Dragon.
That is the 2nd time I have seen a Sigma that should not be able to avoid Earth Shatter. I definitely think there's something going wrong right now. That should have hit. I need a verified hitbox of Earth Shatter with these to watch the replay, because Avani, you should have been Shatter. Unless they somehow secretly actually nerfed Reinhardt with a sneaky nerf, it's possible, and lowered the column that goes up for Shatter. I think that happened. Something's wrong, and Sigmas are getting away with a lot more than they should. As Love using overclocks to suppress Shenandoah, keep them on one side. They choose to circumvent the pressure from Shenandoah, from Love, by TPing, charging right in. Dragon Blade, unfortunately, will see the side effect of leaving your backline. Everyone else gets deleted. That is Fisher taking Cervasa.
Taking Flashpoint, very critical to take this. Was looking down and out for a second, especially after Icon Walls, with what was a very, very impressive Shenandoah. Absolutely not control. Yeah, this taking high ground, finding brutality, finds elimination, finds a second, just plays an entire hand, and did it with no supports healing him as well. 24 HP at the final part of that play. That deserved to be play of the game from the very beginning. But now Fisher's looking live here. They got one, but it's not completely out of the clear yet. They still are at match point. If they lose push, that is map going to Shenandoah. They've got to win push, which, as we characterized it before, is a painful, bloody dogfight to go through. And depending also upon the map, I'm going to make an early call. Say it's Coliseum. I just have a feeling. Gut. I've been right. Two for two so far. So I'm going to take my chances here.
I'm going to go with Esperanza. And Fisher has a strong chance on this map. If Love plays like Love just did, which is never take a fair fight, but in terms of it is Love versus 5 people, and Love is undeterred in said instance, hits the overclock button and headshots everybody. If you can keep that up, then yes. And also, Esperanza is one of the few maps that actually has a lot of elevation changes, which is nice in comparison to Coliseo, where we look down one hallway for the entirety of the map. And also there is the other map that I didn't want to mention that I'm now going to mention because it's likely to be the map that's selected. New Queen Street, as it populates on our beautiful overlay here. Thank you, production. We were both wrong.
We both were wrong.
And I cry.
And I think I kind of like it that way. I think the only time we got to see push from last week was the 4th matchup with Boise State, and I don't believe it was their pick. I entirely forget who they played against, though, but nevertheless, this was the Kansas. This is entirely Shenandoah's pick. So I'm a bit excited to see what they pulled out here, because I have a bit of a feeling that they're very practiced and rehearsed on Eichenwald. So I would like to see what they pull out with push.
I have a love-hate relationship with this map. It comes from, okay, so I'm going to use the term that other casters have used. It's called butt scratch mode. It's when the bot makes it to the first checkpoint. When your team transitions into forward spawns and the bot doesn't get pushed, it can't be moved whatsoever. So during that transition period, it is right at the bottom of a hill with respect to defenders. And you can see it's right there at that corner in the center of our screen currently. There is a hill all the way on that left side from that perspective. Now, that hill, of course, high ground, auto-defaulting to defenders, pretty standard for most maps. If your team can get up said hill and understand you need to win a quick fight and force everybody back, but don't play cleanup crews too quickly and don't do it too slow, otherwise spawns start coming back or everyone spawns together and you don't get the space necessary to get the bot up the hill. But if you stagnate in that hill area, defense starts to reverse it back in their favor. Their spawns are closer. They're going to continue to get control over that high ground. And eventually, you chip away at something, it's going to start to fall. And then the spawns are still really far back. Yes, it's forward spawn if you're the attackers, but it's still like double the length in respect to the defending side.
Nothing compared to defenders. Yeah, I 100% agree with that point of just, and then it can turn into just this absolute extended match of just a slugfest of, it feels like each team is attempting to get past this uphill battle, quite literally, and the team to break through and to finally find the 5-stack team kill and to push past that, not only more than likely takes the lead in terms of meters, but can probably end up winning it anyway because it's just so deteriorating and disheartening going quite literally uphill when we know how important high ground is in this game.
When we first got introduced to push, there was a strategy that we haven't seen as frequently come out, which was you're not playing to get to the final checkpoint. You're actually playing to get to the first checkpoint in your team's favor and maintain those forward spawns. Get it like halfway to the second checkpoint, back off. You keep playing the tug-of-war game right around that forward spawn checkpoint, and that is what you fight for. Now, granted, that means you have to keep that up for 8 minutes. If you can manage to get it all 3 points, do it. But if they're very equalized teams, you're really fighting for control of those forward spawns.
Well, yeah, which I mean, in theory and on paper, that practice sounds very smart and honestly just like the right thing to do. So, and I could see why people don't do it is because it is one of the things of, oh, I have to hold out. And if you start going on this losing spree of losing fight after fight after fight, if the opposing team, the opposition, ends up taking it farther, you sort of put yourself in a bit of a hole. That could be bad, but also I could see that as you're also just shooting yourself in the foot either way by attempting to fight this defensive team that if you don't, like you said, if you don't clear it fast enough, you're in trouble.
we're about to jump into New Queen Street. I'm excited to see if we have a variation in comps. I mean, no disrespect to either team, but I get the Civ Reinhardt being strong, but I like spice in my life. I enjoy spicy food. Ivani, I also understand the Sigma. But as I'm saying this, you hear the extended pain in my voice because neither of those wishes are being granted, which of course makes sense. Dragon, if you are not pulling my leg, I will appreciate you so much right now. Yeah, nope, you're pulling my leg.
It was an option. They were considering it for a second.
You can run JQ and go coastline. It's a viable option. Is it at the moment you're going into a Sig spam and anticipate it because we've seen Sigma the entire time from Fish? Probably not. Am I sad? A little bit.
So Savage Shendo's actually going to opt not to take this right, the high ground here. They're just going to
GG
up to it. Why go the long way? You can take the short way to it, and they are completely just W-keying through it right now.
Spicy.
They brought a whole new meaning to the brawl side of this. Gonna try and get a stagger.
Love, I'm
on a very elusive Love right here. Is gonna get the last second touch. Yeah, being gonna go down. And that's a pretty big stagger considering how much of a role Love played in making sure Fisher won last time.
One thing I need to point out is one of the fastest charging ults among these two compositions is definitely the Baptiste. You can see King, 68% on amplification matrix. Abs dwindling sub 40%. Rounding this corner, using window early, locks down the entire corridor. However, they're going to disengage. It looks as though they are trying to wait for King to get that amp matrix in. However, that rotation, the TP, Abs, momentum, both eliminated. Backline gone, frontline 2 to follow for Fisher College.
Yeah, I feel like I was just about to make a comment on. I think taking bot and running away with it might be the smart choice, but that cut in between the match kind of completely nullifies that idea there.
On Colosseo last week for our final match,
Exactly
we had a soldier
thinking of.
player, ironically enough, also named Ben, who stole the bot away from the team that was attacking. They were borderline touching spawn doors, and all of a sudden the bot is crossing the middle checkpoint, and they have lost forward spawns. It was incredible.
It was probably the highlight of my Overwatch catching career so far. Window is committed here, trying to clear the corner there. They are going to get the opening pick though, but it's answered right back by Ivani, getting Void X here. Also, Love is popping off on the overclock. Gonna find 2. Abs is gonna get 1. Trying to find a third. Gonna be stolen, but gonna give you credit for it nonetheless. And now they're gonna take control here. But they're definitely, Shenandoah will be able to contest this before they get close to 57 meters here.
Love is a fabulous DPS and a fantastic Sojourn. The caveat with this is if you're waiting for Love to get overclocked, your win condition being a singular ultimate, at some point it's gonna start getting recognized. There'll be a pattern as we have Reinhardt charging down and backing off, a little different than what we've seen coming from Dragon in the past. Dragon does tend to full commit, decides to disengage. Photon Barrier is procced. Window also procced by Abs. Artillery Strike comes down, and there comes Dragon Blade with the charge, sending Abs up against the push bot. Abs is eliminated. Shatter online for Dragon. The tug of war of point control has begun. They're disengaging a little bit, waiting for cooldowns to come back. Charges right back in, has them in his line of sight. Earth Shatter drops, 2 go down. Dragon is eliminated, but that is more than a trade. That is a 2-for-1 combo.
Void X low on HP though, it doesn't really matter. See Ben pushing the point alone, not entirely alone. King was there as well. Gonna have to wait for Dragon to get back into this fight as well. They are gonna disengage, not try and push bot anymore here. Probably the smarter choice, but it really doesn't matter how smart you are when Love's got a pretty good sideline of you. He's gonna take you out, and that is Fisher College gonna take control of the bot once again. Shenandoah is gonna opt to just regroup here as we now are about to get to sub 6-minute territory right now.
Looking for this next engage window online for King. Enders beat as well. Photon Barrier almost still online. Artillery Strike for Forgotten, instigated instantly, followed by Momentum with the beat. Their plan is to gain space and do damage. Dragon goes down. It's gonna be Voidex shortly thereafter. Ben and King all being eliminated. Lastly will be Enders. Unlike the side of Shenandoah, who has not capped and gotten forward spawn, Fisher College will successfully bring us to the checkpoint. I might have spoken too soon, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna. They will.
Yeah, and there was the attempt by Dragonblade to get into the room and cause some mayhem, but a pretty well executed artillery strike and a trapped Dragonblade was not a good combination here, as Love's also going to pop the overclock once again. Gonna find two, just an absolute monster this Fisher team has turned out to be. They're entirely turning these maps around.
Voidex had Photon Barrier. I really thought Voidex would have popped that as soon as you hear this ends now from Love. You need to take away Love's opportunity to get pot shots down on your team. Creating a bunch of pressure on this front right spawn door. Lucio, of course, stuck on cart duty, stuck on push bot duty. It's normal. Avani gets low. Immortality is used. Ben goes down. Avani shortly thereafter. If you're going to go for the trade, if you're Ben, it's worth it to take down Avani, and it was Voidex to follow up on the damage. Momentum is going to be eliminated, and Love will also be eliminated. It looks like it's just Baptiste over on the left-hand side, struggling to get a foothold onto the bot, staggered a little bit longer. Forgotten last man standing. Being encroached on by Reinhardt and Symmetra. Voidex gets the elimination. They're pushing the bot again. But now I question, Shenandoah, are you going to be able to get this checkpoint finally? Or are we going to allow yet again Fisher to swing this back in their favor? Because so far that checkpoint, while it's not super important, we danced around it for a significantly long time as Shenandoah.
There goes out Flux as well. Might find somebody here as the artillery strike combo is going to find 4, as well as Immortality. And Dragonblade is going to be cleaned up right there. And even though Shenandoah has the ult advantage, that simply doesn't matter when you communicate the combos well enough like that. Nothing really matters.
He who ults first wins the fight. I'm a broken record. I have my one-liners, and that is one of them. Finally, after 3 fights, we have Photon Barrier committed to allow for space to be gained. Shatter on Love only. Speaking of hate crimes, personal vendettas, I think Dragonblade has died too many times to Overclock and said, I'm not letting you. I think you're close, relatively, 13% off at this point for Love. Shatters Love and Love alone.
Window also going into this
what? They got Love again!
Space here, getting Love. They just decide to camp Love. You can't participate in the team fights. How are you going to make an impact? Immortality's going to go down as well. Now they're trying to cross this corner here. Trade the bit of Immortality's right there. I believe they have the 4 response at this point. Love is going to activate Overclock, going to find one. Avon is going to get Dragon. There goes down the rest of them. And talk about broken records. This is the broken record for Fisher. Love gets the opening pick, and the rest of Shenandoah just falls like dominoes.
They broke Love apart twice. Got the early picks, but could not continue to gain the space. I'm assuming, even though we weren't directly looking at who got the elims, odds are lots of cooldowns were hit at the exact same time. Staggering cooldowns, also essential in Overwatch. Going into this next fight, we have Graphitic Flux online for Avani. Abs coming in with Window. Momentum is going to have that beat, as well as Forgotten again with the Artillery Strike. Are we going to get another 5K kill between the Graphitic Flux as well as the Artillery Strike? That Window was used. Doesn't really seem to have thwarted Shenandoah's attempts here to gain space and out-rotate what Fisher's throwing at them. They just took a different path, and we see Beat is going to be committed. Can be scary. Beat from enemy team. Fisher College uses their Beat as well. Prophetic Flux now online for Avani and has some easy pickings with no sound barrier online. There goes everybody for Shenandoah.
And they are going to be able to push past this hill here. The one that we talked about that teams often can dread so often because how difficult it is, but now this is the leg of the fight where it can get really difficult because Shenandoah has that spawn advantage. They're going to TP and caught in a bit of a grouping here. Forgotten's going to get one, but Dragonblade is going to pick up a second though. Trades for trades here. 3 apiece to the side. Love continues to push the point. There is going to be a contest, but a very low Dragonblade is going to go down to a melee. Ben trying to get the last touch. Lucio trying to be a nuisance. Love is just also being that one as well. Commits overclock, might not be able to find any value, gets taken out. And we see a bit of a switch around for the side of Shenandoah as they're now going to claim control of the bot and continue marching it down. But they only got 40 seconds to go here. And they've got about double the length to go. And quite a lot of fighting to do it about.
One thing, I was sitting here, we saw it happen after that window, like a fight and a half ago. Lucio beat it on, Enders for Shenandoah beat it to be aggressive. Beat defensive. If your teams are so equal, you need the defensive Lucio sound barrier. But unfortunately, the defense from Fisher College is strong. They take down Dragonblade and King. 5 seconds remaining. Enders goes Ben shortly thereafter. Voidex is eliminated. That is push going to Fisher College.
I want to point this out. Avani, every time a TP has been established, has been put into play, Avani has looked at it, flicked at it, and then has just thrown a rock at it. And most of the time, I don't think Avani got any value out of it. But that, in that last play, with Dragon trying to find, here's the 4, just absolute team wipe there. But finally, I mean, Dragon tried to get the shatter there, tried to get the TP shatter play off, got rocked out of it, got stunned, then there was a bashing turret, then the health bar went away, and from there, once again, it's just this team, this Fisher team does so well at finding this opening pick, and then everything else just falls into place for them.
It's more like Love do damage, Love get kills, will follow up. I'm not trying to throw shade, it's just Love has popped off, has come online the last 2 maps. I don't know if your monster finally kicked in. I don't know if the caffeine's finally hitting you. That snack you had an hour ago, you're finally starting to feel it. You're not hungry anymore. Someone dropped some water on your desk. Something. I don't know. But Love is online and ready to play. It just took Control Point, Hybrid, and then Flashpoint for Love to come online. Sometimes you don't want to play for the reverse sweep. 5 maps is a really long time for a lot of players, and we are about to go into Escort, our final end-all be-alls. We are tied to a side. Shenandoah, Fisher, both 2 and 2. Flashpoint and push. Finally, Fisher has shown up to play. Can they send Shenandoah packing and keep their undefeated record, or will Shenandoah claim that title and continue on with a 7-0 record from here on out?
I mean, it's just...
Gibby. We're going to Gibby. You guys can all see it populate right there, too. It's Gibby. It's very zoomed out, but that is Gibby.
Going to Gibraltar here, honestly, I can't even really accurately say anything anymore because, to me, Shenandoah was the team that was on fire in the first 2 maps, and now it's Fisher on fire, so it's just...
Oh, I'm getting baited.
It's... I don't know what to say because just both teams have come online at separate times, and it's really been... I think it's been Shenandoah as a team that played really effectively, that made them look on fire, and now for the side of Fisher, it's looking like it's Love that came on fire and activated the team as well to a more effective standard in these past 2 maps.
So if we are Shenandoah right now, I think there's some maps you really got to avoid. Havana is going to be one, because if you pick that, you're guaranteed to be attacking first, and you're going to have Love on DPS, and again, default high ground, very low cover when you're trying to actually push the payload. No. So Havana, out the window. Dorado, secondary, out the window, because you are just in a tunnel, basically, the entire way. There's buildings all around you. Where does defense get to go first? Onto the building! So let's avoid Dorado. With that in mind, I really think something like Route 66 would be beneficial. But instead, oh, my heart is hurting.
I was just about to bring this up. I was just about, as you were talking about maps to stay away from, in terms of that longer sight lines and those places that are going to be very dangerous for you. I personally don't know if Love is a sniper player, which Sojourn sort of counts pseudo sniper with the railgun there. But I would love to see a Love on Widow.
Okay, I get it that I'm a caster, but I need to give you 2 pieces of advice here. Yes, Love does indeed see all. What do you run on Circuit Royale? Sigma. Snipers. You can even run Sojourn. Well, I know we've seen Abs on Baptiste the entire time, but guess who else Abs can also play?
Who?
Zenyatta. You run Zen, Bap, Sojourn, maybe a Widow, maybe a Hanzo, Sigma on defense, because remember, Fisher gets to pick side. You start defense if you want to send teams back in, and this is end-all be-all. You start defense. You set the win condition yourself. You post up at that first corner. You swing strong. Nobody lives. Nobody. This is, again, I think it was Season 5 or Season 4 where almost every single map that was Escort or Hybrid felt like it was just nothing but Widowmaker maps. This is one of them. If Love is this deadly on Sojourn, and we already have a Sigma who has not left the Sigma player the entirety of this in series, even on Map 1 and Map 2 when we were struggling on Control as well as Hybrid. This human being said, no, I'm going to make it work. Just let me identify the patterns. The equation is there, has found the answer, knows how to pick apart Shenandoah. You choose Circuit, I am fearful.
Which then, I guess my other question here is we've had two teams that have been pretty adamant on playing their characters, on playing nothing else but that. We've seen very little change from both these teams. Is Ryan really that viable here?
Yes, you have the Sim TP comp. I get it. Is Ryan in comparison to the angles that your shield is going to do nothing.
And they've already sort of shown that they have the ability to counter a bit. They sort of it's a play they've seen for the past 4 maps, or 3, for the past 3 maps. So Fisher might be a little used to it at this point. Like we saw Avani just throw a rocket every time, and yeah, you might be burning a cooldown by it, and that's sort of trading for it. But that one time you were finally looking for a play,
and you whapped through the rock,
and then you got rocked out of it. It could be deadly. But honestly, I'm thinking that Shenandoah's got something in the hat here.
I'm leaning into what you're saying here and agreeing because the lack of natural cover in this. Huh? Okay, so our other Cash that you always see us here with is giggling in his corner right now because he's the one who's relaying all this info. He held some quintessential information away from us. He knew. I know that you knew that Shenandoah is going to be able to defend first. This composition right here is one that I have seen University of Utah also use. It held one of the probably top echelon teams currently at the spawn doors for almost 2 whole minutes.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It can work. Just gotta play it properly. Because I promise you, yeah, they weren't ready for it. Fisher was not ready. But King, unfortunately, did not get the memo and was not on back high ground, nor was his Reinhardt. You can play around this area, but you got to play it similar to the Watchpoint Gibraltar composition that typically holds first point, which is rotate touches. One goes out, there's follow-up support and damage. Next one goes out, which is typically May. However, Baptiste swung too wide, and the spam comp from Fisher College found the heads, clicked them. They got deleted.
And even though Forgotten got the opening pick on Widow, is going to make the swap over to the Hanzo, finding it a bit more viable. Love, of course, sticking on the Sojourn. If it ain't broke, definitely do not fix this one. Love on the Sojourn is quite crazy. They're going to be able to probably round this corner, probably start initiating, and there's the TP play. We've got a bit of high ground here.
Don't go to this high ground is fake. I will continue to preach this. It's fake. You don't ever want to try to control this high ground. You control the coastline, control around statue, but you're brawl, so you have no choice. Oh, they found Love. But unfortunately, Dragon will fall shortly thereafter.
Which, in terms of trading here, the rest of this Fisher team is being pretty effective here, though. But Void is going to find one, and King finds the clone pick as well. Amana's going to get one, though, and it's going to use Flux. Is going to find one as well. There's Forgotten cleaning up, and a very scrappy fight turns into the favor of Fisher College right there. As you see Love at 80% overclock charge there. Trans is going to be up for this fight. Window's going to be up for this fight. Dragon's going to be up for this fight. Dragon
popped early as Lucio goes for the Hail Mary touch and ends up getting deleted. Also, I want to touch on Forgotten swap over to this Hanzo. However, we can watch as Fisher is going to be able to successfully claim this point slowly but surely. Again, it's a spam comp. That's how it ends up working out. Ben is gone. Dragon is gone. But Forgotten's popping over to this Hanzo after that initial Widowmaker pick. You got to keep in mind how these heroes' kits work. Widowmaker also had a damage, has a fall off now in like it didn't happen this season, it happened last season, but there was a damage fall off that was added. So long range, it's very difficult to get the one headshot, one kill. Getting that initial pick and then swapping to the Hanzo, the projectile catches a lot of people off guard. You take the duel and then you wait for them to stop peeking, you fire one extra arrow and look away, they get headshot with the projectile coming in late. Now we've got Love getting eliminated, Dragon just deciding to eviscerate the backline, dive bombing in, picks up Abs, picked up Love. Everyone on this side of Fisher has to disengage. That Discord is so essential to the spam composition to allow for someone to get forced back. You don't have to confirm elimination, but it makes your life pretty difficult. Dragon gets dangerously close to the spawn, is too far to take the TP as well, has no choice but to post up, is ready and looking for this Earth Shatter. Zenyatta Abs forced to use Trance, and we have Graphitic Flux from Avani come through. Shatter on the downwards animation is going to be for not, never mind, I thought I saw Shatter go off. It did not.
It did not, no.
However, that is turnaround back in favor of Fisher. Just took every ult that's up for Forgotten's Dragons that are almost online as they're poking for a little bit of extra damage, looking to get it soon so no one from Shenandoah can touch like we saw earlier with the first point cap.
Also, quite a bit of ults online for themselves on the side of Shenandoah. Particle Barriers the first to be used here. Love trying to find some space and getting some charge on the Particle Barrier as well. Trying to find an opening, sees the TP. Now looking for a head, gonna use it on the TP, gonna go down as well. Forgotten gets one as well, gets a second here. Giving Fisher a lot of room. Quite a bit of space. Snow Globe gets used as well. Oh, the Immortality is gonna come out and save Forgotten as well. Shatter is still available as Dragon's in at 15 HP. Trying to hug this corner, not able to get away. And another scrappy fight in this play. Absolutely crazy. Avani's gonna find two. It's just what can you do? What can you do?
Swap off the Mega Comp?
That's one thing. You can start off with that. But I think Shenandoah is gonna stick to the roots. And they're gonna try and make this work as we see no immediate swaps off. And Shatter's still available here. 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
I will admit that while things looked dire for Shenandoah earlier, on Eichenwald they pulled it back. Still brought Fisher to the wire, sent them to no time left. But Love, Forgotten. Oh. These DPS. That is one. That is two for Love. One for Forgotten. One for Avani.
It's just it's brutal now. Love is playing a massive instrumental role right now. But that's I guess that's DPS right there.
Our teenagers hard.
How do you create impact with DPS? The elimination.
Create pressure for your tank to the ability to gain space. But Flux is committed. Dragon is outside the room of safety, is caught out inside of the Flux. Beat is used, and all of Sound Barrier on Dragon is immediately depleted. Shatter is online. Will Dragon be able to find the opportunity to use it? Does, but the Dragon's coming through the wall. Will pick up everybody else, and the Shatter is for naught.
I don't think Shenandoah's going to be able to get a touch here. Yep, even Fisher knows that nobody's going to be able to get a touch. Dragon's going to try into this, but they're simply not going to be able to get there. A rock last second to make sure that doesn't happen. And now with 2 minutes and 1 second on the clock here, that's what Fisher got when it comes to 3 points. It was quite the display. It was quite the showing. There were moments where we could see Shenandoah finally to come back here, and I think this is Dragon holding on for Shatter for 2 different fluxes as well. In that replay and as well as in that final couple of seconds that we saw in the map.
It's never going to get beat perfect.
Yeah.
Additionally, Shenandoah had a lot of great moments. Just got overzealous. understanding ultimates, understanding win conditions. Spam wants space. Spam wants you out in the open. Why are you charging their spawn doors where there's no natural cover? That entire after that first turn, after they lost the first point hold, where we have that small room, you can hold there, but the importance is not going immediately to cart. It is staying in that room, giving it 3 seconds, wait for the payload to come to you, then start contesting it. Instead, we went forward, we got in their faces, we let them swing wide, we got eliminated. That is how Shenandoah first got picked apart. And then once they started to gain things back in their favor, they went all the way to the spawn doors.
3,
Right here.
2, 1.
Yes, you are a brawl. Yes, you need to be in their faces. However, you lose a lot of value when you put yourself out in the open into a spam comp.
Not so
They're not going to find a Fisher College sitting and waiting for them. Looks like they attempted to do on their defense, but were unsuccessful in doing it. Trying to find some space on this corner. Opting some time, looking for another TP play here. The shield goes out, trying to protect the team as they rotate in. Gets bumped off of high ground, or so much for fake high ground. Voidex goes down. There goes King. And now they are pushing the payload, but at what cost is now they have to edge key out situation. There goes Dragon. Bit of staggers coming out here. And not even Ben can get away.
I mentioned it earlier, Abs is a pretty deadly Zenyatta. Now, one thing I also want to touch on is with this Rhine sim comp, typically you run the Bastion. You really need that oppressive frontline pressure created by the Bastion. No, you're not looking at the Reinhardt, you're looking at a squishy. This comp, coming out from Fisher, thrives on off angles, thrives on swing peeking together. But the caveat is that it opens the opportunity for a Bastion taking smart angles to find those 1v1 opportunities. Instead, we're choosing to go with the Mei to wall people off and give a little extra sustain. Again, you're relying on landing these icicles as opposed to just an effective, efficient Bastion who can take the angles down, which we've seen from Ben. We lose King again, down of support. Rough situation for Shenandoah.
Enders is going to try and get the team out. A TP is going to be able to get them out. The sonar dart reveals a bit of locations here. They know they're just sitting around this corner. Gonna get some poke damage. The side of Fisher, they've got ults warming up here as Shenandoah will have window available here. They're gonna go for the same play. TP to the high ground up there. Fire Strike is going to be absorbed. Gonna give up a bit of a ground here. This card's slowly getting pushed. But that's fine as his corner is exactly where you want to play it at. Looking around for enemies, trying to get the rock play off. Is going to get the cooldown to go. There's Love now on the flank, gets a bit of damage. Taking a lot of tension away from everybody else. Is going to find one, now slide away, trying to get a second. Going to help Forgotten pick up. And they're just, there goes down Shenandoah as they're down to 1:30 now.
How do you effectively find one elimination and follow up on one that is close when the enemy composition thrives on having distance between each other, having multiple angles?
So separated. Oh, there's a big opening pick though.
There's the icicle
Ben's
to the
gonna
head.
find one. Although it might take them too long to really take advantage of that pick though. Look at a bit of ground here, but Forgotten also has Dragons available, so could use it at a longer range to perhaps give Fisher College a bit more room. The ice wall is going to go up, trying to get some space here. Now do it, and Retality's committed as well to this fight. Now, Shenandoah only has 40 seconds here, and they have yet to even cap the first point. Now just waiting. They've got quite a bit of ultimates for them to use here, trying to get the wall off on Avani. There's Dragons as well. Ben's going to use the Icicle. No eliminations quite yet. Immortality on the side of Fisher is used as well. Love is going to find Momentum's going to find the tank as well. There it goes down 2 more. The last support is there. The Immortality isn't going to save you. The rock to the face. And in 15 seconds, Shenandoah might be able to get a final touch. More than likely not.
10 seconds.
Enders has to wall ride like he is the top Lucio player in the world. Well, Lucio surf player in the world doesn't make it in, distracts enough to allow Reinhardt, Dragon to charge forward. Blizzard's committed, Shatter's committed. Love is caught in it. Abs with Trance will save a lot of people. Avani, Love, and Forgotten all picking up everybody else. And with that, Fisher College, with the reverse sweep, walks away with a 3-2 victory.
Take a look at the play of the game. She really got it, Avani. Honestly, there was almost every player here. Yeah, just this. Yeah, this blocks the shatter. Actually, I think it's one though. And yeah, just from there, just the dragon play, all the damage, all the CC committed. That's going to be Fisher College, remaining the undefeated team. Now they're 6-0, while Shenandoah is 6-1.
Maybe when Fisher goes into the 7th game, they'll struggle a little bit more, but we'll have to wait and see. Nonetheless, congratulations, Fisher College, on your victory and maintaining your undefeated record. Shenandoah, a 6-1 record is nothing to scoff at.
Oh, 100%, not at all.
So I have to say you fought well, you fought hard, but maybe have 2 options, not just one bread and butter, but maybe, you know, bread and jelly.
But this was really a battle of 2 teams really just sticking to what they know really, really well. I mean, we saw some changes. Like we saw Hanzo swap. We saw the Zenyatta swap on the side of Fisher. We saw the Sim swap and the Bastion and the Mei. So we saw that, but generally, like you said, they all sort of sat in the same area of sort of the same genre. They stick in, and it was effective.
Well, with that being said, that was going to conclude our first match, but we still have 3 others. And before we even hop into the second one, we want to give a quick thank you to our sponsors. Shout out to our newest partner, which is Truth. Truth Initiative is America's largest nonprofit public health organization dedicated to a future where tobacco and nicotine usage are things of the past. For more information regarding how vaping impacts your mental health, visit breathofstressair.com. Additionally, I want to give an extra thank you to Odysseus Elixir. Boost your game with Odysseus Elixirs. It is your journey to success. And Colin, before we jump to a commercial so we can give everybody an opportunity to get ready for the next match, do you have any final concluding thoughts?
Congratulations to Fisher for going undefeated, and looking forward to Shenandoah to see the regroup. I want to see what they can cook up next time we see them on broadcast.
All right, my concluding thought is maybe get a little bit more creative. Don't try to stick a square peg into a round hole for the entirety of a season, because ultimately there's always a counter to a comp. And
always a star.
With that being said, one team just countered a little bit harder. And we're going to jump to a quick break, but we'll leave you with the top 5 plays of the game brought to us by Mavix Gaming Chairs. Mavix, feel the difference. Don't go anywhere. We still have more Overwatch to come. On camera. The follow-up with Photon Barrier as well as Artillery Strike from the side of Shenandoah will equalize the fight, but Beat is being spent by Fisher to guarantee that they can get in. In response is going to be Shatter, Avani, and Abs both go down, as does Grappa.
Great bit is going to Shatter, but it doesn't find anybody. That might have just been Avani jumping and levitating at the same time to completely counter that. That is heartbreaking for the side of Dragon.
That is the second time I have seen a Sigma that should not be able to avoid Earth Shatter. I definitely finally, or are we going to allow yet again Fisher to swing this back in their favor? Because so far that checkpoint, while it's not super important, we danced around it for a significantly long time as Shenandoah.
There goes out Flux as well. Might find somebody here as the Artillery Strike combo is going to find full catching career so far. Window is committed here, trying to clear the corner there. They are going to get the opening pick though, but it's answered right back by Avani, getting Void X here. Also, Love is popping off on the overclock. Gonna find 2. Abs is gonna get 1. Trying to find a third. Looking in the right direction. I don't think they are.
What is the silliness I see happening?
Oh, the charge could find something. It does. There's no way the charge from a blind side is going to find out the tank here. But now a very aggressive Mei is going to find a Rhine alone, but it doesn't matter. Immortality gets out. It gets taken down.
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. You're watching our coverage of Overwatch 2. I'm your host, Artie Rain, and joining me to call all the action now is Jacob Palmers. You gotta play some jokes on us from the sidelines earlier, but now you're back in the hot seat with me, and we're about to jump into our second game of the evening. It's going to be one of the teams we've seen quite a bit of. UT Dallas is going into this one against Blinn. What are your thoughts on UTD?
Well, a lot of people like to say that this is history repeating itself, but I like the phrase that history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it often rhymes. And that's the case for us here tonight, because we're talking about the fall season. Last fall season, the two champions were, or the two people who made it to the grand finals were UTD and Boise State. And we've got both of them playing here tonight, as well as other top teams like Fisher and Shenandoah. So it really is, it might not be championship night, but it's almost kind of feeling that way with just the top tier teams that we know can go all the way to the finals.
Well, we can take a quick look at all those top tier teams that we have competing tonight. We started our night off with Shenandoah taking on Fisher College, and we're about to jump into Blinn College taking on UT Dallas.
And then we'll finish it up with Boise State going up against Oakland University and Stony Brook going up against Wichita State. That last match is probably going to be the most competitive because in their division, I'll just tease it, in their division, Maryville's in first, and there's a three-way tie for second. Two of those teams you see right there, Stony Brook versus Wichita State. So you are not going to want to miss that match. Highest stakes probably of the night.
But for now, we can take a closer look at our matchup we're about to go into between Blinn and UT Dallas. We can take a quick look at those rosters that both these teams are pulling out for tonight's game.
And these rosters certainly are stacked. We have got Orca, McNoodle, Sky Sniper, Hutch, and Ghost on the side of the Buccaneers.
And for the side of the Comets, we've got Doi, Mallard, Cashier, Petal, as well as Puggo.
Always nice. As I say often, you know, you say your broken record. One of my broken record things is always talking about how mascots are usually carnivorous animals. But here, we've got Buccaneers and Comets. So always nice to have that sort of offbeat matchup going on.
One thing I do want to touch on is UT Dallas no longer has Abdallah on that team, and Abdallah was one of those players that was able to help bring this team to success previously. The question is, can they continue this success with Abdallah being absent now? Abdallah, definitely a strong player, but a lot of these players also are strong tank players, which can feed into that Symmetra Rhine composition we've seen so frequently this evening. And for our map lineup tonight, of course, we're sticking with the tradition. Going control first to keep it even more traditional. It's Li Jiang.
All right, so that means that we have got the classic 3 choice that we always have: Gardens, Night Market, or Control Center. And I am going to go just a little bit off kilter. Normally I just go I want to see Gardens first, but tonight I'm feeling just going to change it up a little bit. Going to go Night Market first, I want to see.
So I don't have to actually place my argument, my bet on the table, so to speak, in this instance, because you're going with the one I like to see first as well of Night Market. Because of the current situation we have with this Reinhardt sim comp that we've seen, again, like I said, all evening, it works great. However, it's picked apart very easily on Night Market if you fail to have rotations done properly. If you don't make it there first, you have to have your plan B, and you need to know how to execute said plan B very early on. Where's your next TP? Who is your target? Identify their condition, identify how to take it away. The question is, whichever team rolls out on these sim comps, who's going to be able to adapt faster?
And talking about having a plan B, you also need to have a plan B if your plan A, which is getting to the point first, teleporting, even if that succeeds, you got to be thinking, okay, we can't just sit on the point. We got to be watching those flank routes also. You can't just be too satisfied with yourself that you beat the other team and won the first team fight. If you're not watching those flank points, you can get some nasty surprises, even some environmentals maybe, which still a little bit of an outside possibility on Night Market.
We've been harping on Night Market quite frequently. However, we still have 2 other maps that deserve equal amounts of love, which is Gardens as well as Control Center. Gardens is one that is notorious for having very early on environmental kills coming from Lucio players, Wrecking Ball players, as well as Pharah players. It all depends on who identifies what the enemy team has first and doesn't let themselves be put into a position where they will end up off the edge of the map. Control Center does as well. We've seen our more than fair share of players get thrown off that back ledge by the Mega Pack. Not something we've seen as much in the past, but now it's really come to rear its ugly head.
Especially if you've got, a Doomfist who has been doing parkour all the time. I mean, it's just, you got that combo, you can drop off from the second floor, use the center of the point to give yourself a little boost, and then just basically go all the way over to the other side and catch 2 people on that ledge unawares. That's what we saw, I think, 2 weeks ago. Now we're going to see all our questions answered. We are going to be going over to what I would normally want to see first, but of course I had to change my prediction. But we are, in fact, going to see Gardens first, going to Li Jiang.
It'd be interesting to see the Wrecking Ball pharmacy comp being utilized on this one, the pure chaos. Teams that thrive on disruption, thrive on that sort of composition. Wrecking Ball rolls through, Tracer follows up with a little bit. Really, it's Pharah locking down, pelting damage from above, not getting any sort of attention. However, if we also see someone sim TP into window when there's a Lucio player on the enemy team, I will be very sad because that's instant play of the game for this entire sub-map rotation.
Instant play of the game and probably into a highlight reel. And Nerdy has a look of horror on their face. I have never seen an expression change so quickly. What's up?
So, looking at UTD's comp, they are running Untouchables with the variant of a Doomfist over a Wrecking Ball. The other side also kind of running Untouchables with the variant of a Sojourn.
3,
Doomfist,
1.
I'll give you that variation. However, the Sojourn, you are going to be picked apart.
Well, we did see a last-minute swap by the comments. It's going back over to the Tracer. And UT Dallas a little bit more speedy and making some room for themselves. There's going to be a lot of fire rain down from above with dueling Far Mercies. Also, look at Orca going for the long flank, trying to pick out Mallard out of the air. We do see the first pick being brought out by Orca. Win College with a slight advantage. Going to move on toward the point, but it is contested by the Comets. Now, a lot of fighting, a slam down by Orca. McNoodle hurting for health. Discord mod is going to be the first taken out.
Orca is on point. Kashir goes down. Mercy's gonna put themselves in hot water if they look for opportunity to res their fallen Pharah. Does look like Pharmacy, the one Pharmacy with the help of a Sojourn, a little bit stronger. But early picks did go in favor of UTD. It's just cleanup was not there.
Petal getting very close to having this pulse bomb available. Going to be the only one who can really use it. The second closest is the minefield. Kashir getting a pick on McNoodle, opening up some possibilities for UT Dallas. They're just going to go right onto the point, claim it. Despite Orca trying to contest it, he's getting pushed back and is at so low health. Has to retreat. This Far Mercy is off to the side. They're pushing everyone on Blinn College off to the side of the map.
I mentioned it when we first saw these compositions get crafted, that McNoodle was going to be someone who was going to be in a world of pain. You have limited mobility in comparison to everyone else on your group. Also, you are the one player in the eyes of UT Dallas that is going to thwart your pharmacy's opportunities to gain space and take angles. So therefore, the enemy is going to commit a lot of resource to making sure you cannot do your job in the form of deleting you. As we have Kitsune Rush dedicated first. One resource, one player, Petal is gone. Makes it back quickly, so that means follow-up kills need to come in quick succession currently for Blinn College to secure this point.
And Mallard also gets taken out of the air by Orca. The barrage is going to come through. Can he bring it back? That ball is just going to be able to stand his ground. Now going in, the Meteor Strike brought out by Discord Mod. Slams right down. Doesn't find anyone, but Ghost is taken out by Petal. Minefield now dropped on the point by Blinn. Making some space for themselves and doing the classic spin to win. Blinn does manage to take back the point as UT Dallas sits on 62%.
We're teetering into that danger zone of last fight territory for UT Dallas. 62%. I'm not going to full round up to 70, but it is last fight territory if they can convert this to their point. As we see Pulse Bomb used early, Suzu gets forced. We still have Rocket Barrage and Valk, but McNoodle, player again, first elimination is going to be onto the Sojourn.
That barrage is just tanked out, doesn't find anybody. UT Dallas takes back the point for themselves. Now probably has one or two team fights to defend the point. A Kitsune Rush to engage with.
It's two back-to-back interesting rocket barrages coming from Sky Sniper. We have an official swap over to the Echo. Typically in that aerial duel, the Angry Birds Echo tends to be stronger. Additionally, if McNoodle can get follow-up damage, it can be huge. We see Hutch and Doi also fall. McNoodle there after falling. And Orca, who's gone to the Roadhog, taking damage and getting sent to the Shadow Realm. Sky Sniper is the final one to get sent back to spawn.
I don't know there's enough time maybe for one of them. I'll swap over to the Wrecking Ball just to try to get there in time, but there isn't enough. Comets claim the first stage. Not just one guy. What is it with the barrage? Even though that was after play it ended, the barrages are just getting shut down.
The way you can look at these two comps is they're both running the untouchable composition, but the variant that really was the Achilles heel for Blinn was the lack of mobility that came from McNoodle. The reason why it's called Untouchables is because you can get in and get out. You get in, create chaos, and then you make your heroic exits. As Sojourn, you get in, you find an angle, and then you have Slide, but then, okay, you use Slide so far above you that you're still in her range of sight. Doomfist uses one ability, closes the gap, and then has one to get out. Tracer uses a blink, and then uses one to get out. The mobility is essential when running Untouchables, and now we have Hutch swapping over to the Ana to play. The Ana, another more stagnant player for Blinn. However, buddying up with Soldier 76 can increase survivability unless your soldiers dropped off high ground by Farah, leaving your Ana all alone, both getting bullied into the back alleys towards their spawn.
Blinn gets the first touch on the point. Sky Sniper takes out Petal. Now recontest by UT Dallas with their Doomfist, making some room for them. Discord Mod trying to get that Mercy is just going to push them away. As far as caught up in the air without their Mercy, and their days are numbered as a result. Orca evening things up. Punching Doi is going to force out a res from Mallard. Cashier also gets a pick to Ghost and Orca now following. UT Dallas has claimed the point after a drawn out and first fight.
Discord Mod, that name's gonna make me giggle all night long. 80% on Meteor Strike Kashir, also 80% on Rocket Barrage. Petal dwindling at the 60% for Visor. Mallard, though, with this Mercy, leading the Mercy Valkyrie charge 20% in comparison to Ghost, is only at 70. You can see Skyscraper choosing to go to the skybox, trying to lock down this angle from Soldier 76, who's getting a lot of healing fluid from their Kiriko. Gotta pick your target as Hutch is eliminated. They were Blaine College's target. Well, they were UT Dallas's target. 1-0 committed, only one falling. UTD still claiming a lot of space.
Discord mod very low on health, has to head on back. Bashir wins the battle in mid-air, takes out Sky Sniper. Now the Mercy needs to be cleaned up. Can't get away with that Valkyrie. Final pick landed by Doi. And now a whole bunch of space is being made for the Comets as they're more than happy to let that timer tick up past 60%.
Skyscraper again, it's chosen to go with the Echo. A little bit harder to accomplish,
But you can still go left side coastline from your spawn as opposed to trying to force it into main. Getting wide angles is the power of Pharmacy / Echo Mercy compositions. But forcing yourselves through this tiny little entry alcove puts a lot of focus fire on your team. Petal backtracks, I'm just waiting for Visor to get popped as I was talking about it. But Ghost goes down for Blaine College, Skyscraper goes down, Hutch is dangerously low. Kitsune Rush is committed, Petal doesn't need the Visor. There's the res on the one Discord mod that got deleted. Now it is an all-out brawl to get the point. His Visor is popped from McNuddle. In response, Petal will pop their own. No one's gonna get a foothold on point if you're Blaine College, and that is Lijiang Tower going over to the Comets.
It's one of those scenarios where there's very little difference between the two teams except for the DPS choice, and UTD also had a mid-air battle between both of the forests, so you can argue for that round, UTD Comets just better.
It comes down to not being the odd character out in your comp. If your comp centers around one type of playstyle, all of you need to have that playstyle, or you need to play drastically different to the extent that no one notices.
I mean, what did you say last match? Stop trying to fit a square peg in a round hole.
Yes. Everybody's super mobile. How do you expect your team that's going to be diving into the backline or way off in the wings to come save you when you don't have that movement? And that is the question you got to ask when you're forming these compositions. Yes, Sojourn's a great hero. Yes, she's powerful, but if your team's not running a comp that allows you to get value, that's a bad issue. That's a problem. Now, the question is, I've asked this already. We asked this last week a couple of times. Do you think Blinn is going to pick Kings Row?
It's almost like I'm living in an alternate reality where it's like someone hasn't chosen Kings Row in a while. Like, I don't know if I've teleported to an alternate universe or anything, but people have really been wanting to go to Eichenwald instead. But it's like you said, you know, less options for what you can run on Kings Row with the swap to 5v5. So maybe people overall, as Overwatch 2 goes on, will see more different map picks come out, more things discovered.
Honestly, I understand just the way the meta has been going, why Eichenwald's become more of a prominent hybrid map to choose. I discussed that with Colin earlier during our first series. However, I need to continue to just stick with the, are we going to see Kings Row moment? Because if I keep doing that, we're not going to see it. I'm just trying to do the reverse psychology. It is yet again going to be Eichenwald. I am so happy.
I'm just wondering how long it's going to be, though, till the happiness wears off and we've seen Eichenwald for the 50th time.
Maybe. Okay, so hear me out. As I mentioned earlier, Kings Row has level for creativity, but there are comps that just work, that become your bread and butter. You don't need to swap on Kings Row anymore, unlike old Kings Row. On Eichenwald, however, say you're getting rolled on defense. You get inside, you've got someone on your team who's like, hey, I'm gonna go Junkrat. Say goodbye to your opportunity to round any possible corner without your team being forced to use a cooldown unless you do it smart.
Yeah, I always like those stages that just have the wide variety of terrain, that it isn't just the same thing over and over again. That's why, you know, we had such dismay when Circuit Royale was chosen last time, because it's just Sigma and snipers, just, you know, a double S threat right in your face, and it isn't going to change unless, you know, you really can outdo the other team at the same comp. So, sometimes mirror match is fun to see because, it is a true test of each player's ability to play it at the same time. But we also want a little bit of variety in our life. We don't want to see mirror matches the entire game.
I also don't want to see a mirror Sigma double sniper spam, which Eichenwald doesn't tend to favor completely. Yes, during the second stage you can do it. However, the caveat would be, the reason why I don't want to see it, it becomes a game of chicken. Who's going to peek first? Who's going to peek last? Who is bold enough to stay there staring at the angle for an extra 3 seconds waiting for the other person to peek again? And are you making a bad call doing this, waiting for them to peek because someone has now taken an off angle on you that you can't see and you get headshot? Or is that person just going to peek from the same spot again and you get the headshot? It's a little boring.
Second map has been chosen. We are moving into it. Eichenwald on deck for UTD versus Blinn. UTD has claimed the first stage. Both of these teams, much like the first two teams, we said the first two teams were undefeated. That's the same for these two teams, but I have to mention they were perfectly undefeated, meaning in all the matches they had up until then for the first and this second match right now, they had won 3-0 everything. So I do believe for the vast majority of teams, one of them might have a 3-1, but it's a very impressive record for both teams.
I'm just looking at some of these things because our earlier matches actually won by forfeit.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't count that as heavily as I do teams that actually win having to do the 3-0 sweeps as a genuine 3-0 sweeps. Again, you got an A- versus a solid A, to reference how I graded teams a few weeks ago because I am a teacher apparently.
All right. And anything but a mirror match this time. We have different picks for every single player.
Discord, I better not see you back up there.
Okay, we do have kind of our first mirror match being brought up. Two Widows both teams are considering. Mike Weaver and Anna for UTD.
Oh, the spirit
I like they're getting into the spirit
That's my
of it.
favorite emote. I do the same thing when I play Anna. I'm like, anybody wants some candy?
4, 3, 2,
Just a little bit of giggles before we get down to the actual action.
defend objective
Lynn
A.
College first on the attack. And already some damage being pushed on to Cashier. Will heal up, but that's just a little love tap from the other Widow before a swap over to the Mei.
The notorious, let me take one shot. If you don't get the insta-headshot kill, which at that range you're not going to anymore in most cases, you're going to just end up swapping back. Orca already uses Kinetic Grasp, and Accretion does not find anything, but Cashier goes down to Hutch. Intro pick coming from the Supportal Combat from Blinn College. Oh!
Now it's going to move in, focus down the Ana, whose life gripped out of there, but still hurting. Orca was just not going to let that support go.
What are you guys doing?
Lynn College just sweeping right through the Comets, getting the payload with plenty of time to spare, over 5.5 minutes.
UTD got a little too silly.
I am restored.
Okay, who do we have on payload? Because right now we've got 2, which is normally uncharacteristic. It's
3.
typically...
Okay. Well, normally, yeah, I know how you were going to finish that, though, Artie. You know, it's usually Lucio duty.
We've seen a Hanzo end up pushing the cart before, which I don't always agree with. Truly, main supports, I'm sorry, but we are resident shoppers. Ask your team if they want any energy drinks from the store. You're on cart duty. If your team needs you, you have amp speed, you have wall climb abilities. It is your job to push that
Especially since he's got the emote, which is just him sitting down, okay? I mean, it's just perfect all around. Thematically, it's good. He's pushing the payload. He looks the part. He's doing his job. But there have been times also, I think we saw one time earlier this season where we saw a tank push the payload, which already just mentioning that is given some traumatic flashbacks.
On Paraiso, twice. And the only reason why I'm going to mention this crew is because they're people that I love and care about. I'm not bullying, but Kel, why were you on cart on Paraiso twice as Sigma when our team was getting eviscerated on the left high ground? I question the choice every time. You know the rules, so do I. Lucio on cart, everyone else go claim space. Stop trying to go through a tiny corridor when you are a spam comp and your front line is behind you.
I don't know how many here also watch traditional sports such as football, but I'm getting a lot of flashbacks right now to Richard Sherman of the Seahawks yelling at Wilson to run the ball.
Yes, yes, 100%. Like, there are fundamentals that every team should know, and one of them is not put your tank on cart. It's not your, like, yes, when you were in the lower ranks, your tank sometimes gets yelled at to push cart, or they're like, oh my, I need to push cart on tank, I need to be on cart. No, you don't. It's your main.
Everything's now all reset. We're just going to push those traumatic memories back into our minds and get to
Hold that ante!
Satan. That's a huge ante placed on to the Buccaneers. Immortality Field is put down to bail them out. Noodle pushing as much damage as he can, but the flank from Kashir is going to pay dividends, picking up a double, putting UT Dallas back into control of the situation.
Not to mention McNuddle, when taking that angle, had 3 people in line of sight. Again, remember, it's a one-on-one, one-on-one, one-on-one. Tiny angle, one person at a time. If you pepper spray down 3 are going to turn looking at you, and you are just a bastion. And you only get 6 seconds to find an elimination, my friend.
Infrared sights brought out by Petal to start things out. College taking their time. It's enough time for another ultimate to charge for UT Dallas. This Blade available. Tree of Life also on deck.
Okay. We're going to bet. Is Kashir going to end up getting lifted, or is it going to get beaten?
He's just going to jump right in there with a huge ante placed onto Blinn. A slice and a dice and a triple for Kashir. Now going for the quad. Picks it up. This Genji is on fire and unstoppable. One final stagger for good measure, and UT Dallas win 2 in a row.
Dragon Blade is easily thwarted by beats if you are ult tracking, which I trust the side of the Buccaneers. They are ult tracking. They should be ult tracking. Should have known Dragon Blade was online and waited for Ghost to get beat up, or Orca to have Graphitic Flush. It was tragic, caught out in rotation. Gotta anticipate it, be ready for it. Don't let Kashir run away and do what he wants on this Genji. Widowmaker also trying to get some pot shots in through the doorway. Massive ante comes through. Immortality is forced, and they're just walking into the hallway and praying that they make it through.
This Anna has been on her game, just throwing these antes out. Another one goes on to Orca, the beat to keep Blinn alive. Orca now looking for the Gravitic, doesn't find anyone with it. Kashir picks up Hutch. Sky Sniper answering it back. We're down to 4 apiece. Orca very low on health, trying to stick out, but isn't going to survive with a shot from Petal. Now this May once again gets staggered. McNoodle keeping it competitive. I was already counting them out, but McNoodle proved me wrong. Lynn College still pushing the payload forward.
Discord mod just took a lot of bullets from McNoodle without giving McNoodle recognition. Uh-oh, Genji has deep flank. Genji has... that hurts my soul.
Lynn College now making more ground, and we're going to have another battle between Discard Mod and Orca. Kashir takes out Hutch. Deflect once again by this Genji, but not enough. One shot by Sky Sniper to take the Genji out. Artillery being used by Blinn, making some space for themselves past the arch. They're going to go for a long flank here. Maybe? Oh, they're going to the high ground.
They have bridge on lock, but Meteor Strike can come in and break that hold on bridge apart very fast. It is just Hutch on Kiriko pushing cart, Swift steps away. Kashir again with the blade. Doi also has nano. Ghost does not have beat yet. I am getting flashbacks. They don't even need it.
Oh, Ghost just sliced away by Kashir. He got taken out once, but he's back in full force. Lynn going for a reset now, just over a minute, and some swaps being brought out. Echo and Wrecking Ball coming on deck. UT Dallas is loaded up.
They have the proverbial every Q in the game. It starts early with the Dragon Blade. Hutch is in their line of sight, is down.
Oh!
Beat is used. Bastion who's shooting the deflected nano boosted Genji. Gets punished. Ghost finds Kashir. Discord finds Ghost. No one's going to be able to touch. It's not even last fight yet, but now it's just Nano Blade.
Deflecting Genji.
As good as this Genji has been, Kashir is going to change it up for the last half minute. Going over to
30
Tracer.
seconds remaining.
Lynn still not sitting on any ultimate UT Dallas. Using 3, anti-placed onto Orca. Trying to focus down this Echo. Kashir gets the pick. Now Hutch is next on the list for Discord mod. Has to turn around, however, getting flanked from the side. Goes to pick up some health. Now going to be back Kashir. Also finding himself low on health. That's a great flank into the back line. And bringing out the Meteor Strike as well as Tree of Life is popped by... Tree of Life is popped by UT Dallas to keep their tank alive. Petal picking up a double onto Orca and Ghost. There's only this Bastion left. The Doom gets right in his face, as well as the Tracer. Sky Sniper, the only hope left, trying to blink around the point. They just need to focus him down. They're going to be able to do that. The overtime timer ticks down. Wrecking Ball trying to stall it out the spin to win, but it's an anti and a focus down by the Comets to take Blinn College out, although he's still alive. Nope, he is gone. Petal doing great cleanup work for the Comets. Keeps Blinn to just 1 point.
And now I get a demonstration as to why previously one of our casters has said that they despise Eichenwald because the push around castle is just too lopsided in favor of defense. However, as our earlier game demonstrated, it is and isn't. You just got to know what you need to do, what your goal is, set yourselves up for success, and don't shoot a deflecting Genji.
That's one of the, we've been talking about how things changed a little from Overwatch 1 to 2 in terms of King's Row. This is one thing that hasn't changed from Overwatch 1 to 2. You just don't shoot the deflecting Genji.
Yeah, it's real great when arbitrarily you're shooting, and then all of a sudden, Genji has a fire strike. When did he get that one? Or Genji has a rail shot, or grenade, or anti. Just, if your team is calling it, or if they're not calling it, ask for them to call it. Know when he has a deflect, and don't shoot.
It's one of those cooldowns that is so important, it always needs to be tracked, or else you're going to find yourself in really. And we're not even going to be seeing any part of this stage, so thank you, production, for giving us a quick fly through of the castle, because UT Dallas doesn't even need to make it there. Don't even need to make it to the bridge, just past the first archway on the castle, and they will be good to go.
4, 3,
Last game was very competitive all the way to game 5.
incoming.
Blinn College hoping that maybe they can pull a Fisher and do a reverse sweep. Just have to see. Getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves right now. We got to focus on the task at hand. UT Dallas now trying to push forward. That's the first choke point on Eichenwald. It's going to move over to the right, get right in the face of the Sigma, stunned by the accretion. Being pushed back, not quite the fast take that they wanted, but this Genji thinking of some sneaky things. Look at this Genji, he's going into the back line.
Wait, where's Genji? I'm looking, I'm trying to see. There he is, I see him. See the silhouette, but I'm looking at Discord mod right now who managed to get the extra damage. Ooh, Kashiri.
I set you up so well.
This was just, you know what, I'm not gonna say that was a caster curse. I'm gonna say that was just Kashir getting caught out. Hutch already demonstrated earlier, getting the first pick, that their Baptiste is pretty solid on the DPS aspect of that hero's kit. So maybe don't solo challenge a hero that has 3 health bars.
Trying to tank things out. Discord mod pushes him back, however. Anti thrown onto Orca. Bit of a flank coming out from that Life Weaver. The Petal to get some high ground. Kashir now trying to pick off someone in the back line. Is only going to be able to do a slight dusting of damage. Another anti thrown out onto Orca. Discord is in the back line picking up the squishies. McNoodle is first. Now it's going to be back to fight. Orca is able, with the help of basically all of his team, to burn him down. Sky Sniper next on the list. UT Dallas doing some cleanup duty. Payload in tow.
The only person on the side of UTD that does not have their ultimate online is Discord mod, who was first to use ultimate in that final engage. It was Meteor Strike. For the side of Blinn College, we've got Blizzard online. We've got Peak, Window, almost Graphitic Flight.
Look at all this
what-
room.
what
Just
is
for,
no
oh,
one
it
looking at
almost
Doomfist?
pushes him off the edge. And Petal also picking up a double with the Dragon Strike. Artie, you've repeated a lot of your talking points. I think it's time to bring out your Valorant talking point right now.
Check your angles, please. 3 people walked past this Doomfist without checking him, without seeing him. Didn't force him out. Think of Doomfist still as a flanker. You cannot let him have space for free. Additionally, stop conga lining out of one door. You are running a Sigma. I understand you have a Mei, but you can go out both doors, so not all of you die to one ultimate.
UT Dallas, I like the way they're setting this up because they've been able to gain a whole bunch of push by having the fight on the top of the castle. They are going to be able to drop down Blink College to be able to contest the payload, but now UT Dallas is a hop, skip, and a jump away. Petal picks off Hutch McNoodle next by Discord. Orca does manage to find a few on the Gravitic. Sky Sniper gets the pick onto Petal, but Kashir just gets right in Orca's face. He's so low on health. And Discord Mod comes back with the Meteor Strike.
The banhammer.
Yeah. You can only host memes in general for so long before the mod has to lay down discipline.
Turns on slow mode. With that, UTD is going to walk away on Eichenwald with a victory, putting themselves at series point. As we enter into Flashpoint,
Play of the game.
we can take a quick look at this massive nano blade that I'm pretty sure I know is in the hallway after the point cap. Nicely done, Kashir. Of course, make sure to thank your Ana because you wouldn't have had that nano without them. As we get prepared to go into Flashpoint. Red or black?
Servasta. I gotta go with the prevailing wisdom now. I've seen it enough that I'm not gonna try to, you know, mix it up a little bit, and I'm kind of just conceding Servasa for right now.
Let me think. I actually need a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things where, you know, I'm sure I can think of a few reasons, and then you actually try to start thinking of reasons, and then you come up blank, and you're like, I just wasted 10 seconds of my mental ability to try to justify the other pick.
I was thinking about Blinn enjoying this Sigma pick, which I don't have any problems with whatsoever. Sigma's totally fine. It's just, again, New Drunk City, way too open. And if you're dealing with a composition that is this dive-heavy comp that the Comets are pulling out, you don't want to go to New Junk. However, no way.
No
way.
No.
I'm not believing
Yeah,
our other caster.
yeah.
He's trying to pull a fast one. The wool's not getting pulled over my eyes this time.
You gotta wake up pretty early in the morning to get one past.
It's Servasa. Again, New Drunk City, way too open. Dive thrives in open style maps. Yes, it's still viable on Servasa. Not as easily as it would on New Junk in comparison to a spam comp. So with that in mind, I would lean into Servasa. We were on the same page, Jacob, and for once we're actually doing decent on our guesses today.
Yeah, doing pretty well. When we stop trying to get fancy about it, it actually works out for us. So always going to start off on the first point, dead center in market. Are there any flashpoints that you have kind of become your favorite after watching Servasta? I just personally, if you ask me, kind of like a Temple, kind of, just because of the off chance of the water coming into play. Because overall, it's not really a stage where you know, you think the water can come into play, but more often than not, I've seen either from a boop or a player just doing it to themselves. They accidentally walk into the water.
I like Fountain, but Servasa, I also think New Junk technically as well, after a point is capped, regardless of which team, there is some environmental change that occurs. For the first one, Market, which is the one we're going to be flying through here on screen, the radios turn on. For this one, the Fountain's middle sprinkler turns on. For the next one, I can't remember what it is for Garden. However, for Temple, there's a giant bell in the middle, and you hear the bell get rung.
That's always nice. I always like that.
I like the Fountain.
Palace also is kind of interesting because so much of the fight can usually take off ports to the sides because you have high ground sites all over the flashpoint. But because that area is so enclosed, those hallways off to the sides, it makes some really exciting moments where something like a meteor strike or a riptire can just do chaos if everyone is stuck in those doorways.
I like the comp we're seeing from Blinn.
This is the Battle Cattle composition.
4,
The horse is here, and the horse is here to stay.
1.
As Colin said earlier, someone has finally brought a gun to the rock, paper, scissors fight.
Yes. Also, Orisa's great going into a Doomfist because you see him attempt to do anything, you're like, oh, spear.
Oh, fortify. Spear's in.
We're having an early fight between Sky Sniper trying to catch UT Dallas off guard. Stun gonna be pushed on toward that Doomfist. As this Battle Cattle moves on ever closer, this is a lot of ground being taken by Blinn, but UT Dallas might get a sneaky capture. They turn around and deal with it. Not gonna allow Comets to pull a fast one on them. Immorfield thrown down by Blinn, keeping them all healthy. Discord Mod hurting for health. He is taken out by Sky Sniper, and without their tank, UT Dallas needs to claim this flashpoint now. They are going to be able to do it.
Keep in mind, Doomfist also gets back very quickly, so going down Doomfist, if you bide your time properly, play touch and go on the point, you can survive. It's just a question of will you at this instance, as Kashir is facing down the Battle Cattle and the Genji and takes the blunt end of the open weapon in the rock, paper, scissors fight. Kashir goes down. Discord Mod, who's just back from the Shadow Realm, gets sent right back. Sky Sniper also is going to go down.
Petal is being a general tracer nuisance, and McNoodle's going to have none of that. That's going to be shut down for UT Dallas. Blinn College has now claimed the lead.
Being a tracer nuisance, this is a powerful tool. It's like your annoying younger sibling who says, I'm not in your space. As they get closer and closer to making full-blown physical contact next to you with their hand right by your face. That is your job as tracer, but you need to do it when your team is trying to go claim said space. Joy goes and uses ult, manages to find one, but the cost of their own life. The trade is going to be then followed up with the elimination of Sky Sniper as well as Touch from Petal and Kashir.
Now there is just this Orisa left. They're able to mow it down. Point taken back for the Comets. Meteor Strike just coming online for Discord Mod. Petal also sitting on this Pulse Bomb. Blinn College does, however, have the beat, so they gotta time it right, but they can negate a lot of damage if they use that beat correctly.
So we have Meteor Strike online. You amp speed, you run away. We have Deadeye on the line. You amp speed and stay around a corner. Pulse Bomb, maybe use B. Tree of Life, don't really need it. Kashir's going to be the first one to fall for the side of UT Dallas, so Ghost honestly just needs to look to, if they lose Hutch, use Beats so your team can stabilize as Source being picked off slowly and painfully out in the open. McNoodle goes down. Ghost goes down. Finally, Sky Sniper falls, and Orca is left standing as the lone whale horse. Whale horse, right? Orca's a whale.
The whale horse. Except this time, the whale's the one that has the harpoon. Anyway, that's going to be the first flashpoint taken for UT Dallas, looking to close this one out in record time with a 3-0 sweep. We're going to be moving over, flying over as fast as we can to the other checkpoint. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, I want to see this water. We're going to see artillery first, however.
Jacob takes joy in environmental elimination, similar to how Dallin takes joy in seeing people get blown up in Rocket League.
It's a very simple need. And I'm a man of simple tastes when it comes to watching Overwatch. We're going to see the flashpoint now unlocked for both teams. UT Dallas playing a little bit of touch and go is going to make their way onto the point. Blinn is pushed over to the side. Nothing much except pylon remove. Pulse bomb placed right onto McNoodle. Ghost still holding on to this beat for 2 team fights. And Petal has been allowed to charge up 2 Pulse Bomb, and now he uses it.
Your DPS, both of your DPS were dead, my friend.
Tragic in terms of ult usage, and UT Dallas going to get the point for themselves past 20%. Of course, the timer ticks extra fast on Flashpoint, so Blinn probably not going to be able to make it back until we hit 45-50.
Tree of Life, Meteor Strike, Deadeye all online. Terra Surge getting close, but Kitsune Rush, Terra Surge can work as a combo. Target focus will become paramount, as well as eviscerating the tree that is likely to sprout during the process of the Terra Surge.
Bit of a route off to the side, but I talk about the water. This is another area, but UT Dallas doesn't really have any boots, so it's not going to come into play. The Kitsune Rush used to help Blinn engage on the point. Meteor Strike brought out by Discord Mod. finding one to slam into. Lynn takes the flashpoint for themselves. Sky Sniper making a bit of room to that Tracer is now going to recall back.
No one got eliminated by UTD during that Kitsune rush. They're playing the space tug of war. They gave them space, they're taking it back. They waited for Kitsune rush to be completely burned up. It is gone. Tree of Life from Lard is finally gone also for UTD, but we have another pulse bomb online. There's Terror Surge gripped onto a Discord mod. Discord is safe, but Petal puts the pulse bomb on Ghost, and Sky Sniper also goes down to Petal. That is point, check, and lock for UTD again.
Tracer has been uncontested for the entire game and keeps charging up these pulse bombs time after time after time again. So now Blinn College has to pull off basically a reverse sweep on Flashpoint to facilitate a reverse sweep for the whole match. They've got their work cut out for them. It is their last chance. Sky Sniper gets a pick onto the Alari.
You mentioned Petal and how much value he is currently getting on this Tracer. You also pointed out why. No one is giving Petal any attention. A flanker needs to be forced out, just like a Doomfist needs to be forced out. Do not let them have space for free. I.e., Petal is currently in Lucio's space, was in McNoodle's space, found McNoodle, is in a 2-on-1, but no one is turning and looking at this Tracer.
Flashpoint being contested, and got two Tracers out and a swap by McNoodle onto the Soldier 76. Orca getting very close to Terror Surge. Discord mod also sitting on their ultimate. Deadeye being brought out with the Petal as well. He drops down and is life gripped on out of there. Petal doesn't get any mileage out of that pulse bomb. That is 2 ultimates spent for the Comets. The Meteor Strike, the third one they use, is going to get some mileage. McNoodle and Orca are taken out. Kashir also picks up a double just with some normal fire from the Cassidy. And there's just this Kariko left, which they're going to stall out.
Blinn did get 70%. Quite a significant amount. There was a lot of chaos, and everything from UT Dallas was spent during that fight. Blinn, everything was spent as well. Previous neutral fight that we had, fight 1 for point 1. Wins in favor of UTD. So the question is, can Blinn change their fate, write a new chapter in their story, and create a different storyline, get these eliminations early on in the neutral series, claim the space without giving up too many cooldowns? They've already allowed Discord mod to get in and get out for free, and that's a healing drop from McNoodle. Unprocced, truly, by anybody on the side of UT Dallas.
Going after the Kariko next, gonna regroup with the team. Petal is moving around, however, and with help from Kashir from the high ground, McNoodle is eliminated. Orca gonna just charge right into Discord mod. Sky Sniper and Hutch also getting in on the action, a pick for each one of them. Blinn College, this is the flashpoint they needed to claim to stay in it. Looks like they're gonna be able to do that. What?
Yikes!
One more pulse bomb directly onto Ghost. Just not going to make him forget that. Even if they don't get the flashpoint, they want Ghost to remember, you got to watch out for me.
Petal also apparently knew that was the last checkpoint. He'd be running as Tracers decide to swap over to the Sojourn. We now have Sojourn Cassie against Soldier 76 and Tracer. Sky Sniper has Pulse Bomb. There is no Suzu for UT Dallas to circumvent the Pulse Bomb, nor is there an Immortality. Could we see a huge pulse for Sky Sniper here? I hope so.
The thing they have for any sort of healing is the Tree of Life, which is just online for the Comets. Every other ultimate is just a whole bunch of damage pushed onto the Buccaneers. Charge goes in by Blinn College. Recall with the Pulse Bomb to take out Petal. Captive Sun popped by Doi. How many will it hit? Will it get any real value? Meteor Strike right into the tank. Tree of Life also expended. UT Dallas is going all in. But they aren't picking anyone up from Blinn. They do manage to find McNoodle, and the beat spent by Ghost, helping the team survive. That's a lot spent by UT Dallas. They need to get the point for all they've spent, but it's not going to be in the cards. Maybe a Hail Mary high noon.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Lucio, what are you doing? Oh. They almost let themselves get eliminated. That gave me a heart attack.
Kitsune Rush used by Blinn, and they are not stopping at all. UT Dallas completely has lost their footing in this flashpoint. It's going to go to the final fifth one, I think. I said just curse them, but I don't think so. UT Dallas has no ultimates to spend for this fight. Blinn has 3. They're going to use the first, the pulse bomb. Discord Mod's going to move in, try to just get a touch on it. Overtime ticking down though, and he's forced off. And the checkpoint, and it's claimed by Blinn. The Buccaneers now are tied 2 apiece. One last flashpoint to decide it all.
Blinn is finally starting to press the advantages that they are given when they go up one, or essential cooldowns are used from UT Dallas. I'm enjoying seeing it. Something that we don't typically hear me say on broadcast, but I've said to the teams that I work with, is if you have an advantage, you need to walk up, post up, and T-pose on the enemy team. Stop giving up all this space, letting them do what they want first, and that is exactly what Blinn College just did on the last 2 checkpoints.
Teleport brought out by UT Dallas, quickly destroyed by the soldier. Oh, Visor popped his Tree of Life, but it's going up against an overclock, and he is taken out of his Visor before he can even use it. Battle of the DPSs. Petal pulls out a tremendous win, negates an ultimate, trying to focus down Ghost with the help of Kashir, is going to be successful in that endeavor. Everyone's taken out from Blinn, and UT Dallas claims the first.
I'm on my game now.
If you think about the ultimate set between Petal versus McNoodle, Visor is not a one-shot, one-kill. Overclock is a one-shot, one-kill. If I popped Visor and then immediately heard an overclock, you best go hide. It is not worth taking that duel. That is half a clip versus one shot.
Thing they need to keep in mind is Sky Sniper might be looking for a tricky flank with this pulse bomb. A lot of them have been successful, but Joy is able to catch him out, stop the flank before it happens. Kitsune Rush also spent on Blinn, but they are down 1 as they use it. And here comes the Kitsune Rush in response from the Cobras. Rush slams into 2. Both supports gone. Soldier running away. You're not going to get away, buddy. Meteor Strike solo ulted onto you. UT Dallas looking good for claiming this last point.
Discord mod just hunted down your alternative username in the server and banned it as well.
Good to see you.
Just one last Hail Mary to try to get a touch on the point from Blinn as the rest of the team tries to move over. The soldier's running for his life, but can't get there in time. UTD claims it in a 3-0 sweep.
Take a quick look at the play of the game. It might be a pulse bomb.
Play of
Nope,
the game.
it's Discord mod coming in on the Doomfist.
All right. Hey, he had plenty of
Is it the one
break.
with Kitsune Rush?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, this was deadly.
And it was the last chance for Blinn to bring it back in their favor. So in terms of showmanship and just hunting down McNoodle, but also as important as that victory was for the overall match, I totally agree with the game for once and choosing a play of the game.
It was nice. I liked it. Congratulations, UTD. You guys walk away with a 3-0 sweep in your favor, but definitely Blinn was showing a lot of strengths. They did I'm glad they pulled out the battle cattle. There was things that were well executed. It's just, again, you need to set your precedent early on in control and make sure that you set a composition that has a cohesive recipe going together. You don't want to give someone, basically the anticipation of having a chocolate chip cookie, but instead they got oatmeal raisin.
Don't be that person on Halloween, okay? We're getting close to it. Don't hand out the toothbrushes, Don't do the bait and switch.
I know those people. With that in mind, we are going to take a quick break. We'll leave you with the top 5 plays of the game for now, which are brought to you by Mavix. Mavix, feel the difference? Don't go anywhere. We're back here with 2 more Overwatch matches that are both best of 5s. But for now, go grab a drink of water, stand up and stretch your legs. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. It's a little boring.
Second map has
Point as we see Pulse Bomb used early. Suzu gets forced. We still have Rocket Barrage and Valk with McNoodle. Player again, first elimination is going to be onto the Sojourn.
that barrage
Oh,
is just tanked out, doesn't find anybody. UT Dallas takes back the
It is just Hutch on Kiriko, pushing cart, Swiss steps away. Kashir again with the blade. Doi also has nano. Ghost does not have beat yet. I am getting flashbacks. They You don't even need it.
Oh, goes just slice.
Goes down to pedal. That is point, check, and lock for UTD again.
Tracer has been uncontested for the entire game and keeps charging up these pulse bombs time after time after time again. So now Blinn College has to pull off basically a reverse sweep on fire and unstoppable. One final stagger for good measure, and UT Dallas win 2 in a row.
Dragon Blade is easily thwarted by beats if you are ult tracking, which I trust the side of the Buccaneers. They are ult tracking. They should be ult tracking. Should have known Dragon Blade was online and waited for Ghost to get beat up.
And here comes the Kitsune Rush in response from the Cabins. It's the Rush, slams into 2. Both support's gone. Soldier running away. You're not going to get away, buddy. Meteor Strike solo ulted onto you. UT Dallas looking good for claiming this last point.
Discord mod just hunted down your alternative username in the server and
Alright. Oh my god,
welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. I'm your host, Artie Rain, joined by Jacob Palmer, and we have Doi in studio with us on the big screen. Thank you so much for being here, Doi. How's your evening going so far?
It's pretty well. I had a pretty long day, but it was a fun match.
Long days tend to be pretty standard when you play esports late into when the sun
Yeah.
has set. Now, you had a fabulous performance on Li Zhang. Honestly, I love seeing Ana gameplay. You had some massive nades. However, we have not been able to be blessed with the opportunity to see as much Ana gameplay thus far within the Starleague. What warranted you coming out on the Ana?
I just really wanted to play Ana, I guess. And yeah. We didn't get to play Ana at all this semester. It was mostly BAP meta, and yeah.
Well, I have to imagine that this was a pretty fun match for your team at all, because everyone had their moment where they were able to pop off. I mean, Genji on Eichenwald, I mean, just had the amazing Nano Blade. Of course, again, props to the Ana play also. But also, I mean, that Tracer was having a ball on Servasto with the I mean, I have to wonder, just for you, was it as enjoyable for you as it was to us? Because rarely do I see a game where every single player and every single role has a pop-off moment.
Yeah, we really enjoyed the game. We all kind of picked our favorite heroes. So we went Life River, went Tracer, and then we just we made it work.
Well, considering you all got to play your favorite heroes, is Kiriko technically also your favorite? Because it seemed like you were kind of forced onto playing Kiriko for the end of Servasa.
Yeah, they kind of forced me to go Kiriko. Ilari's kind of bad on Suravasa, especially when we have Doom.
Well, I'm glad that you guys were able to make it work, still had fun, and are able to keep your competitive perfect record. Also, yes, guys, we can hear all of you. It's good to see you again. With that being said, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to interview you, Doi. Hope to see you guys later, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, guys.
And to all of you that are joining us here virtually in the studio, we still have 2 more Overwatch matches to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a few more minutes with our last 2 games of the evening.
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. Our evening rolls on in Overwatch, and we've got Boise State going up against Oakland University. The Broncos versus the Golden Grizzlies for match 3 tonight. I'm going to be subbing in as your host for this match, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined again by Colin Majunkin, who's come back to join us for the proceedings here tonight. And Boise State, definitely a top team contender in NACE, but I understand the Golden Grizzlies have had quite a run of their own, enough to earn a lot of respect, I've heard.
Oh yeah, and definitely when you get teams like this, personally, it's sort of not only from the opposition side, if you are Boise State looking into it, whereas the Grizzlies are sort of in that box looking out of it. It's one of those things of if you are Boise State, you still got to go on respecting that, because more than anything, I think we know as casters, we've seen it time and time again that teams go into these matches and they underevaluate things, and it ends up turning around on them and ends up going the bad way. And I honestly think the Grizzlies are one of those teams that can do it, of where if you've got to treat them the right way, and you've got to go out 100% and pick your best maps, pick your best characters, pick your best comps, or else it's going to turn against you.
Well, as much as my inner 5-year-old would like to believe it, it isn't all just one big happy family in the world of collegiate esports. You've got your rivalries. You got your teams that have a tiff with each other, maybe have a personal score to settle. But it's always nice when we have a match like this. I was talking to Boise State's coach just a little bit earlier, really respects the coach of Oakland University, Carl Leone, said, we really respect what you've done. You've had a great season. They were able to beat Mizzou earlier on the season, Golden Grizzlies. That's not an easy team to take down. So the message from Boise State was, really respect you, glad to play you, but we're also planning on giving you your first loss. So, you got to keep all competitive going forward. But let's take a little bit of a closer look at the two teams competing, who they're bringing to the table, because I understand for Boise State, there is key person missing, but we'll go over Oakland University first.
We got side of Jax, Krawi, Carbon, Aerospace, and Froth, Philly 7.
And for Boise State, we've got Bagel, Lyric, Chosen, Moose, and Cal. And if you are familiar with Boise State's lineup, you will notice a key player, Clear, not there for Boise State today. He is traveling this week. So Boise State does have one of their main players not available, so is going to have to move some others in to make up the difference, but they're still pretty confident in getting a victory this match. Now we can take a look at how this game is going to play out, because we've started off on Legion for the first 2 matches. Might just be sticking with tradition and keeping it similar throughout everything, but no, we have to change things up and start off on Antarctica.
Which is honestly a map that at least casting-wise, I'm not super familiar with. So it's definitely one of those things where I'm excited to see something. We've seen a lot of diversity happen throughout the past couple of weeks in terms of map picks, in terms of what teams are willing to do. And I think it's a little bit more of that the adaptation of let's play the maps that are a little less familiar, because we want to reward ourselves for being prepared. It's not one of those things if everybody's doing the norm, it eventually becomes you lose an edge, right? It comes to day-to-day basis, game-to-game basis. But if we can gain an edge by hopefully having a map pick that the other team is not familiar with or not very good with, then that's a fair fight that you don't want to take, and you want every advantage you possibly could.
There's definitely some interesting things that are brought into the equation when Antarctica is on deck. On the ice caves, I kind of get flashbacks to Oasis Gardens because it has that overlook, which is so dominant. We're going to be starting out on Ice Cave, so this is so serendipitous for what I'm saying. But yeah, you have this high ground right there that is so over the point. You can kind of get some interesting plays there. Maybe a tank drops down, the whole team drops down unexpectedly. But unlike Gardens on Oasis, the rotation to get over there to the high point is not out of the way. It's the main route that both teams take usually takes them up to that high ground where we see a lot of team fights start out there.
And I think that this sort of reminds me of the conversation that I had with Artie talking about one of the other flashpoints that we don't get to see very often is that first point is in a dish. It's in a dome. It's something that not a lot of players are very extremely comfortable with. But there is a fair amount of high ground that you also get that is very close and connected to the point. There's a lot of open space that you can use to your advantage as well. But I definitely think it is a bit of a challenge to get to. Once you have the point, you can sort of sit right on top of the point on high ground. And control it from there.
Now, last match we saw some insane flanking maneuvers, and talking about flanks, the stage that we're looking at right now has so many routes that people can go off to the side and catch you unawares. It's not going to be as bad as it has been over the past few weeks because of the Zarya nerfs. So you can't just bail out your squishies with the bubbles on the flank routes. But still, if we got some top-tier DPS players here, then I would be very careful looking to your left and right on this stage.
Which is one of those things that I just don't think we see it that often, that when it is used and used correctly, it is such a deadly thing. Because like you said, we're not seeing that Zarya, we're not seeing that get out of free jail card where you're having to use your own cooldowns to effectively get out of a bad situation, which can either win you the fight or hinder you and lose and you get reset, or you got to S key out of there and now your team's a little set back, and that can be the difference between winning a fight and losing a fight.
I see all the teams are loaded in. We're just waiting for the final go-ahead to start this match. Boise State and the Golden Grizzlies, Oakland University. Both these teams, again, undefeated. Again, this is kind of an all-star night, if you really think about it, just in terms of the teams that are competing. I mean, 6 of them are completely undefeated. We have past champions of NACE Starleague, Boise State having the championship for last fall season. In terms of the last spring championships, that's Maryville. And even though Maryville isn't competing here tonight, they have a very outsized impact on match 4. And we'll get into that when match 4 starts. But basically, match 4, the one that we're going to see tonight after this, would not be as competitive and as high stakes as it would be without Maryville. So all the champions are either playing here tonight, or if they're not playing here, their shadow is looming over the competition. And I always like it when we kind of get down to the end of the normal season. We see top-tier teams going up against each other. We see a lot of teams' spotless records ruined, because one team has to go away here tonight with an L on their record.
And it's Oakland that has a 6-0, and it's Boise State that has the 5-0. So we go back to that first match of today of Shenandoah being that team that has that 6-0 and Fisher being 5-0. So if the data can support it, there's a pattern to be said here. The teams that have 5-0 are slightly up here, but that's just an hypothesis, and we're going to wait and see until we're in the game up, which we are officially loaded in. The players are waiting. Can't quite tell who's on what side yet, but like I said, waiting to see who goes undefeated and who takes the first loss of the season. But honestly, it's not completely the end of the world if you get that one on your record.
Yeah. One thing I also have to say is that one thing that can unseat top teams is complacency. Sometimes, as Artie can attest to earlier, we see interesting things done by the Broncos that they don't need to do in terms of who pushes the payload. So hopefully, if you're a Broncos fan, you won't see too much of that tonight. Instead, you're going to see the fight opened up with a double brought out by Plato. Moose also gets in on the action. Oakland University is going to find themselves down a whole bunch of people and fast. Maywall thrown up by Moose. Kel gets another pick. This time onto Oakland University's tank, and that's going to be the first point taken pretty quickly by the Broncos.
And that's a master stagger right there of that tank not able to get out of crawl, not able to leave, not able to die fast enough either, because that's an extra couple seconds. And while it's not flashpoint and the point doesn't, tick as fast as it does there, but it's one of those things where every second counts in a lot of these game modes.
Oh, that's
a micro.
That May roll just ruining Frothy's day. Does manage to get a few shots out. Oh, but now Boise State has made so much room for themselves, pushing right up to this choke. I don't know if Oakland University, they are able to punch through. I was about to say maybe they need to bring out a flank road, but they do manage to get 2 eliminations. Moose, the only one left for Boise State. Bagel's going to move in. 2 supports are there to help Moose out. Whoa, placed onto Frothy again. And a freeze as well, thanks to the blizzard.
Completely turns the fight around, gets the DPS, gets the support, gets the second support, and now Kel's back as a tank player, recaptures the point before Oakland University is able to get any higher on that, only able to get to 19% there. But we saw a little bit of what Oakland can do with this Bastion of sometimes you can just melt right through this Zarya, right through the bubble. You can't utilize the charge if you end up losing it when you go back to the respawn screen. And that might be a little bit of the approach here. The window's used. Kel is going to walk a little bit in front of it. The beat goes out as well. So is Flux. A lot of Qs being brought out. Aerospace is going to pick up one, as well as Carbon getting another. There's a second for the side of Aerospace, and this is Oakland University back in control as they're going to hunt down Moose.
Hey,
Oakland University has managed to bring back a good amount of these team
good to
fights.
see you.
These victories have allowed them to charge up 3 ultimates in tow. Overclock, artillery, and beat. Boise State is still hanging. They're gonna have the Graviton Surge again. Kel not willing to give up the Zarya quite yet. Window placed down. Gravitron Surge now available. Artillery and Overclock brought out by Oakland. Boise State managing to survive through it.
Gotta make sure our hands don't eat it up there. Beat is going to be used as well. This could be a big opening for the side of Graviton Surge to come out, but it might not matter because the Oakland's gonna pick up 2 here. Boise State's still fighting it out, but after losing a third there, the fight is just not going to stand for much longer. Kel's gonna attempt to get out. The immortality still stands. They're still sticking around for this fight. They're going to get 2 pretty good staggers, and by the time Boise State's ready to take this fight again, they should be pretty close to pushing OT. Now, Boise State will be back in one time.
Oh yeah, Bagel's just gonna use that speed boost for the rest of the team. They got plenty of time to get back.
Gotta be careful that hands do not eat this grab though. And there's also Graviton Surge available for the side of Oakland. There it is, trying to be preemptive.
Oh!
Goes out, it's gonna get Kel. Surge was used. Oh, but now Crawl's a little alone on point and might be stuck in the snow, but gets out. Saves stuff getting frozen. Boise State's gonna pick up 2 though.
Boise State still hanging in there despite their tank being taken out early. They take back the point for themselves. A team kill brought on to the Golden Grizzlies. Boise State hanging in by the skin of their teeth. They had to use a whole bunch of ultimates to do so. They are going to have, very crucially, I think, the beat online for them next fight. Oakland University, they've got the overclock available to them for this next fight. Boise State's going to have a slight ultimate advantage, but if there's anything Oakland University can do that we're already seeing, is they can surprise us.
Getting an important pick here could be crucial. The wall is going to go out, try and get somebody. Immortality is going to save quite a bit, but it doesn't matter. Boise State and Plato are going to clean it up quickly. The unison of the wall and the window, it was used so well. Even though Crawl was able to soak up so much of that damage, it simply didn't matter because that wheel transformation Bastion just 8 seconds long.
Yeah, but I also want to give Oakland their credit and call out that combo that was brought out between Crawl and Frothy on that Gravitic. He called it out immediately, and immediately, once Kel was caught up in it, that Bastion just locked onto him in midair and locked him out of it entirely. You only got 6 seconds when the turret is popped for Bastion, but my goodness, made every single use of it. Okay, here we go. This is Flankville right here. We're gonna see how well some of these squishies can do, but right now for Boise State, they're gonna be sticking on mainly what they had last time. No real quick heroes except for Carbon. Carbon might be able to make some sort of play happen. Plato gets the first pick, however. Carbon picks off Moose. It's even 4 apiece.
A bit out. Gonna have to use hands here. Rock was not able to deny it though. It's gonna be a bit of a stun. Plato's gonna pick up Carbon. Rock is still up. Playing around this natural cover. Boise State's going to unlock and cap the point first. But Oakland's still sticking around, playing around this cover here. Not quite contesting here. Waiting for the full might of their team, and a very low Frost gets saved out by Immortality. Trying to stick with it. The hands are going to go out, eat quite a bit here. Oakland trying to push through. Wall gets committed for Oakland. The rock goes out, gonna get one, but Oakland, with the help of Window, is just going to annihilate the entire side of Boise. get the 5. Now going to cap point and start their own clock in terms of getting to that 100%.
Plato just one tick away, now charges up artillery. Very crucial because Oakland University hasn't charged up their beat yet, so depending on how fast Boise State uses this, catch them completely unawares. And here we go, artillery is going to be used. Oakland does not have the beat to defend against it. It goes slamming down into them. But they are able to tank it out nonetheless. Plato wins a bastion battle. Gets rid of Frothy Philly. Oh!
Out now. Crawl's not afraid to use this. Flux is going to use it on Kel. Get a bit of damage there, but beat was committed for the side of Boise State as well. Block is going to get a bit of a stagger, but Boise State's going to pick up 2 there. Mouse is going to get a second. Froth is going to go down, taking 1 though. Kel is out. There's 2 for the side of Oakland. Moose is going to pick up another. Boise State wins the fight. Going to take back the point here, but Oakland University was able to get the 56%. But they're only really going to have artillery and window up this fight, where the side of Boise State's going to have Snow Globe, going to have Flex.
Yeah, they could end this fight before it really even starts if this
starts.
Gravitic lands on a whole bunch. The route's going to be taken off to the side by the Golden Grizzlies. Moose coming in for the flank, and the Blizzard throws it out onto all of them. But Frothy Philly also getting mileage on this artillery. Already taken out 2 of the Broncos. Slammed down into the ground by Kel, and it is not enough. Oakland University basically trades 1 ultimate for 2 against the Broncos. Gets the point back for themselves.
Yeah, that self-artillery strike by Froth there was so well played of recognizing what is behind me, and before they're really able to take full advantage of that snow globe and get 2, they get none. It's a massive outplay by the side of Oakland there. Boise State only has window available then. They're going to have artillery strike pretty soon. They're going to use window for it. However, though, Oakland also has their own window. Frost is going to go into turret, looking to try and find something. Window gets committed. Plato's going to get an elimination, though. Chosen's going to get 1 as well. Kel to get the 3rd of the team fight. And now Moose going to pick up another. Kel's going to finish off Jax, and that's Boise State back in control of this. Oakland sitting at 90%, but now they also have Grav. More than likely overclock going into this fight as well.
Great ultimate to start out, but hey, I mean, we saw how good the artillery was for Oakland, so Plato, should he choose to use this and use it well. Yeah, he's going to move back, see where he placed it down, just basically all over the route to the point, takes out Frothy. We'll take a pick to start things out. Put them at a 5-4 advantage. Plato turns it into a double, eliminating Carbon. Their tank is the next to fall. There's only 1 support left for Oakland. This Lucio to try to stall things out. He is getting a few touches on it, but he is eliminated, and that is going to do it for Antarctica. Boise State takes the win, but Oakland University giving them a run for their money in both of the 2 maps we saw.
Yeah, 100% contested. They're going to take a look at what this play was, who earned it. It is going to be Plato here on the Bastion. So let's see what it was. Yeah, this window play was it was just great.
I mean, you know,
Bored here.
just push all the DPS that you possibly can out, mow through everything. I like it.
The only thing that could have made that better is either Nano in the Bastion or it gets you the Bastion. That's the only thing
Oh
that
my
really
goodness,
could
we
have
can
made
only
that
take
better.
so much damage at once, okay?
Exactly. You know, if you're going to overkill it, might as well go all the way over the ship and go
Basically,
overboard.
turn the Bastion into a Widowmaker, but it's a Gatling gun.
That would be absolutely frightening. Headshots are not needed with this character.
Oh, man. But Boise State is off to a victory. Now, I know that when I was off stage, you were off stage. We had fun messing with the casters on stage in terms of map choices. And I know caster off stage right now is probably going to savor every single moment that we squirm up here trying to predict something. But luckily for us, the next 2 modes, Hybrid and Flashpoint, have been fairly regular.
Predictable. You know, I'm going to... It's not Boise State's choice of pick, so I can't really call it as being Paraiso, because I feel like if it was Boise State's pick, that's the map they would go with, because I think that's been rather popular for them. But I also think on the flip side of it, it's not necessarily them picking it. It's their opponents
It's
picking
true.
it.
I was about to say, you might want
recognize
to
it more as a weakness.
might want to stick a fork in that.
Okay. So I was wrong. Technically, production cut me off before I could finish that, but kind of as a no.
No, it is going to be going over to Eichenwald, the new favorite for a bunch of teams now. This was the Golden Grizzlies' choice. Now Boise State has a choice of whether they want to attack or defend. I can imagine for them it's a pretty easy choice to defend first, set the win condition, and hopefully hold, if you're a Broncos fan, I should say, hopefully hold the Golden Grizzlies away from the lighter parts of the stages. But part of me wants to see the latter part of the stages. When Artie mentioned that, a Junkrat can be brought out here in the final castle, I'm a sucker for the bomb guy. I just want to see some explosions be placed everywhere. So
Wow.
that means Golden Grizzlies at least make it to the castle so I can see some bombs.
That's if they bring out the Junkrat at all. Which honestly, I could see it. I definitely could because in such a tight space, it just becomes such a sort of like click and hope something lands. And I imagine the better you get with Junkrat, you can sort of start making that into something that ends up being a little more devastating. But you can just sit around a corner and kind of just
You can sit
spray
around a
and pray
corner and
almost.
spray, but it isn't just the spray and pray with Junkrat also. I mean, if you get up too close to him, one of those mines can also be a real pain to deal with. He just throws it out in front of him, and not only does he make space for himself, but deals a ton of damage to you.
And if you get stuck in trap, there's
Yeah, and then there's the trap too.
yeah. If you don't have cleanse anything to get you out
And
of it,
then just because I'm an extremely bitter person, if I get taken down, at least there's always the outside chance that my ability allows them to be taken down too. And so then I feel a little bit of cosmic justice has been served.
And that's fair. I almost like the Junkrat plays where it's like they jump into the middle of a team and just rip tire and they just immediately use it. It's comical. It's great.
And I'm sure Junkrat as a character would have it no other way. Boise State, yep, they have chosen to defend first, sticking on basically everything that they had for the last match. This is interesting for Oakland University. We're seeing a Mercy be hovered. A Mercy, but none of the traditional kind of pockets. I guess you can pocket and damage boost the Bastion and the Sojourn as well. Both of those could be really huge threats, but no, okay, it was just a hover. They were just baiting me, as always.
Nobody does anything fun anymore. We gotta stay meta. But starting off in the match real quick, Oakland's gonna go for the usual rotate here, trying to find some bit of cover. Plato's gonna get an opening pick though. Chosen being chased around, ring around the Rosie. Carbon is gonna get chosen. Plato's gonna get revenge though. Pick up aerospace. Now they're fighting onto point here. Kind of reverse roll. Kind of didn't. Plato's gonna pick up another, pick up a second. Picking up a third. It's just clockwork with this character. Just you're in the open with that transformation online. You're finding yourself back in the respawn point.
But that rotation from Golden Grizzlies was fast enough for them to get at least one tick on there. So maybe it's a case where they just chip away at this. The question is, how much time do they have? Because they've already spent a minute. They were able to get 41% charge on it last time. They move in for the same route, but the main wall catches them off guard. They do have a second route into the computer store. However, very enclosed space for a whole bunch of damage to be pushed through. Sigma has gotten out of there, moved on to the point to go up against Boise State. Carbon plays over the payload, trying to catch Moose off guard. Moose is very low on health, and Carbon has the high ground, has to take out the Immortality Field first, and is going to be able to get the elimination onto Moose. Bagel is next, and Carbon is doing havoc toward Boise State. Plato in artillery gets taken out by Carbon. You have to deal with this Sojourn, who is just single-handedly tearing through the Broncos' defense.
Immediately got high ground and became uncontested at that point, and then there's nobody else that could really deal with Carbon here. And this is that option that a lot of teams tend to take of let's take Castle, let's take the high ground. Here's that traditional Lucio is sitting on point here. Plato is going to find Carbon though. This could be Boise State quickly regaining the high ground that defense normally gets. And there's allotted here. That grenade goes out. Immortality was used as well. There it goes down. Plato's going to pick up another one. Kel gets one as well as the tank. Now trying to possibly get a stagger. Is able to get a little bit of it. Probably not going to be able to pick up Jackson. Are they aware that there's a Sojourn just sitting behind the wall, crouching, being a little goblin?
Moose just hanging around that corner, and Moose really is kind of one of the whole reasons, one of the things that's going to decide this match, because you have the raw damage output and the overclock that Sojourn brings you versus all of the CC that May can bring with her wall and Blizzard, and that Blizzard's going to be thrown down, and Carbon just pushes a shot right toward Moose. Just as I'm talking about the rivalry between those two DPS choices, they give us a good fight. Boise State, though, off of that Blizzard, is going to be glad to have that. Plato gets another pick onto Frothy. Yep, they're going to jump off the edge. Oakland University. Oh, no,
They are
okay, the
really,
Lucio. I don't know if you want to stagger that out too much. It's probably best just to go down and regroup with your team as fast as you can.
Oakland has 5 Qs available right here. The only thing I could see negatively happening is the frustration of it and them using too many than what was needed. The biggest thing I think Boise State did there is going to dodge the rock. There goes out window as well. Turret's able to pick up one. Beat was also used for the side of Oakland University. They're also going to end up using artillery strike as well. And Kel's going to pick up 2 on the flux. Moose is going to try and cut off Crawl. Misses the wall. But this far away from your supports and all alone, it really doesn't matter. Boise State has officially cleared the board with all the Qs, whereas Oakland has 2 available to themselves.
But, I mean, they still won that fight, and I
Yeah.
think that's just a testament to how well a job Bagel did on that Lucio. There was a reason why we were emphasizing the beat so much a little bit earlier on Servasta, because it allowed Boise State to trade 1 for 2 in terms of ultimates. Bagel waited till just the right time, popped the beat, and instantly that's a Gravitic and an artillery burned from Oakland.
Could have been a massive punish, though. Carbon's luckily able to get out of there without losing their life. Overclock's still available here, as well as the window. Flux is also going to be available for Crawl. But if they're not careful, Snow Globe could come up behind them and ruin every bit of momentum they have. They're going to find 2 for the side of Boise here. And now we see Oakland University backing up, slowly getting out of there. 1:30 left on the clock here. I believe they started the push with like 3 or 4 minutes.
It's a great hold for Boise State, that's for sure. But Oakland has had an ultimate advantage consistently for each team fight, and they just use all of them. They have another grenade. That's such a great Maywall onto the Sigma. He has to be bailed out with the Immortality Field. It's mowed down for Boise State. Crucial cooldown burned off of the Golden Grizzlies, and now Moose moves in to pick up a double. Plato also in tow, eliminates Carbon. Kel gets rid of Jax, and now there's less than a minute for Oakland to bring this back.
Carbon and Aerospace are still holding on to this original ult that they've had since the entirety of their team, and now they have Trans, now they have Flux as well. But unfortunately for them, it's been enough time to where now Plato, Kel, Bagel, and Chosen all have their respective ults. So this is just going back to 2 minutes ago when so many ults were available here, and it's really dependent upon who is able to effectively use it much more. Plato's going to get one, Chosen's going to get a regular pick. Beats used as well. There goes out Transcendent. Kel's going to try and protect Bagel there for a little bit, and now Oakland only has 20 seconds here. Rockets can find one, but here is window, but gets...
Yeah, that you need to back out of there. That Zen with a window, you do not want to flirt with that at all.
No, 100%, especially when they have Castle with so much cover here. And Flux can effectively C9 a team off point here.
Yep.
So it's more than likely
Go for the Sig
what I
9.
imagine they're playing for.
Just going to wait till the right moment. Remember, you want to get down to where that overtime clock ticks down fast enough. Boise State has used their Gravitic, and Oakland is still on the point, but they're doing work in terms of the eliminations. There's only 1 left for Oakland. Goes down, team wipe, victory for the Broncos.
They got a last-second good sort of energy burst push that they had there. They were very much stuck at that opening, and they could not get out of it whatsoever, and they eventually find this last second of this window, gives them the space. They have to back off there. The only unfortunate side that I find funny is the flex on Plato gave Plato the high ground to get the pick onto Aerospace, which was super unfortunate, but also just
That's
just what you get.
That's
sometimes.
a nice job breaking it hero moment.
That's Boise State on the side of attack, and they don't got far to go, to be honest. They got 1.5 points.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, I believe we haven't seen really any of the castle at all. So my wish for the Junkrat play goes unfulfilled. Just another day at the office. It's just something about hybrid and having your, we've always had the wish for Blizzard World to be brought out on hybrid. Can't have that. Can't see the Junkrat on Eichenwald. Can't have that. Get used to it at this point.
But the hopes and dreams slowly getting crushed away and away. But at least, personally, seeing something different than King's Row is a little nice. So, take it and give it away type situation.
That's true, that's true. All right, Boise State now, their turn on attack. Moving in with the speed boost. Walks back over healing, and they make their way past the first point. Decide to go right this time, at least Kel does. The rest of Boise State poking their heads around left, seeing what option's going to be best for them. We have the flank coming out by Moose on the May, backed up by the Bastion as Kel is pushed back all by himself. He's peeled away from his team, is able to rock the Bastion, however, and the rest of Boise State was still there to do great work.
Both Emiratatis were brought out in that fight. I think the major key difference always ended up being that the first eliminations went to the side of Boise State, but even so, it started going on and on. Oakland University is sticking in this fight, and now their tank is trickling back into it. More likely going to get their Bastion here as well. Aerospace is going to use Game Brutality, go down. I imagine the rest of Oakland University, yeah, they're just going to regroup on Castle here. And this is the thing Boise State doesn't do super often in the lineup. On the grenade is crazy. They aren't taking
Plato
the
is pushing the payload. What is it with the Broncos and not pushing the payload with Lucio? Bagel is there, so they'll get to pushing the payload, but yeah, Carbon takes out Chosen. I bet he wished he had a little bit of damage to back him up, maybe in the form of a Bastion.
It might have helped. It may have. Possibly. Oh, and Kel at 12 HP is going to be meleeed out of it. And now we're at the same situation.
Oh, now the Bastion can come into play way back over here. But there's already two of his team down. One's come off a respawn. Kel now fresh off respawn, but there isn't too much he can do right now.
But honestly now Boise State can just click Q. And Oakland University can respond to the same too of clicking Q, but it just, who can click it better, and it might be the side of Plato.
Who clicks Q better?
And it's just, that's what it's going to come down to. Look at all of them. There goes Flux. There goes Barrier. Window's probably going to go off in a couple seconds. It goes off to the side of Oakland.
Oh, that
B
ball.
also got used on the side of Oakland as well. Artillery is going to be used. Kel gets one. Carbon gets one. There's Plato and Moose getting their own as well.
Toying with him.
Aerospace goes down, and
everyone pressed Q except
everyone
for two.
pressed Q.
That was certainly a fight. Can we just get like can we just, NACE Starleague, can we get like some sort of exhibition match just pressing Q? Who presses it better? I want to see that. Make it happen. Meanwhile, Boise State just cleaning up on point. A lot of melee moves actually to take out Carbon and Aerospace. Moves from far away using this icicle. Artillery brought out by Trophy just to try to stop it. Push Boise State off of the point. The Broncos have so much time left, 3 minutes, 31 seconds, so they can just wait this out.
Probably doing such a good job staying alive there. Now Cal's in a bit of trouble there. He's going to be able to get a rock, get a small health pack, get rocked out of it themselves. Have no support, going to go down, so is the Large Bagel going to go down as well. And they were within that 4 meter, actually I think it was like 2 meter chance of victory there. Oakland's going to be able to hold out, get the last second pick on Chosen. That's a pretty good stagger when it comes down to it.
More ground being made up by the Golden Grizzlies. Boise State doesn't have any ultimates to use, whereas Gravitic available for Oakland. Kel hurting for health. Wall has to go up to give Boise State a bit of breathing room. Peek around the corner. How many get caught in Gravitic? I see at least one. The slam down in the ground. Boise State has to use their Immor field and a pulse bomb, but it's thrown into the Immortality field. Carbon still getting mileage out of it, though, being able to take out Plato.
Uh-oh.
Moose is fighting back in a large bagel. Okay, you know what? Boise State. Talk about Moose and Bagel tag team clutch to bring it back. Can Oakland even get to the point? They got to drop down from the bridge. They do get a touch on it. The Tracer trying to stall it out. Tracer's taken out. The Doom is stunned. Now one last grab onto Jax to Sig-9 it, and that will do it. The Broncos pick up the second round.
Very good hold out at the end of the day, but the click Q kind of say. Carbon is going to get to play the game though, nonetheless. I believe this is when they got the high ground. This is when they got the first.
Yeah, this was insane.
this
I mean,
was so
basically
nice.
taking it out Boise State one by one.
The slide melee is their sick. That's peak cinema action potential right there.
That
There's
is
a
true.
movie-
It's
there's a
just
movie
out
to
of an
be
action
made.
scene, yeah.
It's just that's exactly how to go. But Boise State now up 2-0 when it comes down to it, and we're back to the same old.
There is no
the
choice. There is no
question
choice.
older
There's
than
no
time.
choice. Don't even. It's going to be Servasta, okay?
Oakland could be the unpredictable factor. You never know.
No, they chose Eichenwald. They're not going to all of a sudden bring New Junk City out onto us, okay? This is the hill that I'm going to die on. I've moved past the prediction point of my life here, and I've just accepted Servasta.
What mode is the new map?
Flashpoint.
It's Flashpoint?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he's talking about Samoa.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So what would be Samoa to our off-the-screen casting?
Hybrid.
You think it's hybrid?
Which again, if you're going up against Eichenwald and Kings Row, I doubt it's going to be a while since we see that.
I haven't looked.
gonna be a while.
It's not in rotation for NACE until grand finals.
It's true, but I'm gonna keep my hope up, and I know it's gonna be squashed. I know it is. We have the maps behind us. Yeah, I
Yep.
know it is. It's just it's nice to have some copium in life, you know.
Going over, I mean, the only thing really in this lineup that was out of the ordinary was Antarctica to start it out. It has been pretty standard from there on out.
Which then I wonder whose pick that was. I wonder who started off with that pick. I could imagine Boise State making that pick. I could very much imagine them doing that, but not 100% clear on that. But going back to tried and true for the terms of Flashpoint, I believe it was only like week 1 that we saw in NACE when it came to broadcasting that we saw the second even unknown map
So
that we'll never speak about.
I got to take you in just a little route on history here because Boise State, they're 5-0, but that 5-0 has had some questionable moments behind it. Moments that have made them take a lot of 3-1s in the past few weeks that objectively shouldn't have been 3-1s. So does Boise State finally get their stuff together and pull off a 3-0 is the question I'm wondering.
Which, I mean, Oakland's done it. I mean, Boise State's done it as well, but
Even if Boise State gets
Oakland's
the
done
win
it-
here,
Oakland's done it
Oakland, their
more.
wins have been cleaner, okay?
they've done it more. They've 3-0'd more teams.
See, this is the kind of these are the kind of differences in performance that gets you a minus on your A rather than a solid A.
It's still a pretty good GPA score, though.
It still is pretty good, I
You know,
suppose.
yeah. If I had to take it, I'd rather take an A- than a B.
I mean, sure, but you know, you just want to. You're not going to be getting with highest honors that way.
No, it's not.
Anyway, arguments on stage put aside, let's get into the match point. Boise State looking to close this out on Servasa. We're going to be starting at the standard opening point that we all have come to know over the past few weeks, going straight to the market.
Looking for that high ground potential at that first initial point. We've all seen it enough, and I feel like most teams really, really know this, where it's starting to really become like the scrimmage row, where I know from last time, from literally last match, you and already made the comment of seeing these clone competitions are as fun. And I agree with that statement. I think as time goes on and as weeks and semesters and seasons go on, and NACE and as Flashpoint become more and more of a regular, we're gonna continue seeing these.
Okay, Moose has got to be fooling with us right now. We don't see a Pharah, normally as enough as it is, and without a mercy pocket to be, he was completely juking us out. Yeah, no, this makes a lot more sense. Talk about mobility, though. Oakland has got, nope, okay, Carbon is juking us. Stop playing with my emotions like this.
Going back to the compositions that we've seen these teams play in the past 2 previous points so often.
Boise State makes their way to the point very quickly and is now making space for themselves. Frothy Philly is the first one to get a pick onto a large bagel. Next, Moose is to fall. We have a battle between the tanks, and the rest of the team comes in to surround Cal, take him out. Oakland University wins the first team fight, gets the flashpoint.
Just said it before, it's so important to get this first point. You can, if you really know how to hold it, you can make sure that you don't really let it go. But if anything to show from the last time I was on desk is that's pretty not factual. As we last time we saw flashpoints, it went all 5 maps. Those went already up to 40% respectively by the time Boise State is contesting this. Went for the right lane option. Now they're back in the middle, opting for some natural cover. Carbon trying to get some picks here at that full charge. Is he going to be able to hit the shot, getting back up to it. You see Froth in wheels here, trying to push onto point. Boise State has effectively now gotten control of the point, which is pretty important when you take fights like these. And they're also going to get a team wipe. The reason why I say it's so important to get the point like that, and so it's almost better to push the team off, is while you're doing the team fight, you're getting the cap percentage as well. Like already before Oakland even gets back to the fight to contest you, you're going to have more percentage.
And again, a whole bunch of percentage as that because it just charges up so quickly on Flashpoint. Boise State is going to have a whole bunch of check marks to use, as will Oakland. So it's another Q-a-palooza, basically, for the next fight. We're going to see windows popped, an artillery used by Boise State, only going to take out the Immortality Field. Now Gravitic used in response. Boise State uses speed in response to that. Who's the next Q? It's Frothy with the artillery, and Moose uses his Q with the barrier. Boise State, though, is up to 99%. Oakland needs to keep their feet on this point at all times. Plato gets a pick onto Aerospace. Make that a triple. Tears through all of them. A quad. And Boise State gets the first flashpoint in style.
I love how even though quite literally every single ultimate was used, none of it found elimination. None of it found elimination. They were all zoning ults. They were all to get you space, to get the eliminations, which is A-okay by me. But nevertheless, Boise State captures the first point. 15 seconds till the next one captures. But Boise State now has high ground.
I also think you got to give both Lucios their dues here for using the beats to negate so many of the ults. I find it almost comical, though, that 9 ultimates are used, no one gets eliminated, and then it's the Bastion in turret form who just comes out at the end of it all. Just says, hey, I have free reign to do what I do best. Hold down the left mouse button.
Speaking of that, Plato is also going to get a pick on Oakland University's tank. Golden Tigers now down 1. However, they are going to cap the point. Even though while they're taking this fight, they capped it, and Carbon's going to get a pick on Large Bagel. all while this fight's going down, so prolonged, Oakland University is managing to get more and more cap percentage. As I say that, 2 more eliminations, but now Boise State gets it back, and now she turned into a very, very scrappy fight.
We're actually seeing here, this is the reason I said earlier I like Palace so much, because so much of this has taken place off point. Like the first 30 seconds, we're just in those narrow hallways to the left, and we saw so much close range fighting. The artillery used to just get where there's nowhere you can stand that's safe from an ultimate like that. And then it's only like a minute in that we actually get to fighting on the point. And here we are, up on the side again. Plato gets the first pick. Artillery making everyone retreat. It's gonna at least burn through the immortality field. Crawl uses the Gravitic to take out Kel. Boise State is definitely hurting as Oakland has had very unbreakable control of this point. And it's gonna go past 82%. I think Boise State just has to give this one up, move on to the next.
I do want to point out that beat was also used as well as on the side of Oakland University. Oakland University only had to use 2 ultimates in that fight to win it, and now back at 1 apiece though. But now we see Boise State.
Oh sure, now they win the team.
Yeah,
the
now
flash foot's moved.
Which is honestly still a valid play because you get those staggers, and now you get to get the point. And
Yeah.
having a sim, you get to set up a little arrows earlier,
Actuating the barrier.
get to make the plays that you want. Also having particle barrier and flux available as well as window. Oakland has beat that can counter those two pretty effectively.
Flashpoint unlocks, overclock spent by Carbon, window thrown down by the Broncos. They're folding onto a whole bunch of other ultimates as well, and that overclock is shut down by Moose. Frothy Philly still doing work. Nice accretion, bailed out by the immortality field at the last moment. Oh, that Frothy has got to be thanking his tank his supports, so much right there. That was perfectly timed on the Lantern.
I think we've seen it this entire
Oh,
season. Wow! A double
oh,
of quad.
wow!
That's a quad with 2 strikes. That wasn't 3. That was 2 strikes, carefully and calculated, getting 4. That's definitely play of the game. We already know where it's going. But if Boise State's probably going to end up getting to this point as well, as already at 75. Oakland could probably get in here with amp. Artillery, yeah, they're gonna get in here. They're gonna contest. They're gonna use every ultimate they have available to themselves. Window goes out, gonna push Boise State back a little bit, try and find some natural cover. They start contesting the point. At 99, that OT artillery strike comes out as well, trying to find Chosen. Does get it, but Kel gets Carbon as well. Immortality goes down as well and is committed for the side of Oakland. They're also gonna try and use Flux. Large Vega is gonna get a pick. Mouse is going to clean it up in second, and there goes down Oakland's tank. Boise State claims point number 2.
One more left for Boise State, and they will have won this. Although tough graders as we are, I'm still going to say this isn't a perfect win because they did lose 1 flashpoint.
I mean, I'm waiting for Oakland. I mean, Oakland University had to use multiple ultimates that did not end up succeeding for them in that last point, so that could be very detrimental. But so for the side of BSU as well, the Broncos and the Grizzlies are pretty evened out in this last point, and this is do or do not for the side of Oakland University, not only this point, but also this series as well.
Boise State's changing a whole bunch of damage, and the artillery is charged up again. I don't know if he can outdo himself. He's only going to pick up 1, but it is the other Bastion. A boop by Jax, also onto a large bagel. Moose and Plato doing huge work. Kel comes in with the accretion as well to clean up the other teammates, and Chosen has enough time to do a little dance on the point. Reason to be excited. This is going to be a lot of charge given over to the Broncos, but Oakland isn't quite out of it yet. Although if this Doomfist gets caught out all by himself, he is moving fast. He's way ahead of his team right now. Either he gets an amazing flank or this self-implodes catastrophically.
Slow down a bit though, waiting for the rest of the team though. Carbon's pretty low on HP. The entire team goes low. Plato's gonna get one. Tossing the back line, messing up Oakland University. Carbon's gonna get a pick on Moose as well though. Plato's gonna attempt to push, crawl out of it though.
Boise State looking to take back this point. They've gotten over 70% charge. Oakland University took the flashpoint for a little while, but it's just peanuts in terms of charge. Boise State is going to go back to controlling the point themselves. Losing that team fight, Oakland University, it's do or die for them right now, and they got no ultimates to boot. It's a dry fight across the board, except for Plato, who can come in with this artillery and get it, but he doesn't even need to. Boise State wins. They're going to claim it in a 3-0 sweep. One other thing I want to, as we see this play of the game, which we know what it's going to be, Plato hasn't been in any NACE game thus far. He's been on the roster, but he's been benched for most of the season. I think he's going to try to, wait, what game? Why is this the one you choose? What? I am calling shenanigans. That is, well, okay, he had 2 great plays, and he's showing us why he should be on the roster, because he's been benched all season, but came in clutch for Boise State on Zervasta, that's for sure.
And now Boise State pushes to be 6-0 now, as now Oakland University pushes back to be 6-1. Seen quite a lot of teams as we continue to progress throughout these weeks, getting farther and farther in the matchups. We end up seeing these teams that go undefeated, that are really strong, that end up being knocked down a peg, and right now that ends up being Oakland University.
Well, that wraps it up for the 3rd match, but of course we will have post-game discussion and interviews to boot, so you don't want to go away. We'll talk with one of the Broncos afterwards. It will be Plato, the one who has been waiting all season to make his mark. So we'll talk with him shortly afterwards and be back with the final NACE Starleague matchup afterwards. We'll take a short break, though. Be back in a few minutes. Oasis Gardens, because down just basically all over the route to the point, takes out Frothy. We'll take a pick to start things out. Put them at a 5-4 advantage. Plato turns it into a double, eliminating Carbon. Their tank is the next to fall. There's only one support left for Oakland. This Lucio to try to stall things out.
Drivers on Surge do come out, but it might not matter because the Oakland's going to pick up 2 here. Boise State's still fighting it out, but after losing the 3rd there, the fight is just not going to stand for much longer. Kel's going to attempt to get out. The immortality still stands. They're still sticking around for this fight. They're going to get 2 pretty good stags. All of them. There goes Flux. There goes Barrier. Window's probably going to go off in a couple seconds. It goes off to the side of Oakland.
Oh, that
B
ball
also got used on the side of Oakland as well. Artillery is going to be used. Kel gets 1. Carbon gets 1. There's Plato and Moose getting their own as well.
Toying with
Aerospace goes down, and
everyone pressed very low on health, and Carbon has the high ground, has to take out the immortality field first, and is going to be able to get the elimination onto Moose. Bagel is next, and Carbon is doing havoc toward Boise State. Plato in artillery gets taken out by Carbon. You have to deal with this Sojourn, who is just single-handed, so much right there. That was perfectly timed on the Lantern.
I think we've seen it this entire
Oh!
season. Wow! A double of quad.
Wow!
That's a quad with 2 strikes. That wasn't 3. That was 2 strikes, carefully and calculated.
Getting better day thinking of when we're apart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark. It is true. I'd give it all, I'd give my heart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark, when I'm in the dark.
the high ground, has to take out the immortality field first, and is going to be able to get the elimination.
All of them. There it goes Flex. There it goes Barrier. Window's probably going to go off in a couple seconds. It goes up for Sand. More and more.
Flint has had very unbreakable control of this air. That was perfectly timed on the lantern.
I think we've seen it this entire
Oh,
season.
wow.
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. You just got to see the highlights from our Oakland versus Boise game that ended up in a 3-0 sweep, and now we're about to jump into our final Overwatch game for the evening. I'm your host once again, Artie Rain, joined by Jacob Palmer and Colin Majunkin. And Jacob, you teased at it earlier that we're going into quite an important match, but we've had kind of the A-list stars of our NACE Starleague. I did not plan for that one, it just happened. Competing today. This one is extra special. Could you tell us a little bit more why?
So these are the only two teams that are not undefeated in the division. We're going over to the East 2 division right now. And as far as this division is concerned, there's one team at the top who's undefeated. Team should not be a surprise to anyone. It's Maryville Spring Champions from the last season. But as we have been teasing throughout the whole semester, it's the top two teams of each division that go on to playoffs, not needing to do LCQs. And in this particular division, there are 3 teams tied for second place. 2 of those teams are competing right here, Stony Brook and Wichita State. So, you know, I'm not saying that this will guarantee them a spot in the playoffs, because there's a few more weeks and maybe that third team tied at second could also win. So we'll have another tie for second next week, but this is such an important match for both these teams.
The other matches that we had today, we started off with Fisher versus Shenandoah. Fisher ended up being victorious, followed by our game of Blinn College taking on UTD. UTD winning in a 3-0 sweep. Boise State just wrapped up the game against Oakland University in a 3-0 sweep as well. Are we going to have a repeat chapter, another 3-0 sweep, or is this going to go the distance? Another 5-game series like our Fisher and Shenandoah game earlier today.
Seawolves versus the Shockers for the final match to close out NACE Starleague, and let's get to the lineup.
For the side of Stony Brook, we have Payne, No Steelist, Universe, and Fantasia. Rounding out the roster is going to be Nabby, and for the side of Wichita State,
we've got Pineapple, Hanbei, Widow Wan Wicks, but we'll just say Widow, Pride, and Fluffy but Deadly. So, you know, don't hug the teddy bear this time, okay? This is very, very dangerous. The Shockers are bringing out their most fearsome competitors.
I think it's been Overwatch that's had the best name so far. I don't think there's been any other NACE esport game that we've seen that has a better gamer tag.
That is true. They do love
Overwatch.
to have good gamer tags in Overwatch. I'm trying to think. You know, just because it was fun to say, I liked Kavushki. That was pretty
Tommy
good.
Salami also came
Tommy
from
Salami.
Overwatch. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, honestly, so far it's been Overwatch leading the charge with the silly names, and it seems as though we're going to continue down a similar path we've seen all evening, returning to Lijiang Tower for our control point.
Been very standard opening. We just had one little blip in the third game where they started off in Antarctica, and then it was back to complacency.
It's been a cycle, and yeah, like you said, we had the one little break in it. Unfortunately, we get back to reality real quickly with going back to Lijiang Tower. But honestly, I'm not as sick as some other maps that we have on the roster here. But honestly, if I had to take a guess of what team or what sub map we're going to see, I think we're going to see Night Market going out first, because I think that's how we started it, and that's how we're going to end it.
So Colin is saying we come full circle. Jacob, do you have any counterpoints?
Well, I'm thinking here. I don't really think so. I think his logic is airtight. I just can't argue with that.
Well, with that in mind, I have zero complaints with starting out on Night Market. Y'all know I adore it. I love some Sim TP play. I love Lucio thwarting a Sim TP. Looks like we're going to have Payne rolling out on...
See, I told you his logic was airtight. Here we go.
I cannot argue airtight logic. It is like mom logic. I told you so. We roll out, like I said, Doomfist with the Symmetric TP first. However, the enemy team, Wichita State, going with the Sigma play, relying on rocks for Fred Doomfist for finding value, whereas Smiley Face Gonna get eliminated first for Stony Brook, followed by Pain, and then Universe.
Widow picking up a double and giving Wichita State undisputed control of the point for the first fight. Remember, this Ana is Nabi. That's why we had their name too. It's just they got that emoji as their gamer tag. But remember, that's Nabi.
Also, if you're just watching and if you're listening and not seeing what's happening because you're doing dishes or cooking, Widow for Wichita State is not Widow, it's a May. Their name is just Widow.
These teams love to trick us. The Rock is gonna go out and stun a blocking Ramatra. However, the Nate is gonna be able to save them a little bit of time. I think this is the first time we've all seen Ramatra be brought out this particular day after the patch notes. Waiting to see exactly how effective they're going to be, especially with this team comp they're working with. Their guns do go into fist modes.
Oh.
They get a lot of damage on a purple Sig, but just not able to finish the job as a turreted Bastion's gonna cause them to just have to force it back up for a window. Destroys all of it.
Stony Brook is gonna go all down in one foul swoop. Thanks to that extra damage from the window, they do a bit of cleanup as well against Stony Brook. The Shockers now half away there, and very crucially gonna have this beat. That is one thing that Stony Brook doesn't have for themselves. We've been seeing the Lucio kind of be picked as just an insta-pick support, but Stony Brook changing that out, going with the BAP Ana instead.
The double flex support is not something we've seen since Overwatch 1. May is going to round the corner, catch everyone off guard, burn immortality, drop the wall to prevent the amplification matrix from finding value. Beat will be pulled out from Stony Brook. Kane now decides to drop the Annihilation, dive bombing in on Pride, eviscerating the Bastion. Now is looking to take out, is punching into a kinetic grasp. Instead, we're going to have Fluffy but Deadly decide to throw themselves off the map to rejoin with their team. Now, circling back to the double flex support, we have not seen this since Overwatch 1, and there's a reason. The main support is a utility support. You add speed, you have Transcendence, you add extra damage, whether you're Mercy or Zenyatta. It is an extra layer of depth and survivability, whereas Ana, to an artillery strike, is a sitting duck.
Here, one of those artillery strikes being used to start things off.
Finding that trouble for it now as Pride is going to pick up 2. Now trying to finish off no Stylus. Just simply can't get it done. And now Stony Brook is going to have to back off. A switch from the Ramatra to the D.Va. This is also the first time that we're seeing a D.Va brought out today as well. Pride almost gets a Tracer. And as now we're in OT, it'll be dangerous for Stony Brook.
Kane is left all alone on this point. It has this Tracer coming in trying for backup, but you got a Tracer and a baby D.Va, the two squishies of squishies, and they're going to be taken down. Wichita State secures the point, a celebratory beat. Keep things out, and things were just, I think, just too staggered for Stony Brook there at the end.
Imagine having Lucio speed. Just wait and spawn, everybody regroup, speed out together. You get the extra value of having everyone in your aura. Versatility. It's the name of the game when it comes to that's why you played the main support. There was a time in the beginning of Overwatch 2 where you were running double main support. It's a little bit weird, but the end of Overwatch 1 was when we saw the end of the era of double flex. You need the extra value that main support brings to the table. The question is, will we see Stony Brook make an adaptation here as we move on to Gardens? Looks like we're still going to see the main Bastion Sigma. I see Lucio and Baptiste for one side, and for the other, we have Mercy Baptiste. That is a flex and a main support. My brain is happy.
They fulfilled the goal. No Stylus trying to find some value here. Gets a lot. Oh, and Pain goes off the map. Oh. Maybe? Wow, gets the pick. Is that enough, though, to get them entry into the site?
Pain is good. After being thrown off the edge of the map, is just going to say, that's it with the D.Va. I'm done. I'm going back to Sigma again. It was a short, a wild ride, but a very short one.
Wait.
Oh, Pain! Well, Sigma isn't immune to getting thrown off the edge either, and This is the reason why I traditionally like gardens so much. These Lucios can have a field day. Stony Brook also jumping off the edge to regroup. And a swap over to the Kuriko. Oh, no, the Alari. Excuse me. No, to the, you know what? I'm not going to even say who you swapped over
And
to.
Peja, until I see you do something with a hero ability outside of Archway, I'm not confirming your hero swap. Okay, we're sticking with the Ana.
All right, good.
Sustainability here. Stony Brook has yet to get onto point here. They do have copy available though. This could be enough to finally break through. They're gonna go back to Overwatch 1. Get the second tank, but Windows out now, and the bashing goes to Wheels. Opts not to go for it, and Flex is up. Can it do enough though? Yes, it will.
And it's another one popped off the edge. Actually, it's Wichita State answering back with their own Gravitic, but might just be a little bit too...
Oh.
Actually, it isn't. Wichita State, despite Stony Brook giving it their all, Stony Brook did not capture the point. Wichita State has still had it in their possession. Usiverse is able to take out Fluffy. But that was too much time given over to Wichita State. They're now back within Final Fight territory. They only need to win one.
Wichita is only going to be coming in with artillery strike. They are very close to having Blizzard online as well. Pineapple will have Beat. Usiverse has Blizzard. If Pineapple beats said Blizzard as opposed to amping speed out, you might hear some tears of sadness coming from this caster. However, Nano Boost is really what's going to be interesting here after we see Pain use Flux, because Rock has been dedicated. That's a free Flux if you want to use it. Blizzard's going to be coming online. Artillery Strike from Pride also instigated. Pain picks up one, Usiverse finds another, Widow decides to go off the map, Pride is going to be eliminated by Usiverse, and we also see Baptiste go off the map to reset.
Very happy to use all of that damage output given to Usiverse by the Nano Boost. That is another ultimate that Stony Brook had to spend in order to take things back. They're going to have the Valkyrie and the Gravitic online. Wichita State only having the Blizzard, but that's a great engage. Stony Brook coming online. That's a huge Maywall placed out by Stony Brook. Wichita State is all split up as a team, and the Blizzard is eaten as well. This push could not have gone worse for the Shockers.
Stuck on this bridge right now. Copy also goes down as well for no stylist. Flux is available here. There's Window. Gonna elevate everybody. Technically high ground. They're gonna find some picks from it. Pain is gonna get one. Get the rock off. Now very low. Fluffy but deadly. Gets caught out. The melee goes through. No stylist on the way back. That's an Ana on the side of Stony Brook.
Oh,
also
but they managed to sneakily capture the point.
Hold on a second.
How long can they stall this out? Okay, they do have the cryo freeze. This May is doing the dance of her life, trying to get away from the Echo. Is low enough, the Echo doesn't. The poop out of the way to push the Echo out of range. And the Echo goes down as well. That, it's not an environmental, but that is one of the best boops I have seen. Wichita State now fighting for the point. Stony Brook making a run for it with eliminations, but Hanbei and Widow are still doing work. The May wall, it's a May duel, a wall to save the other May. And now we're gonna see both of them battle. Baptiste, and it falls off the edge. Oh, didn't even get pushed off. That is the most tragic way to end it.
I can't even believe it. That was honestly.
He's
that was
actually walked off the edge.
I think there was a boop. I don't think.
Are you sure? No, I did not see any telltale boop
Production, give us
signs.
replay, please, because we need to confirm that. That is absolutely crazy. I have no idea what that last 40 seconds of that fight was.
So let me explain this to you. Overwatch players have this grotesque habit of thinking that jumping while firing somehow magically A, makes your shots more accurate, and B, makes you harder to hit. Both are wrong. It's harder to hit anybody else while you're jumping, and B, you follow a predetermined jump pattern. But if you look at all these players that are playing DPS during that match, they are spamming their shift button.
Stony Brook making a run.
Jumping up and down consistently. Look at this, jumping.
Okay, here we go.
Okay,
There it
going
is,
for the
yeah.
freeze, stops jumping. Looks at the Baptiste. We start jumping. We start jumping. We jump off. the map.
Yeah, jumped off because if it was a
If it was
boop,
a
it would have
boop,
shown
would've
up
been
in the
kill
feed.
Yeah,
Oh man,
that is crazy.
Well, that's a bad habit, biting you at the worst time. It was great. Keep that, production. You need to have our reaction at the very end, shocked at how that happens. That just makes it perfect. That is mwah, chef's kiss right there.
If you could frame a picture and just label
That
as
needs to be a
reaction,
frame.
that has to be. That has to go up on a wall somewhere. It just
That's
must.
great.
Everybody experiences those moments, okay? We've all gone off the map at one point or another of our own volition, whether we realize it or not. We sent ourselves off the map. It's a rite of passage, similar to the tank experience if you play Overwatch. But with that being said, are we breaking the curse?
No.
I think we keep the curse going. I think we call King's Row, and we end up on Eichenwald.
Okay. So we're actually calling King's Row for once now.
Well, if I keep saying we're going to end up on King's Row, and I've been perpetually wrong, happily wrong, mind you, that we're not going to King's. So if I keep saying we're going to King's and we end up somewhere else, I will be happy as a clam. So I'm just going to keep saying, we're probably going to King's Row. It's hybrid, maybe.
And it ironically ends as King's Row.
Don't you dare.
I'm gonna say
I
it. I'm
need you
gonna
to
call it.
find those
I'm gonna
words
call
you
it.
just put out in the universe and literally grab them and pull them back.
I can't. They're gone. They're out in space. But imagine if it was Blizzard World.
You did the thing we said you're not allowed to do, and you put it out there. You're going to be like the white suburban mom.
Oh!
Manifested it
You
into the
had
universe.
to do it. You had to do it, Colin. You just had to.
God!
Oh, we're going back to King's Row.
You are that MLM suburban mother.
It's just it's going back to the roots.
No, by my senses.
Just had to do it. Had to do it. Somebody had to do it today. And
Are you proud of yourself?
To a degree, yes.
When will you
He brought
learn
this into existence.
that your actions have consequences?
He's had some very powerful words in the last few weeks that have resulted in situations like this. I commend you, A, for sticking to your guns, and B, for having this much control, but really, it's all about that manifestation, and you gosh darn did it.
All right, here we go back to good old King's Row. Our hybrid stage, Wichita State is going to be able to choose what side they want to be on first, attack or defense, because they did win the last one, and Stony Brook chose this stage.
We're in the pit of the Omnic factory right now. That is looking like a blazing sun down there.
And maybe just a warning, don't walk off into that area as well. Just preemptively showing you
Perhaps.
all the areas not to walk.
Every map has some environmental that makes it at least the tad bit most fun here.
5,
As we see
4,
the jumping
3,
of the players. Hopefully
one.
they take a little bit of our advice, but don't do that in front of a fight. Now it's going to start off. Going to the choke point. Wichita State on attack. Stony Brook on defense.
For Wichita, running out with the Sig, Bastion, May, Lucio. For Stony Brook, almost identical, but we've got a Mercy over the Lucio. Now Blue Beam is what we're planning for, being the most powerful integration in the comp for Wichita State right now. But if Bastion rounds corner in turret formation and then gets rocked, Blue Beam's not going to be much value.
Both Maywalls being spent. Stony Brook trying to defend against Wichita State, who has already gotten one tick on the point, make that 2. Widow gets a pick, with Pride also finding one. Stony Brook now down 2, and the rest of them very low on health. They're just gonna have to wait this one and regroup.
How important it was that the Baptiste on the side of Wichita got that window up so quickly and is already at 38% as opposed to Stony Brook's own Baptiste. And as we cut back to action, it's just Fluffy but Deadly just abusing the other tank.
In that moment, you could see one of the mistakes that Overwatch players make. If your team is staggering and the call is for reset, you have 2 options. You need to either completely turn around, I mean 180, stop looking at the enemy team, and run. Because you have a force vector in the direction that you are looking, makes you go slower walking backwards. Or B, run at them so they have no choice but to eliminate you. shooting and walking backwards is not the answer. However, rekindling now. We have Wichita putting up a fight. Artillery strike, Payne sending a rock into the face of the enemy. 2 go down to that Bastion strike.
Pride is on a tear, gets 3. Payne also falls thanks to Pineapple. Wichita State continues on in record time towards the checkpoint. Probably have, I would say, could have maybe 6 minutes to get this final point. They make space for themselves, and Stony Brook doesn't really manage to contest them.
Yeah.
No way. No.
They just gave it to them.
I'm a little surprised.
No way.
And perhaps it was the staggers that really slowed them down, and they're continuing to try and do it more as the Flexions come out. A well-timed Immortality is going to save them. Snowglow goes out, could take down Fluffy, but just being pumped with a load of heals and not enough follow-through for the side of Stony Brook, and Wichita is just gonna...
Guys, I think you're
Bastion.
forgetting. Thank you. Thank you. Keep moving. Thank you very much.
All that work.
No,
Touching
no,
spawn
Bastion,
door.
go forward. Bastion. Bastion.
This is
There we
unorthodox. Yeah, the Lucio.
Oh, wait,
okay,
wait.
wanted the boot up. There's a payload. Gotta stand on it. All right, here we go. Artillery gonna be popped by Stony Brook, forcing Widow to move all the way back. They use the shield to try to keep them safe from all the artillery. Deja gets an elimination onto Pride. Widow also eliminated due to the right click from Usiverse, and that is it for Wichita State's push. They've met their first major team fight loss.
Okay, so earlier we all saw that Lucio not stay on payload. I get it. They're trying to play cleanup. You need that Lucio speed to find a target, pick them, eliminate them, move to the next target. However, the Lucio and the Bastion being on card after the fight was won, not a good idea. Now a window being put on cards, so it will move so long as the payload moves. Otherwise, it's just locking down one tiny angle here. And we also have Payne get stuck in the cryo freeze, gets eliminated. Usiverse gets eliminated. No Stylist gets eliminated. Hanbei from the high ground is peppering down damage, and healing is now going to drop down with their Bastion. My question.
Get a movement boost to the payload for 3, but not 2, and a great wall is going to catch Payne. Outside of it, Flux gets committed as well. There's Immortality. Immortality goes down. Window gets committed to this angle as well.
Wait, did I just hear a... Pineapple's beat got Ajaxed. I don't care if your team was successfully attacking, you Ajaxed your beat.
Score.
At the end of the day, though, they did get 3 with,
Switching sides.
I believe, what, it was like a little above 2 minutes, I think.
And really, I think they could have just done a complete clean sweep here, just pushing if they hadn't, had that payload hang up a little bit earlier.
Your logic is flawless as always, Jacob.
Well, thank you.
Airtight.
But, I think the reason the Bastion stayed on that payload is he probably just figured that he would just be aiming at the 2 spawns anyway.
Also true, and Baptiste, again, long range. You don't need to be in anyone's faces.
Ready.
Pineapple. What went wrong? When you dropped the beach? Because it did not drop. The only thing that did drop was you.
Do you see the Ash coming out, though?
I like Ash.
I like the Ash swap.
They have plenty of room to work with on Ash if he gets some high ground. A lot of places to toss the dynamite. You can just do it. And it's the first time we've seen Ash tonight.
Yep.
We did see Ash on Eichenwald actually in game number 1. From Fisher.
The one I was off stage on.
Yes, it was one of the 3 or 4 hero swaps that came out from Forgotten during that match.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like Ash because I love tickling people's toes with dynamite, and I love the smell of barbecue.
If played well, too, can create enough pressure on those off angles where you start splitting people's attention.
Force them into uncomfortable situations. Throw dynamites when they're trying to huddle for cover and regain cooldowns. Right now, it's Sigma versus Sigma in the front lane. May's gonna look so, taking a rock to the face. Pain, that is quite painful.
Using the cover of the May wall, they make their way off toward the point. A miss on the accretion, and Payne is hurt and has to be bailed out. And Nasty tries the flank, but Widow with the coach gun knocks him away. It's just like the Ashe trailer. Someone flanks you, you just boop them away.
So Payne was in severe pain. When it comes to the Sigma v Sigma matchup, and you're not worrying about a Discord orb or an Orb of Harmony, and it's not a battle of wits, the one to use their rock first is likely going to lose. Because you use rock to deal with the enemy Sigma's kinetic grasp, prevent them from either A, gaining an advantage with extra shields, or B, sustaining. So you rock when they're using amp.
So just sitting at this choke point here. Stonybrook trying to look for an opportunity. The pull there, a little bit close range, not going to get them out of danger. Now both supports are down. That's a major hindrance to the side of Stonybrook. Oh, there's a good dynamite there. Going to get some extra damage there with no supports. Nope, there's going to be the kinetic grasp.
This is the most relaxed Ashe I have ever seen. Apart from getting a few pepper shots from the Sigma, it's just been allowed to do work. Now, Seawolf, Stonybrook have recognized that. A few of them are trying to get up on top of the theater where Ashe is.
How are some of those missing? That was
Yeah,
weird.
that was not a good time to be highlighting the Ashe. But I'm not going to let that judge because they've done good work at least before that. It's just camera shy.
Payne was hunting, but Fantasia confirmed the elimination onto the Ashe. Both Sigs use accretion, so no one's going to use rock, but Window is used. Payne is in the favorable position, is able to box the enemy Sigma into Mendata's statue. Finally, just under 2 minutes, Stonybrook is going to be able to come forward and take this point. It was quite staggered out for Wichita State's eliminations as well. They should be able to take this with no issue. Now the question is, are we pushing forward, holding bookstore? Wait, what?
They have a support pushing the payload, but it is not the Lucio, it's the Baptiste.
Well, Stonybrook doesn't have a Lucio.
Yeah, they don't
Thank God.
actually. Yeah.
So many questions.
I guess technically who would be better in that situation? They're both sort of.
Possibly Lifeweaver, but I think Immortality is a little bit better. Payne uses rock early, free lift for...
To get life gripped out of it. And Usiverse, look at this, manages to use the pedal to meet the Bastion on the high ground. And now it's going to parlay that into an artillery on both sides of the archway. Fantasia eliminates Widow, and Stonybrook just might have found the advantage they need to push through the choke.
Kinetic grasp outlined for Payne. That just walks around amplification matrix.
Yeah, there was no real
Uses
follow-up.
rock very... He does! No worries.
Well, there's a lot of frustration off to my side. I'll keep the commentary going. Stonybrook moving forward little by little. Wichita State not sitting on too many ultimates. They will have artillery being brought online, but Tree of Life is sitting there for Stonybrook for a whole bunch of healing.
Wait.
It is popped in the face of that Naywall and charge in from Wichita State.
Look at this Bastion.
And this Bastion going for a huge flank. Trying to pinch them in from behind. It's Payne in an awkward position. He has to duck off to the side, but now he's not protecting his team.
Buck is available, trying to use kinetic grasp on the May primary, not able to do it. Immortality is going to save Fluffy for the time being. Shield's going to block the rock. The opposing Flux was used as well, but I don't think it went through or got anybody. Kinetic grasp is going to soak some of the damage to the Bastion, but it really doesn't matter because there's so much damage put out with that. Eventually Fluffy goes down, and this could be Stonybrook pushing to the second point here as all of Wichita State slowly have to back off and disengage, but this Baptiste is causing pain. Quite a lot of it.
That is going to be locked on second point. 3 minutes on the clock. Definitely not the plus 5 minutes we saw earlier from Wichita, but one thing I will like to point out is Wichita burned so much time off of the attacking timer for Stonybrook. They were on the payload for almost the entire progression of Street Phase until Fluffy but Deadly ended up getting eliminated. There was no clean team fight victory in favor of Stonybrook.
that Wichita State was willing to give up space off of that payload entirely without just rounding a quick corner and coming right back.
Blizzard thrown out by Stony Brook. How many Wichita State get caught? Only Pride is focused down by Payne. Bob is brought out to even the odds, get that fifth person back onto the stage for the Shockers. In response, Artillery and Tree of Life is going to be popped by the Seawolves. Pineapple is the next to fall, followed by Fluffy. Wichita State loses this team fight.
Stony Brook, no matter what, is left with less time than Wichita State's going to have. 3 minutes. We are now sub 2 minutes on the side of Stony Brook. Now, Stony Brook, talked about this earlier, Colin, how the overtime timers work. They need to just finish with time on the clock. It can be under 1 minute, but it cannot be 0.
Which they might not be able to get a touch. Oh, they are going to be able to do it in time. Ooh, but Brian's going to pick up 2. Widow, the May, picks up 1 as well. And now no Stylist goes down as well. But just as you were talking about it, they got 30 seconds to practically trying to stay in this game.
They have males, so could be enough.
Could be enough. Question is, will it be enough? Will it be 8 by the Sigma? Will it be blocked out? Will they not be able to follow through with it? So many things can end up happening here. Wait and see as time ticks down.
Male right now. Come on. Come on. Don't let this Bastion ult for free.
Oh.
EO 53. Widow also going to take out Nasty, so now that that Blizzard's charged up, it's going to have to wait a little bit longer. Payne focused down by Hanbei. Now they're taking a whole bunch of space for themselves. Wichita. They're going to try to post up around this corner. Catch Stony Brook off guard. Both teams have Blizzard, so there could be a whole lot of freezing going on very quickly.
A whole lot of Qs hit as well. May was hiding in the Reinhardt hiding spot. Caught everyone on Stony Brook off guard. 19 seconds. Oh, and they walled them out of spawn, or walled them in spawn, depending on which perspective you're observing from. 12 seconds remaining. Lucio, once again, really, with Userverse swapping to the Tracer, Payne should be able to get a touch on point if they are not rocked in the process. Makes it in with sub 1 second on the clock, is now hurting for health, gets eliminated. Down goes May as well. No one touches. Wichita State walks away with a Kings Row victory. I blame the Kings Row on you still, but it's fine. It was exciting.
It was a good catch. I really did like the use of the May from the side of Wichita on that defensive. Of instead of being reactive, they're proactive. Went to the spawn, found a hiding spot, and used it to get a massive amount of staggers and just completely probably just crush the morale of Stony Brook in terms of getting back. It was really heads-up play, and I liked it.
The wording you chose of crushing the morale.
If I had 40 seconds left on the clock, and I got Blizzard, and then pulled out, and then died, I'd be pretty sad.
Also, shout out to production for not even letting us speculate, because it's such a foregone conclusion at this point. We're going over to Zavasta. They just threw that up there and ran away with it. Which, hey, it is the preferred stage for a reason. So we're going to get into the match point of Wichita State versus Stony Brook Esports. Will the Shockers pull off a 3-0 sweep, or will the Seawolves start a reverse sweep?
We've seen it happen. We've seen it all happen on Flashpoint, especially as well, when we saw Fisher start their comeback, where they did it on Flashpoint. They started it going, I believe, to the 4th point, and then they did it with Push, and then they did it with Escort. And so it's definitely not entirely out of the scope or the realm of how this game will go. But what are some changes I would think Stony Brook needs to develop here to perhaps start diffing Wichita?
Take fights with the enemy teams in rotation. And now, Jacob, to answer your question, because I actually answered Colin's genuinely. To both of your questions, I simply say, yes. Because it can go either way. Just yes.
Yes. Do you think they should have, should they have gone for the May, or should they have gone for the yes?
Yes.
Yes. I love that answer.
Will it be a 3-0 sweep, or will it be a reverse sweep? Yes.
Hey, you can't be wrong.
Exactly! I'm trying to not be wrong anymore. Instead, I'm just gonna give an answer that's neither fluffy but deadly. Looks as though already forced to use kinetic grasp. Bastion's right behind their tank flying pressure. There goes Rock as well. Hits Pain, the enemy Sigma the Usiverse. Stony Brook Bastion is into the spawn.
All the attention is being focused onto Pain, all the damage and all the healing from Stony Brook. And now that Alari's gone, there isn't going to be as much healing pushed onto Pain. Now no healing for Pain whatsoever as Lifeweaver falls, followed by Pain. Pride picks up a double. Wichita State has the first flashpoint and is off running with it.
I do want to point out something. There was, at one point we had a player interview in which the map had finished off on Flashpoint, on Servasa, and there was the comment of Alari is not great on this map, especially for a dude. And I'm noticing Alari being pulled out for Stony Brook as long as with the Lifeweaver. And I'm kind of wondering how exactly it's playing into if this is an effective matchup for Stony Brook.
The one thing I will say is Ilari also recently got a nerf to the amount of healing output by her primary fire. Pylon needs to keep LOS.
Oh.
That's a massive.
His health just melted in a
But no
split
follow-up.
second.
No follow-up. This is why you like the Bastion with the Genji. Genji comes through, it slices and dices, while Bastion does a little bit of turning everyone into Swiss cheese. So when you got a sandwich that's getting toasted by the sunspot. Now, I digress. What I was mentioning earlier, she got nerfed as far as her healing output from her gun. You need to be able to use Pylon. Now imagine you have a team that's taking angles. So Pylon's only able to heal your core or heal your off angles. Now you've also got a Lifeweaver who delivers healing significantly slower. It needs to have LOS. It has a travel time. It's not instant, almost instantaneous. Yes, tree life charges quickly, but it's similar to Beat. How are you going to use it? Where are you going to use it? The one advantage of it is you can lock down an entire doorway and prevent people from either exiting or entering. But yeah, personally, I agree with what we had in our earlier interview. Iari is not as powerful on Servasa as some other sports.
Or Stony Brook can even make it to the point. This artillery heads right into them. Both their supports are down and out for the count. And with no healing, Usiverse isn't able to survive. Pain is next. Now it's just Noski. Can they even get away is the question. Or will Stagger be placed onto Stony Brook?
Both of those characters have some form or ability to vertically or horizontally move, especially Lifeweaver with the horizontally. And they both went down to a very, very easily dodgeable hole. And that's just the major dagger for the side of Stony Brook. And Wichita State's already sitting at 50 here, and they have yet to even contest and get on the point here, as Wichita State's purely just holding it. Plus, it is going to be used as well. Gets quite a bit here, though, but Beat's going to be used. There's a good absorb by the side of Fluffy, but deadly, but that is not it for the side of Stony Brook. They're going to go out, get 2, now 3. And quite a lot of picks, but still have yet to get point here, and Wichita's going to get to 90% by the time they cap it.
If we're looking at the big picture here, I think this is winning the battle but losing the war. Wichita State only needs to get this fight here, and then they've got it. They've got the second checkpoint, and Stony Brook spent absolutely everything that they had to claim this. Might have the nano for the next fight, but Wichita State looking at a lot more to use, and a one-person advantage on top of that due to Pride.
There's
Window.
the window.
We have Pain forced to use Grip. Tries to rock May, will pick up Widow, but Usiverse is already gone. Nano Boost committed onto Pain to try and stabilize, get a foothold on point. It's 99 to 44. Anti onto the Sigma. Baptiste Immortality comes in, makes sure that Fluffy but Deadly does not get eliminated. Here comes down the artillery strike, the death from above. Another grasp. Genji comes in, uses deflex. Noski has managed to race back in time. Kitsune Rush is at 93%, 94%. Litz is going to go off. Kitsune Rush can follow up if they need to absolutely secure these kills because not enough people went down. No one, in fact, went down. However, Pain will pick up Pride. Kitsune Rush is ready to go if needed, but this fight should go in favor of Stony Brook.
And I would think that once Widow heads down, that Blizzard not available to use. Miss on the rock by Pain. But it is going to be the point taken by Stony Brook. Very lone fight by Wichita State. I would have thought for sure that they would have gotten that.
Especially while holding window, and then Blizzard, and then Flux, which they hold on to Flux until the very end of the fight, and Wichita State also is continuing to hold on to Blizzard as well. And now I feel like because of that, they end up losing the point, and now they have to go 2 more instead of 1, with the possibility of Stony Brook turning around, while they're going to have Blade and going to have Rush available for them in this next fight.
I'm interested to see if we end up with a Kitsune Rush Blade. Not always what you end up having, but we might. However, we've got Beat, Blizzard, and Noodle all online for Wichita State. They've committed the wall. There comes the Mails, and May is in Cryo Freeze in the middle of the team looking for an elimination onto these supports. Nate is dropped, Kane goes down, Navi also goes down to Widow. It's a reset if you're currently Stony Brook.
Point is going to unlock. Walk back. Oh, bit of trolling. A little bit of haha, but Wichita State, 2 ults available for them, with the possibility of a third going up pretty quickly here. But you're gonna have Blade, you're gonna have Overclock, you're gonna have Nano, and you're gonna have Rush here. This is the same thing Stony Brook did about the last time. They just pressed Q, and Wichita State did not take advantage of it. There's the Kitsune Blade there. Beat goes out to respond, but there is the counter elimination taking out Blade. There goes down a lot of blue in the kill feed, and that is Wichita State. Yep, there's just the stop moving.
We've seen teams struggle in the past dealing with a Nano Blade, but truthfully it comes down to, do you have a Lucio? Or do you have a Sigma? You can either lift a blade, you can grab a blade, or you can beat a blade. Easiest one, most likely get the beat. Make sure your Lucio is wall riding or not directly looking at the Genji as Nano Blade goes off. You successfully pay 1 ult for 2. Instead, perhaps, dry blade it and then follow up on Nano on someone else. Kane looking for an opportunity to drop this Graphitic Flux, sees it, snags a shot in that lift, but there is an Immortality plus a Cryo Freeze. Nasty will go down to Pride, and Pride is also going to pick up Pain.
And the flashpoint is claimed by the Shockers. We're on to the 3rd and final. Could possibly be the final one for Wichita State. And they're just posing down this Lifeweaver. I'm sure they'll be happy with that stagger on top.
And I think the big thing also that I'm starting to notice compared to Wichita to Stony Brook is they don't have that main healer that you talked about that is able to get them in and out of fights. Hence a Lucio. We talked about how important it is to have a Lucio on Flashpoint from last week where we're in this exact same situation, and not having that and then your support's getting staggered. Point gets unlocked, and Wichita State's already on it.
Oh, this May is just waiting and walls off the Sigma all alone, and he is fed to the wolves. Not the Sea Wolves, that's Stony Brook, but Wichita State, yes, fed to the fields of grain.
Fed to the corn.
Fed to the corn, yeah.
Those cornfields are scary, I'm not gonna lie.
I agree with you there. Now setting up for a
No,
second
you can't do it
one.
Oh,
twice.
not again!
Don't
they
fall for it
surely
twice.
see the outline.
Hey,
Look at
no!
You checked the angle. Thank you.
One thing is, while we're kind of wondering about this Mace Walls, how much mileage they're getting, Wichita State is just more than happy to continue on this fight off of the flashpoint, just making room for themselves.
Uh-oh.
Kane is just loaded up on health, above 900, but now it is being pushed out so fast, has to get life gripped out of there.
When you were begging for your life, we were to have line of sight to grip you to safety. Lift after Immort, after Cryo, but Beat was still online for Pineapple, and no one makes it to the point.
Wichita State claims the 3-0 sweep to round out the night. Well, a lot of the teams, 4 of the I gotta say, excuse me, Wichita State, that was a very crucial win for them. Now the question is, if we're looking at the rest of the season, which I'm just checking my notes here, they are competing up against other teams. So the question is that 3rd place, that other team that is tied for 2nd, the 3rd second place team, do they win their match? Because that would mean that it's then between them and Wichita State to go in, and that finals ticket is still up in the air going into the final few weeks. That'd be an exciting match if that happens. Wichita State just has to be praying that that other team lost their match. because then they would be undisputed second place.
Well, we'll have to wait and see all those statistics as they populate into the system going into next week. But for now, I do believe that is all we have for our NACE Overwatch 2 broadcast. Right, gentlemen?
Oh yeah.
Yep, the only thing we have left, I believe, is to thank all of our sponsors, Extra Life, Duncan, Monster Truth, and Odyssey Elixir, and of course, Mavix, bringing you the top 5 plays of the game, which I believe we're going to be seeing very soon here, Artie.
Yes, so enjoy these top 5 plays of the game, and if you would like to check out more Overwatch 2 action for NACE Starleague, be sure to join us next week. However, tomorrow, we'll bring you some Valorant action, but for now, from the NACE Starleague studio, thank you so much for joining us. Have a wonderful night. Enjoy these top 5 plays of the game, brought to you by Mavix Gaming Chairs. Mavix, feel the difference, and we'll see you later.
Breathe in and know that vaping nicotine can actually increase feelings of stress.
Yet some vape companies get rich telling you it's a stress reliever.
So let's call it what it is. It's a breath of stress air. Breathe.
It's been a cycle, and yeah, like you said, we had that one little break in it. Unfortunately, we get Wheels opts not to go for it, and Flex is up. Can it do enough, though? Yes, it will.
And it's another one popped off the edge. Actually, it's Wichita State for the point. Stony Brook making a run for it with eliminations, but Hanbei and Widow are still doing work. The Mei wall, it's a Mei duel, a wall to save the other Mei. And now we're gonna see both of them battle. Baptiste, and it falls off the edge. Oh, didn't even get pushed off.
On carts, so it will move so long as the payload moves. Otherwise, it's just locking down one tiny angle here. And we also have Pain get stuck in the cryo freeze, gets eliminated. Usiverse gets eliminated. No Stylist gets eliminated. Hanbei from the high ground is peppering down damage and healing Life Weaver, but I think Immortality is just a little bit better. Pain uses Rock early, free lift for
to get life gripped out of it. And Usiverse, look at this, manages to use the pedal to meet the Bastion on the high ground. And now it's gonna parlay that.
Staggered. Point gets unlocked, and Wichita State's already on it.
Oh, this Mei is just waiting and walls off the Sigma all alone, and he is fed to the wolves. Not the Sea Wolves, that's Stony Brook, but Wichita State. Yes,